Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We am this morning, and boy, do we have a lot to get into today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm still trying to take in the happenings from last night. I'm going to be honest with you. Pessimistic, negative guy that I am, I decided that the Titans probably weren't going to beat the Dolphins when they were down 14 points with just a few minutes left in the game. But lo and behold, Will Levis and DeAndre Hopkins, they made it happen. And it's making this week's game of the Texans versus the Titans that much more intriguing. I'm glad the Titans won last night, honestly. Okay. I feel like the juice that DeVito always is asking for, I feel like the football gods doth provided the juice this morning.
They definitely did. You and I were talking right before the show started about this. If the Dolphins did what they were supposed to do to the Titans last night, which was win by more than 13.5 points, then I think you get a Titans team that's probably playing out the string. And make no mistake, the Titans are still up against it. They're 5-8 on the season, so they need a lot of stuff to happen. But mathematically, they're still alive. And Vrabel's a guy who gets his team to play, I think, regardless, all that good stuff. From a purely handicapping perspective, Seth, purely handicapping, this was a bad outcome for the Texans last night. And I will cite the Bengals last week as the most recent example of what the Texans could be up against. When a team is a double-digit underdog on the roads, the world is against them, and they win the game outright. They come back home more often than not, way more often than not, they win and cover the spread. And the Cincinnati Bengals did that last week. They were 10-point underdogs to the Jags. They go into Jacksonville with Jake Browning, and they do the Jaguars last week. What happens? They come back home this week, and they destroy the Colts, a playoff team. They destroy the Colts. So now we've got the Titans on the heels of a 14-point comeback, the end of a game against a playoff team in Miami, 2-touchdown underdog. They come back and win the game in dramatic fashion.
Yeah,
much like the Bengals last week. And now they're coming back home as a small favorite, just like the Bengals were this week against the Colts to face the Houston Texans. They are facing, though, a much more debilitated team than the Bengals were facing this past week in the Colts. The Texans are debilitated this week with no C.J. Stroud. That was a bad night last night for the Houston Texans.
C.J. Stroud, who, if he misses this game, will be the first quarterback to miss any time this season with a concussion, at least starting quarterback. I was looking through the list of various quarterbacks who have missed time, starting quarterbacks, and he's the first one so far that might possibly miss time due to a concussion. So I suppose in some respects that's progress. It could have been a sparkling record this year if it were not for the Texans' offensive line and C.J. Stroud potentially missing a game because of concussion. The other thing, too, is that the Titans are wearing their throwback Oilers jerseys this week, too.
I've totally forgotten about that. We've got so much on our plate with the Texans right now. I've completely forgotten that this is Middle Finger Sunday for the Titans of Houston. I forgot about that.
Middle Finger Sunday, that's right. This is, and I think a lot of us have been saying, well, what do people in Tennessee care about those colors anyway? I think the biggest thing is that just like in any middle school in America, you know that it matters to them because they know that it bothers many of us.
Yes.
So it matters to them.
Yes.
And they're gonna wanna shove it in your face as well. DeVito does not shy away from this at all. We'll play some of the audio later of him. He doesn't think it's all that great, all that awesome a thing that the Titans are wearing the throwback jerseys this week.
Yeah.
So there's some natural juice in rivalry and some holdover emotion from DeVito's days as a player going into this game this week. I'm getting kind of amped up over playing the Titans twice in the next 3 weeks.
I'm amped up over it. I just wish it were under better circumstances for the Texans. But yeah, I'm excited for this game on Sunday. Let's get the update to everybody on C.J. Stroud. That's probably what people are wondering about the most, I would say. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday with, I guess, some semblance of an update on CJ.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. Yeah, we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure, at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys, and that right when it comes to the injury, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
I mean, the main thing I'm telling you, all right, is that I'm not Mike McDaniel. All right, I'm not gonna go out there and risk my quarterback's brain being turned into oatmeal even further, liquefy and run out of his ears. I'm not gonna throw him out there the way Mike McDaniel would to Tua Tagovailoa. I actually care about the human being. I'm not some little robot that likes to make a quip here or there and go ahead and just throw my quarterback out to the wolves.
That's right.
Can't believe he said that. That was pretty.
I know.
It's pretty bold taking on Mike McDaniel.
To take a run at his former coworker like that is.
That's how I read it, honestly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I'm everything that Mike McDaniel is not.
Right. So I look,
CJ, little bastard.
CJ and playing on Sunday, and there's that quote right there where DeVito basically acknowledges that most guys don't come back after 1 week. I think the number you pointed out, Seth, yesterday is the median is 9 days to come back from concussion protocol. So that's obviously so on the aggregate, guys are missing at least one game. Here was DeVito. This was the other tell, is that you can tell he started to give some thought to what this is going to look like with somebody else at quarterback. Although I was a little surprised, for those of you that are kind of praying that this could be a Case Keenum game. The door appears to be open for that right now.
We'll see with our quarterback position, with Case and Davis. We'll see, where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
Okay, so I mean, Davis has been the backup all year, Seth. When CJ goes down in a game, it's Davis Mills who goes running out there. Case Keenum's been the emergency quarterback all season long. This is interesting that it's, to me, that it's not just an open declaration that Davis Mills, who's been your number 2 in every game this year, is not necessarily the starting quarterback this week. This tells me they may split reps, see how Case looks. Is he rusty? That kind of thing. I don't know. Do you hear the same thing I'm hearing right there?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what I'm hearing. Yeah. And now it might also just be gamesmanship that, obviously – I'm not going to be one of these media people who act like DeVito is being overly cute or clever by withholding the quarterback information or the quarterback starter until Friday or Saturday or so. I think that's I remember that kind of was an issue with Lovie Smith at times, where people would be upset that Lovie was withholding the information about who was going to start.
For sure.
I feel like that's exactly what you should do. Like, that's a little edge that you can get, even if it's only one day. Maybe it leaks out on a Thursday and DeVito doesn't disclose it until a Friday. Whatever. It's just a little bit more uncertainty. The other thing, too, is I just kind of wanted to look over and remind myself that there was a time where Bills showed some promise, and especially his rookie year, where he had some really good individual games at times. I think the New England game, his rookie year, was probably his best game. He had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions in that game, threw for 312 yards. But one of his better games also was versus Tennessee at the end of the season. Yeah. Texans lost the game 28-25, but he had 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 300 yards passing against a Mike Vrabel team, a Mike Vrabel defense.
A Mike Vrabel team that was playing for a 1 seed. If you remember, I think that was the season that the Titans were the 1 seed and they got beat by the Bengals at home in a playoff game, if I'm not mistaken, or the Raiders maybe, I forget. But the Titans lost a first-round playoff game to, I think it was the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals beat them. Tannehill had 3 interceptions and then had to go to therapy after the season was over. So my point is that was a motivated Titans team. That's the one Mclain brings up. When we got talking about it on the podcast, he brings up he brought that up on the podcast on Sunday, if Mills had to start, and maybe he doesn't see that as the high watermark, but he's using that as a benchmark because it was the Titans. I think it was that 2-3, when they went 2-3 down the stretch with Davis, I think that was his high watermark as sort of a swath of football. You know what I mean?
Like something could be done with this
Made
kid.
him the starter the next year. Yeah.
The other thing, too, I mean, the one thing about that Titans game was the Titans had jumped out to a 21-0 lead.
Correct.
In the first half. So there's a little bit of come from behind there, whereas the New England game was a competitive game.
Yep.
And it was, it was him versus – he had a better game than Mac Jones, which at the time something – remember, that was actually something at the time. You're like, oh, wow, played better than Mac Jones.
Yep.
That's all falling apart.
Yeah. Probably that Chargers game during that 2-3 stretch. Remember the Chargers came in here and they were still in it for the playoffs, and the Texans beat them like a drum that day for some reason.
I thought you brought up a good point, which was a couple people wanted to remind everybody about Case having that playoff run with Minnesota and saying that it wasn't all that long ago.
Yeah.
It actually was that long ago.
Yes.
I mean, that was 5 years ago by now.
Dude, it was 2017. It was 2017. Case
6 years ago, sorry.
Case has been but the number 5 is appropriate. Case has been on 5 teams since then. 5. Yeah. He's been on 5 teams since that playoff run. So, I appreciate the sentiment. And if it is Case starting this Sunday, let's go. Then I trust that DeMeco is going to make the right choice as to who starts at quarterback. Who do you want to start at quarterback this weekend?
Oh, boy. You know what? Honestly, I've had a hard time with this. There's a part of me emotionally that just wants Case Keenum. I like Case Keenum a lot. I've seen him have good games in the NFL. I think when it comes down to just having experience, really understanding the sum total of what it takes to be a quarterback on both good teams and bad teams. Case has just seen a lot more of it than Davis Mills has. But I also there's a part of me that just thinks, all right, I believe there's still unknown upside with Davis Mills. Mm-hmm. Like, what does that mean? I don't think it means, oh, yeah, he's going to be the next or anything like that. But we haven't seen him really genuinely in this offense.
Correct.
And he has youth and athleticism on his side. I feel like you got to see what you got in Case or in Davis Mills at some point. And I'd like to go out there, and if you have to break glass in case of emergency and replace him with Case Keenum, then by all means, that's a lot easier to do than the opposite, I think.
Yeah, I'll be curious if they sign a quarterback to the practice squad this week. That'll probably be a tell as to where CJ's at. If they don't, then maybe that's a good sign that, maybe not that he starts this Sunday, but that it's only going to be a 1-week thing. A lot of people have pointed out, too, he did get taken out of that Denver game for a couple of plays. Is there some sort of – and he hasn't played well since he got taken out of that Denver game. The rest of that Denver game and all of the Jets game was bad for
when he
CJ
got pulled
Stroud.
from the Denver game?
Yeah, remember he got
by
pulled.
the spotter?
Yeah, got pulled, went in the tank, came back in after 2 plays, but concussions are weird things, man. So the big thing that DeMeco said that I'm cool with sitting C.J. Stroud for the long term, just for the sake of the long term. I hope it's only 1 game, but for the sake of the long term, I get that. Speaking of DeMeco Ryans, normally mild-mannered, literally talked some smack on his coach's show yesterday about this game coming up. So we officially have even more juice coming up for this Sunday. That is next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We will get to smack talking DeMeco Ryans in just a second.
I got to point out one thing, Sean. A little thing, Sean, which is that you were talking about the holiday Christmas party at Tarasco's,
tomorrow,
and we were talking about whether there would be a buffet or whether it was just going to be hors d'oeuvres. And you said the hors d'oeuvres, that's not a meal. I feel like you undervalue the what 20 to 25 empanadas can do for you.
Yeah.
There's nothing to prevent you from filling up on empanadas.
True.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I'm not complaining. The appetizers are delicious, but contextually about what the party is, and it's not like a sit down dinner kind of party.
You're not gonna get 3 Tarasco steaks or anything.
No. Well, I may stick around and eat. You never know.
You can get the equivalent of that many. Just with the hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres are a meal, Sean.
Can I request an hors d'oeuvre? And they're like, sure. Can you bring out 200 steak bites, please? Just pieces of steak with toothpicks in them.
When I go to an hors d'oeuvres party, I just look at it like a tapas restaurant. And everything's going tapas, not topless. Mm-hmm. Tapas.
Yeah. I need a topless tapas restaurant. This will be an interesting game this weekend. DeMeco Ryans, Seth, is going to have to, if it is indeed a backup quarterback playing, and probably no Nico Collins. We got the update on Nico yesterday. It's a calf strain. That's not a 1 week injury ever, it feels like. That's a 1 week injury less of the time than concussion, or more. That is a greater than 1 week injury even more often than concussions are. So Nico's going to be out, it would appear. So they're very undermanned. When I think of a head coach that's really good at getting the most out of an undermanned football team, I actually think of Mike Vrabel. DeMeco is going to have to out-Vrabel this weekend, I think, in Tennessee.
He's going to have to be every bit as resourceful as Vrabel was in the COVID season.
Yeah.
What's that mean? Maybe push the envelope a little bit. I don't know. Maybe do some things. Maybe do some things that nobody's expecting or technically allows. You just you got to do what needs to be done.
That's right.
So does that mean? I don't know. The biggest thing that the Texans might have is some knowledge of DeAndre Hopkins and everything that he provides, as well as. The Texans have, I think, overperformed at times or punched above their weight class versus the Titans in the last few years.
Yeah.
It's that classic divisional opponent dynamic where you got to almost throw the records out and know that it's going to be a slugfest between two teams that know each other relatively well.
They've won both times in Tennessee the last 2 years with David Culley and Lovie Smith as their head coach. That's, I mean, I don't think that's irrelevant in all this. Tim Kelly is the OC on the other side, so maybe Davis has some intel on tendencies that Tim Kelly might have to help out DeMeco Ryans with this. I don't know.
Wait, who would have those tendencies?
Well,
Davis.
Davis,
okay.
Davis played under Tim Kelly for a year his rookie season.
Right, yeah, I'm wondering, okay, who does that benefit more? I feel like that benefits the Titans more.
Do you?
Tim Kelly's going to know more about the strengths and weaknesses of Davis Mills than Davis Mills himself knows about the strengths and weaknesses of Davis Mills.
But I think to your point in the open, like, what do we know about Davis Mills in this system? What do we know anything about what Davis Mills has developed into in
That's
the building with Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans this year? I feel like Davis Mills. I'm not going to say he's a total unknown, and I know there's a lot of people that feel like, man, this is a slippery slope, trotting Davis Mills out there for a game like this because you've got Davis Mills PTSD. I mean, let's not forget, he was benched in each of his first 2 seasons as an NFL quarterback. That can't get lost in the wash here. But I do think it's fair to surmise that the best Davis Mills exists. We just haven't seen it yet because he's getting actual non-Pep Hamilton coaching this year, right?
Yeah. There were some things about that offense last year that were so twisted and backwards and wrong that it's hard to judge really anybody in there. You can't give him a pat on the back for the performances.
No.
But other than maybe Dameon Pierce before his last several games. But I'm wide open to the possibility that, just like many other quarterbacks in a Kubiak-Shanahan system, you end up seeing the best out of them when they're in a system like this, where they've got answers to the test, so to speak. You just there's such a methodology to the way they operate that you just make them more efficient than they've ever been before. I'm intrigued in seeing if Bobby Slowick can do that for Davis Mills.
Yes.
Now, it would be a hell of a lot easier and better if Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz were there. I'm almost looking at it like this, Sean. If Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz are both healthy and available, then I really feel like, okay, Davis Mills is the guy. If those two guys aren't available and you're still missing Tank Dell, obviously, then it turns into, okay, we gotta bring in a MacGyver here. And Case Keenum is much more of a MacGyver than Davis Mills is. I would actually feel better about Case Keenum trying to keep the tattered old shed from falling down than I would Davis Mills. Yeah,
the people want Case Keenum. The poll has the poll is cool. I put up a poll about this on Sunday night. 2,300 votes. Case Keenum 64. Okay, well, it started to close the gap. Davis closed the gap. It was over 70% for most of the time. A lot of Davis votes coming in late, but still almost 2/3 of the people want Case Keenum starting this Sunday.
We know that at least one Davis Mills family member is pretty active on social media.
Very much so, yeah.
There's like 4,000 dummy accounts.
Maybe she's got 300 ex-burner accounts, yeah. DeMeco Ryans, trash talker. I like this. This was on the coaches show. I think Mark and John get a great version of DeMeco on that show. The coaches show is very good with those guys. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about the Titans wearing the Oiler uniforms this weekend.
Titans on the road wearing those jerseys. Your thoughts about facing them?
What jerseys are they wearing?
Oilers.
Oh, my goodness. We got to smack them up.
Yeah, Houstonians do not like this. You know this.
Oh,
you know
no,
this.
we don't like that. So it's, man, what an opportunity. Like, I'm getting fired up right now, and I haven't even watched, but, man, can I...
Dude, DeMeco just said, "Smack my bitch up."
Dude,
he's holy crap, dude, freaking awesome.
I will say this: this is where DeMeco's still getting his feet wet as a head coach. He said at least 2 or 3 things there that if all you do is transcribe them, Nashville will be ablaze today on the radio.
Yeah,
you know. Then play it one more time. Play it after Johnny's question, just the DeMeco part if you can, or play the whole thing. Who cares? Johnny's on there for 3 seconds. Yeah.
Titans on the road wearing those jerseys. jerseys about facing them.
What jerseys are they wearing?
Oilers.
Oh, my goodness. We got to smack them up.
Yeah, Houstonians do not like this. You know this.
Oh,
you know
no,
this.
We don't like that. So it's, man, what an opportunity. Like, I'm getting fired up right now, and I haven't even watched, but, man, can I?
Smack them up.
We got to smack him up. No, that'll definitely be on headlines.
Yes.
In Tennessee this
We
week.
don't like that. He said, we don't like that.
They say, no, we don't like that.
Yeah.
And we got to smack him up.
We got to smack him up.
DeVito. There's
good,
nothing. I don't care. Like, I don't care, honestly, that Tennessee's going to do that either. Like, okay, you can say, well, he said it jokingly and laughingly and everything. Yeah, but he said it. He said it. Like, we got to smack him up. By the way, for the kids that didn't know, I was quoting back when people knew how to write lyrics to songs.
Right.
Back when Prodigy. Let me recite the complete and total lyrics to "Smack My Bitch Up."
Earmuffs, kids.
These are the only lyrics to this song. A banger from back when Sean and I were young adults. Change my pitch up, smack my bitch up. Change my pitch up, smack my bitch up. And that's it. It goes on for like 9 more stanzas.
Yeah.
That's it.
But the instruments are really, really compelling. You know,
It got you going. It got you going. So, and you might think like, okay, well, that's just DeMeco having a little bit of fun. You know, no head coach in the NFL would just so openly, like an old NFL films highlight reel or anything, embrace the violence of the NFL. Oh, yes. He would go talking about the best thing that ever happened in a Titans game versus the Texans.
Yeah, I do remember those were some real physical battles playing against Tennessee. None other more physical than Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan.
Yes, that's part of this as well.
What were you thinking would happen?
Yeah. Oh, man. He had it coming. So that's what I was thinking. He knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Like, Cortland was always a feisty player, and Dre just gave him the business.
God, I love DeMeco. I love DeMeco Ryan so much.
They do. I wonder if for this game, since they're doing the throwback jerseys, the Titans are, I don't know if they have some kind of ritual like a lot of teams do now where a former player comes back and like blows the train horn or hits a gong or fires the Viking horn or whatever. In Tennessee, I don't know what they would do. It's like maybe some kind of steamboat. Or, I don't know, like validate a cousin marriage. Whatever you do.
Sacrifice a raccoon at midfield, something like that.
Yeah. You go cook up a squirrel for lunch.
Right.
Whatever they do to get things started. I hope it's Cortland Finnegan.
Oh,
That'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah. Boy, I hope DeMeco shows the guys that video this week. Hey, guys, this is what it was like back when I played the Titans. And they just show Andre, like on a loop, waylaying Cortland Finnegan. That would be pretty sweet.
The important thing to point out is that Andre didn't do that until the game was already decided.
Correct.
The Texans had the game in hand.
Yeah.
And Andre said, all right, I'm going back. Like, Andre had already been Andre wasn't going to be going back into the game. He inserted himself into the game to do that.
Which current Houston Texan is most likely to get into a fist fight with a Tennessee Titan at any point in the game, but hopefully when the game is out of hand one way or the other? I've got one in mind right now, but I'm curious if yours is...
I was going to say either... a younger Jimmy Ward would have been, but I don't think now. Okay.
Ding, that's mine.
I don't know, man. Jimmy Ward, I actually noticed this during the game. Listeners, tell me if you noticed the same. There are at least a couple instances in there where Jimmy Ward was doing a really good job of trying to keep guys from getting out of control.
Yeah.
There's at one point, and then there was also one time where he was trying to settle guys down after a big play by the
By
the Jets.
Yeah.
But there was one scrum. I can't remember who was going at it, but Jimmy Ward did the key thing that the actual director of security for the Eagles was too stupid to know a couple weeks ago, was that when you're breaking up a fight, you turn to your own guy and push your own guy away. Like, nothing good ever comes from facing the guy on the other team and getting in his face, because that's just one more guy in that guy's face, and that's when you end up getting flagged and fined for it too. So Jimmy Ward did a good job there. There was another moment where there was some kind of an altercation, and Jimmy Ward kind of stepped in. So, yeah, I think a younger Jimmy Ward would have. I don't think older Jimmy Ward would. I think maybe Jalen Petrie might be the guy.
Petrie's a good one. I think, look, after roughing the passer this past week, I feel like there's an extra gear that Will Anderson might have that we didn't know about. I mean, I know he's always been very energetic, but that was that was a heel move by Will Anderson to hit Zach Wilson late and land on top of him also on that play.
I don't think he landed on top of him.
He kind of landed. I mean, he didn't like square They went to the ground. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they went to the ground.
The biggest thing there, too, was he actually could have gotten away with just making contact with him. It was that he shoved him. Like, anytime you extend the arms, I learned that from I got away with hitting a quarterback kind of late once, and I joked with the official about it after the game, like why he didn't call me for it. He's like, well, you didn't extend your arms. It looked like if your momentum carries into a guy, then like they're less likely to do it. But like that one, it wasn't that egregious a hit, but it's a conscious decision when the ball is away, when you actively, like, there's no argument that your momentum carried into him.
Right.
You shoved him, like, and you saw the ball was away. Honestly, that was one of the weirdest things I've seen in a game this year, was Will Anderson doing that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It really was. That's where, honestly, I know that DeVito said the weather didn't affect them at all. I don't know what it was affecting them, but they did some stupid and boneheaded things in that game that, honestly, I thought were beneath my assessment of this team.
Yeah.
Like, I really didn't think they were as stupidly hot-headed as that, and they did some boneheaded things in that game.
I don't know if the rain affected. I mean, I do think the rain affected CJ throwing the football. Like, I think you bring up a great point, Seth, that he may just have issues gripping a wet football. Like, he complained
we saw it in the mic'd up a few weeks ago. He had to have Dieter change his jersey because he was sweating on the ball too much.
Correct. Yeah. So there may be something to that. I like, honestly, and I'm not making excuses for the Texans. It's inexcusable to lose 30-6 to a 4-8 football team. I don't care where the game is. That looked like a team that kind of walked out of the locker room, took a look at the elements, took a look around the stadium. I just don't feel like being here today.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's never that simple, except that being out of your element. And look, the Texans are a warm weather team that plays in a dome.
Yeah.
And they're really accustomed to practicing in heat. But there's a difference. Like, I thought about New England during that game, honestly, where, Belichick. Remember when Belichick kind of curiously pointed out how much detail how much they pay attention to, like, being sure that the football, like, they work with bad footballs all the time in weather conditions, wet footballs, frozen footballs. But curiously, he knew nothing about inflation levels. But he knew everything else about the football. Yeah. Everything about the football except inflation levels. Like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe there is some element of, like, the Texans needing to practice in inclement conditions more often. They did not look ready for that at all.
No, they looked like, you know what? We all have a bad day at work, and today is going to be mine. And they predicted it, and then it came true. 30-6, you lose. All right, let's get to headlines next. Update on C.J. Stroud. Important Monday Night Football last night has a huge ripple effect for the Texans. The Rockets, in what I declared a must-win, go out and take care of Sean T. Pendergast last night. Headlines are next. Men'sTClinic.com. They take care of me as well at Men'sTClinic.com. Durham I-10 is where I go. I know a lot of you go to that location because I see you out there on Fridays and really appreciate that. I'm sure you appreciate what they're doing for you at the Men's T Clinic. If you're a guy, and I'm not even going to say a guy who's getting older. We're all getting older. There's no age limit on feeling better. If you're in your 20s, if you're in your 70s, if you're not feeling right, if you're a little off kilter, go to the Men's T Clinic and get answers. The answers are right there at any of their 5 locations here in Houston. That's what I did. The answer to me was get more testosterone, kid, and I do that every Friday at the Men's T Clinic. Super friendly, super welcoming. Go see them. 5 locations. Find the one nearest you at menstclinic.com.
The Texans' trip to East Rutherford wasn't just bad, it was ugly. The good guys couldn't get anything going, and Nico Collins, Blake Cashman, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud all left the game injured. Thankfully, this squad is battle-tested. They'll have a chance to bounce back again Sunday against the Titans.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena is the absolute best place to go.
Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
It's truly about us this week. If we get out of the Texans have to get out of the Texans' way, and that's the message to our guys, right? We have to clean up our operation, clean up the things that we're doing, right, to give ourselves a chance to compete. All right, yesterday I didn't think we had a chance to compete against the Jets because we're still fighting against ourselves. So once we get out of our own way, and we can go and compete, right, and have a truly fair match.
That was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, and I agree with that sentiment. My concern for the game this weekend is the Texans take on the Tennessee Titans here. Titans, by the way, we'll get to them in a second. They pulled off a big upset on Monday Night Football last night against the Dolphins. So they're going to come in feeling pretty good about themselves. Will Levis, big game. My concern, Seth, about the Texans getting out of the Texans' way is that so much of the Texans getting in their own way are things that they've been doing all year, and I don't know are fixable in Week 15. Like things like running the football, things like giving up. I guess giving up big chunk plays downfield is something that if you mind your P's and Q's and you're on your assignments, this is not an explosive passing game they're facing against Tennessee, but it's probably not going to be C.J. Stroud. And, we say it every week. They're going to need to run the football. Well, they've run the football basically in 2 games all year. Against Cincinnati and against Cincinnati and Arizona. Those are the only 2 games where they've run the football all season long. So the Texans getting out of their own way this week is imperative, but I feel like there's some things that just aren't going to get fixed, and they're just going to have to work around in this game.
There's, I think there were, DeVito made the point a few times that just at some point individuals have to make plays, that there were mistakes in that game. But then, when he talked about his playmakers needing to be making plays, I thought about immediately, okay, throws to Garrett Wilson and throws to Conklin, the tight end, where, okay, I think he believes that Christian Harris can be one of the better players on the team, and Christian Harris has got to break some of those passes up. I think Steven Nelson has to win more of those individual contested ball battles versus Garrett Wilson in that game. And I'm guessing he would never call guys out individually in the media, but I wonder if he kind of calls guys out individually in team meetings this week saying, look, you're one of the better players on this team. We expect you to step up and make big plays in this game this week.
Yeah. Absolutely. Here was the update yesterday on C.J. Stroud from DeMeco Ryans.
C.J. is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You got to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right, when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
Okay, that answer, Texan fan, is DeMeco Ryans preparing you for the very likely scenario that Davis Mills or Case Keenum starts this weekend, because typically DeMeco's answers about injuries, Seth, end after the first 8 seconds of that answer, which is so-and-so's got a such-and-such injury, and we'll see how they progress this week. And then it cuts off. He gave you another 40 seconds essentially explaining the concussion protocol, why it's important, and preparing you, and basically giving you the cushion that, this is for the long-term health of these guys.
And I think, honestly, if you look at, let's just think completely and totally just strategically and cynically about this. Let's not even talk about the human part of it. The way the Dolphins handled Tua Tagovailoa last year. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's that visceral part of you, that gut in your gut part of you, that says, all right, I know he was cleared, but my God, are you kidding me? Look at him. How could you put him back out there? And I think where the rubber meets the road on policies like that is that as a football coach, you try to lean on the medical staff as much as possible and on the protocol, because you don't want to be the guy that's ever the one in there, able to ignore it or anything. But I think what you have to understand is that with concussions, it's not an exact science right now. And I think there are times where you just got to flat out say, look, when my gut tells me to be more conservative on this, and that, wait a second, all right, I know he was cleared after he got pulled in the Denver game, but he sure did look a little bit woozy. Then he goes back out there and ends up getting a concussion the next week. We know that if you get 2 concussions in successive weeks, it can be way worse than just one standalone concussion, or 2 that are separated by time. We're going to be as careful as possible in this. And again, you can think about it just as practically as possible, because that's your best chance of not missing the entire rest of the season. Okay, there's the human side of it. Is we also don't want CJ's brain to turn into oatmeal,
right?
But we also if you try to push the envelope, even if he's cleared in the concussion protocol, but then he gets another one next week, then that's it for him for the rest of the year.
He's done.
So it's just you have to be. I don't care if he clears the concussion protocol today. I don't want him out there until at least a week later. Like, you've got to, kind of like with soft tissue injuries, you've just got to understand that, man, you never know for sure exactly if somebody's recovered. So just go ahead and wait an extra week until, like, you think they're recovered before you put them back.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. This game is not do or die. It's super important, but they lose this game, the season's not over. I'd rather be sure that you get CJ, as sure as you can be in football, that you get CJ for the last 3 games of the year, then throw him out there in a game that I think is honestly, and I know we'll get into this now, the Titans beat the Dolphins as a 14-point underdog. They came back down 14 late in the fourth quarter, and they win 28-27 over the Dolphins. Huge win for the Titans to keep their season on a shoestring alive right now. This is still a winnable game for the Texans in Tennessee. The Texans have won in Tennessee the last 2 years against much better versions of Titan football teams, with much jankier versions, with or without a quarterback, of Texan teams the last couple of years. It's a winnable game even without C.J. Stroud. I mean, it's going to be ugly and mucky, and that's how you're going to have to win it. But Tennessee wins last night. Will Levis, a huge game. He had over 300 yards passing. And the Dolphins, I think, kind of, I don't know, man. The Dolphins might be the least intimidating division leader of the 4 division leaders right now in the AFC.
One big thing about this game was that Tyreek Hill goes out and their offense just goes to sleep. Tyreek Hill figures out a way to come back late in the game, and all of a sudden they're revived. He may have won the MVP last night. I don't know. I think the tide is turning in terms of the guy who could actually put Tua Tagovailoa into the MVP discussion is the guy who deserves to be in the MVP discussion.
He's been mine for the last month. I've been trumpeting him for a while now.
The part about this game that should make you nervous for this week is that I think you very much saw and were reminded that, DeAndre Hopkins is a quarterback skeleton key. Like, remember, until Brock Osweiler came along, there wasn't a quarterback that DeAndre Hopkins couldn't make look better than he actually was. He flat out got the absolute by being able to catch everything, and he did it a couple times last night to the point where Will Levis is looking like Pat Mahomes out there.
Yep.
So, that's DeAndre Hopkins, a motivated DeAndre Hopkins going versus the Texans with Will Levis showing that he's capable of doing some things like he did last night. That's something to take heed and take notice of for this week.
Titans up to a 2.5-point favorite in this game against the Texans. So the Texans, I actually like the Texans being an underdog on the road better than them being when they're a favorite on the road. It's been horrible this year. Carolina and the Jets. Quickly, let's get to the Rockets. Seth, a game that I declared a must-win for the Rockets last night. You cannot let the Spurs snap their 16-game losing streak on your home floor at the Toyota Center. You cannot do that, and the Rockets did not let that happen last night. The Rockets brought their C-minus game last night. They didn't play well at all, but that is a bad Spurs. Wemby or no Wemby, that is a bad Spurs team. 93-82, the final score.
And as you pointed out, Robert Land pointed out on Twitter that the Rockets are 7-4 versus seeded Western Conference teams ahead of them in the stand. They're 3-1 versus the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They're 2-0 versus the Kings. They're 1-2 versus the Lakers, who are the 4 seed. Oh, and they're 1-0 versus Oklahoma City, who's the 2 seed.
Yeah.
They've got a winning record versus some very good teams in the NBA this year.
They're the Texans of the NBA. That's the parallel, right? I mean, the Texans lose to these horrible teams, and they're able to rise up and beat pretty good football teams.
They're the opposite of the Dolphins of the NFL.
Correct.
The Dolphins just
bunch of lamb killers.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So good job, Rocket. Thank you for extending the Spurs losing streak to 17. I can't watch Greg Popovich lose enough. Stop booing. It's not us.
Did he scold anybody last night?
No, it didn't. He looked actually pretty happy.
Okay.
He was smiling and hugging Ime Udoka. We know Udoka is a branch off the Popovich tree. They were hugging on each other, so no. He looked perfectly content to be losing for the 17th time in a row. He looked very happy.
I wish Udoka would have held him to his chest and smothered him like in the movie Gladiator.
Yes, grab him at the lapels and just pull him up and listen, old man.
Honestly, Marcus Aurelius deserved what he had coming to him in that movie there at that point. He had just told his son, your failings are a son or my failings as a father. Like, what the hell is that? Like, is that supposed to console him somehow? Way to make yourself a main character, Dad. What the hell? Go die. Yeah.
I love that I get these references now.
He's like, yeah. Here's my book, Meditations. You should read it, son.
That's great.
Yeah. I was off writing books. Well, yeah.
All right, if C.J. Stroud can't go, do we have an old-fashioned quarterback controversy on our hands here in Houston? And what is DeMeco Ryans seeing when he watches the Texans try to run the football?
Yeah. We're gonna have to figure. I think DeMeco. I need to know why DeMeco is speaking this way.
We'll get to it.
I don't get it. Okay.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it next. Stay there.
Anyway.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll see, with our quarterback position, Case and Davis. We'll see, where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryan. Sorry, I stepped on DeMeco at the beginning there, and I blame Will Levis. They're showing highlights in our studio of the Dolphins-Titans game last night. Titans win 28-27, and after Derrick Henry scored the go-ahead touchdown, Levis on the sidelines just getting all pumped up about the whole thing. How many straight punchable face quarterbacks are we going to play here? I mean, we had Russell Wilson 2 weeks ago. We had Zach
punchable.
Wilson last week.
Oh, yeah, eminently punchable.
And now we got Mayonnaise King over here, Will Levis, getting all fired up. And, my God.
Whatever happened with him and his girlfriend? Is she still around?
Probably. Well, as soon as he got the starting job, she probably came back to him.
Oh, maybe it's, I lost your number.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to get a hold of you.
Yeah. But now I see that you're starting. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Boy, I don't know what happened there. We got separated at Madison Square Garden when I went out to hang out with those more successful draftees. But I'm glad we found each other again.
Yep. So that was DeMeco Ryans talking about the quarterback situation this weekend. All indications are C.J. Stroud is not going to play this weekend. So it's going to be either Case Keenum or Davis Mills. Davis has been the backup every game this year. Case Keenum has been the emergency quarterback every game this year. Yeah. And yet I love this approach. Like I like that, when you're talking about backup quarterbacks, there's never sacred cows. And Case Keenum, the Texans have a rare situation here with a quarterback room that, unlike some teams where you lose your starting quarterback and you just you fall off a cliff, Davis has some experience. I'm not saying he's great or anything like that, but he's got some experience. He's won a few games. And Case Keenum obviously has a wealth of experience. He's been a starting quarterback at times in this league, and he's the one more Texan fans are comfortable with going into this environment on Sunday. Seth, Case.
I think that's the key there is just the comfort level of it for people. I for one, I've seen quarterbacks in this system thrive far above and beyond what people thought their ceiling could be. I think Matt Schaub is one of them. Now you could make that argument that hey, there's a good argument for putting Case Keenum in there, right? Yep. Hey, he's aging. He's 35 years old. He hasn't really done much in the last few years, but you're going to get a pretty good version of Case Keenum out of him here. I think that I'm more intrigued by what Davis Mills' upside might be in this system, and also alongside of that, I think it's easier to give, if you want to cover all your bases, Case Keenum is going to be mentally prepared for this game, whether he gets all the reps or not. I think with Davis Mills, he needs all the reps during the week in practice to actually be prepared for this game. But if you've got Case Keenum as your backup and you decide to make that change midway through, or maybe after this week going into next week, it's not going to be as big a deal as vice versa. So if it's kind of a toss-up, I kind of like the unknown upside of Davis Mills. Let's find out what you really have in him with his youth. And with some examples from 2 years ago in his rookie year, we actually did show some genuine promise. And then if it really falls apart, then you can go to Case Keenum at any point.
Bingo. That's it. It's Davis Mills is not going to get a starter's leash in this thing. If he goes out and he doesn't get some first few series, then there's nothing saying you can't go to Case Keenum. Davis Mills at this point he's your backup quarterback, and big picture, he is a fungible asset for you this offseason that you might be able to move to a team that's looking for some quarterback depth or loses their starting quarterback in the preseason or something like that. I'm not worried about shattering Davis Mills' confidence by taking him out after 3 series or something like that. You know what I mean?
I also think too, I wouldn't mind seeing something that I've kind of wished they'd done with C.J. Stroud all season a little bit, at least, is run some zone read, run some actual designed quarterback runs, do something to get this run game going, because it's just that you cannot rely one single little bit on this run game right now. And Davis Mills is plenty athletic enough to run a little bit of zone read, and you don't have to worry as much about injury with him as you might with your starting quarterback.
Yeah, it's a great point. And like even bigger picture with that, Seth, like that would be a wrinkle they haven't shown yet this year. That's something that the Titans haven't seen on film. I think this is a massive opportunity this Sunday for Bobby Slowick. No Nico Collins in all likelihood. We know there will be no Tank Dell. We'll see what Dalton Schultz, what that situation is. Be nice to get him back if the hamstring's feeling okay. He did practice last week for one day, and then he was back on the DNP. So we'll see with Dalton Schultz. But my point is, you're going in, obviously, way undermanned offensively. Backup quarterback, whoever that may be. Dearth of weapons at the wide receiver position, possibly tight end as well. You haven't run the football all season long for the most part. Massive opportunity for Bobby Slowick to show that he's more than just a C.J. Stroud whisperer. You know, like, can he put together – I'm not saying he needs to put together a plan where they go out and score 30. The defense is going to need to do their job in this game way better than they did it against Zach Wilson in the second half of that Jets game. The defense is going to need to show up for this game on Sunday. But if Bobby Slowick can put together a game plan where they go out and get 20 points in this game and the defense does their job, they should hold the Titans to 14 points or less.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is a big opportunity for Slowick this weekend.
The other side of it, too, is I'm not that you should make your decision for this week or this season based on this, but the nice little extra benefit of it would be if Davis Mills has a nice game or two, you've got sudden draft compensation for next year. I think somebody out there will draft. You could put together a couple of nice games, and somebody will want to take a flyer on Davis Mills. So there's that part of it. But I don't think that should be part of the decision making while you're in a playoff hunt. If it was the end, if the Texans were out of the playoffs at this point, it would be a no-brainer. Davis Mills is the guy going in.
Yep.
But right now, it's got to be more about potential performance.
Yep. The running game.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans is going to get asked about the running game every week for the rest of the season, whether it's good or bad, because it's been such a huge story, mostly bad, all season long. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday when he was asked about the Texans' running game, which to remind you, it was horrible again on Sunday against the Jets.
Yeah, with the run game, I thought Motor had some really nice runs. Thought the O-line, they did a good job of blocking it. We ran it better. And you mix it up, right? People say you get away from the run. There are opportunities there in the passing game that we had. We just didn't make those plays. So we had opportunities in the pass game that we didn't connect on, but I thought Motor ran the ball well. I thought the O-line blocked it well.
Okay. I disagree. I don't. Now, for one, he conspicuously left out Dameon Pierce there. So, okay. By excluding Dameon Pierce, I'd say, okay, at least I think he's conceding that Dameon Pierce didn't have an awesome day. But, Sean, I went through – I don't know how you can say that they ran the ball well. I know I know Singletary averaged over 4 yards per carry. Maybe it was 5 yards per carry. I don't know. I went through and looked at all the offensive drives that happened while the game was still competitive before it was completely gone. There were 9 offensive drives in that situation. Mm-hmm. I would say in those drives, the running game was a positive in 2 of those 9 drives.
Okay.
Like there was the passing game that let them down. There was a 3rd and 3 they didn't convert. I think another 3rd and reasonable they didn't convert. In the passing game the run game was acceptable. I graded them out as 2, 6, and 1 with the run game on those drives. The one drive was at the beginning of the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half, where they had a couple nice runs at the beginning when they were in their own territory, and they're just playing relative prevent. Like, okay. The other nice runs, there was one on 1st and 20. They run the ball well.
Yeah.
At all. It's nothing that they can rely on. They are a bad rushing football team. I was a little bit confused that DeMeco would say that they blocked well and they ran the ball well. I 100% disagree. I just don't think that there's any evidence for that. There's a nice run here or there, but again, they either come when they're in very advantageous circumstances generally. The quote-unquote plus runs tend to, like where I had to give them a positive, it was like a 4-yard run, a 5-yard run. They're not running the ball well. It flat out isn't so. I don't And I'm always wondering if they're at the point where it's so bad that it's kind of like in a war film when a guy tells his buddy that he's going to be just fine, even though his intestines are even though I'm holding your intestines in my hands, but no, buddy, you're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
You're not dying. You're just fine.
Dude, it's fun. Like you saying that reminds me, the in-season Hard Knocks is the Dolphins right now. And not to get off on a tangent, but Jalen Phillips, when he went down with the Achilles tear on that Black Friday game against the Jets on the very turf where it felt like 15 Texans left the game with an injury this weekend, that's what one of his teammates was doing. Bradley Chubb or somebody, like Jalen Phillips is like, my Achilles popped, and you can hear the emotion in his voice the more he realizes his Achilles popped.
Yeah.
And one of his teammates is like, you're okay? You're going to be okay? You're okay? And I'm like, oh, my God. Yeah, I'm like, this feels like it feels like Saving Private Ryan or something. Like, you're okay.
Now, the one thing I could say is that maybe if you look at it in this context, the Texans run the third most 21 personnel. So like using two running backs, usually a fullback and a tailback.
Yeah.
The third on first downs, they run it the third most in the NFL.
Yippee.
The other two teams ahead of them are the 49ers and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So which one of these doesn't belong?
Yeah.
Like the two of those teams do it really, really well and run the ball effectively. But the one thing I would say about the Texans is they do not. I know everybody always feels like their team runs the ball on 1st and 10 all the time. The Texans are 17th, right in the middle of the pack when it comes to passing on first down.
Yeah.
So they actually pass the ball right about average, the percentage of the time on first down. I think that DeVito probably thinks like, okay, they're running the ball well enough that they're creating play action opportunities on first down. We're lining up with a fullback. We're getting our butts kicked. They run into 8-man fronts quite a bit, and I think some people would think, oh, is it because they respect the run game? No. It's only because they're lining up with a fullback and a tight end. Like they're inviting extra people into the box just so they can set up the pass game. So I think when DeVito says they're running the ball well, I think the only way I can interpret that is him not just completely telling a mistruth, is that they're doing enough to create play action, and that's about as good as it's going to get. Because, man, they are not good at just genuinely running the ball well at all. Like, not one little bit.
That's got to be it, because this is the one area Nico's truly giving his, like, if he's being honest in his answers, it feels like, okay, this is like a real blind spot for you because everything that I'm looking at looks like the running game stinks. Maybe that's it, Seth. Maybe it's like, you know what, we're cool with 2nd and 7 because that's enough to keep the defense on its heels when we try to run that play action and the bootleg and things like that. Yeah. Maybe that's the right answer because DeVito's not a guy who sugarcoats anything. He gives very honest answers. He was asked after the game on Sunday and again yesterday, what positives can you take away from this game? Here was his answer yesterday.
The positive is it's over, and we move on, right? It wasn't a lot of positives to gain from that game. It wasn't good offensively. It wasn't good defensively. I think our punt unit did a really good job. They had a really good punt rush team, and I thought our punt team, Cam, did a good job of punting the ball, and D'Angelo Ross did a really good job of covering, right? Played with speed, played fast, played decisive. So one thing I would say is Cam and D'Angelo Ross, the way they played, really stood out to me.
That almost makes it a saltier answer that he cites the punter and one guy on coverage team. It's a less salty answer to say there's no positives than to say our punter and one guy who was on the practice squad like 3 weeks ago.
I honestly feel like when DeVito's saying that their running game is, I don't want to misphrase it, or when he says it's good or they did a good job. However, am I missing something? Is there any indication you could give me to tell me that the running game is okay this year? Just I am at a loss. They're not. Like it's just I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yes.
Because like you said, otherwise he's usually very forthright and honest and upfront about all that. I just think that the only way that I think in his mind he's thinking it is what it is, and what we're trying to do in the run game is at the very least we just want to at least show that we're committed to the run so that we open up the play action. And if we can do that, then that's good in our opinion this year so far.
Can you imagine that being your bar to clear? Like that's like it being at work, the bar to clear, keep your cubicle neat, Oh, okay, cool. You're an amazing employee. Like, that's it. That's all I got to do? Okay. Oh! Yeah. Stripper music at 7:17 in the morning. Why are we playing this? Because it's a rock and roll reunion at Minute Maid Park. Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band coming to H-Town in August. Tickets go on sale Friday. Or you can win a pair right now just by being caller number 6. 713-572-4610. Every day this week at this time, be listening to Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call, and you could be heading to see rock royalty reunite right here at Minute Maid Park in Houston this summer, August the 14th at Minute Maid Park. 713-572-4610. Lines are ringing. I'm looking right now. I see who caller number 6 is going to be. So let's go. We'll do it again Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at this time, so be listening. Ross Tucker had an excellent troll job of the internet yesterday. Very good job by Ross Tucker. We'll talk to him about that, the C.J. Stroud concussion, and the effect on the NFL slate with our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, and that is next.
Even after a tough 30-6 loss, Coach D'Amico isn't talking about burning the tape.
We'll still go back, watch it intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So we get in the room, we tell the truth, what happened. Analyze the film as we do every Monday to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity, and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster, on campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career, accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Hi. This weekly football recap is brought to you by MD Anderson Cancer Center.
This past weekend, Baltimore claimed the top spot in their conference, fine win against Los Angeles for a final of 37-31. We saw a few other close games with New England beating Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay defeating Atlanta, and Buffalo taking down Kansas City.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is doing whatever it takes in the pursuit of making cancer history. Learn more at findyourmdanderson.com.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Holidays are fast approaching, aka lots of family time. With ultra-reliable, ultra-fast Tachys Fiber Internet, you can host everyone without hassle. Have the game streaming in one room, the kids creating a wannabe viral video in another, and your in-laws baffled by your fully connected smart home. Visit Tachys, that's TACHUS.com/radio for 100% frustration-free internet. Use code HOLIDAY2023 to get free installation and a month of service. Hurry, offer valid until December 31st.
Vicks VapoStick delivers soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Vicks VapoStick, comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Attention college hoops fans! The Halal Guy Showcase hits the Toyota Center on December 16th. Catch Texas, LSU, and the University of Houston in a thrilling doubleheader you won't want to miss. Visit ToyotaCenter.com to purchase tickets.
You know, Texans Turf is the company making yards across Houston look amazing. We literally met with 5 turf companies, and Texans Turf was the easy choice. Visit TexansTurf.com for more information, and to request a free estimate, go to TexansTurf.com.
Make Philo your ho-ho home for the holidays. Give yourself the gift of 70-plus channels, tons of festive shows and movies, and unlimited DVR for $25 a month.
Now that's a holly jolly good deal. Philo's got all the channels you love and everything you need to make the season merry and bright. Food Network is cooking up tasty competitions, AMC is delivering Christmas classics, and Hallmark is bringing you all new holiday originals.
So cozy up to Philo today. Visit philo.tv to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Get in the holiday spirit with Academy Sports and Outdoors. Academy features beloved brands such as Nike, Yeti, and much, much more, ensuring that you'll find something special for everybody on your Christmas list this season. Explore unbeatable prices on the most sought-after gifts and take advantage of Academy's convenient shopping options, including a hassle-free price match guarantee and free 2-hour in-store pickup for online orders. Don't forget, Academy also offers gift cards and e-gift cards. Visit your local Academy store today or browse online at academy.com.
Here's an unexpected holiday surprise for all the last-minute shoppers. Now through December 17th, all of Diamond's Direct Diamond Classics are 25% off. That's all diamond earrings, all diamond bracelets, all diamond pendants, an incredible 25% off. Special financing, too. Get the perfect gift at the best value price, 25% savings on all diamond earrings, bracelets, and pendants. Now through the 17th only, and only at Diamonds Direct. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 days of deals. Right now, get these can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off, plus save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And with Lowe's Pay, you can buy now and pay later to get instant payment options for online purchases. Shop these savings, because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/13. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Congrats to Derek in Blessing, Texas. I didn't even know there was a town called Blessing. I feel like CJ's going to move there because every answer, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. Blessing, Texas. It's in Matagorda County down near Victoria, Texas. He's the winner of the Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller Band concert tickets next August.
Population 482.
Okay. Well, he's... He can practically bring 1% of the population with him to this concert if he wants to.
The first settlers accepted the name Blessing after their first choice of Thank God was deemed unsuitable by postal officials.
Wow. Okay. This is the most Texas thing ever.
Postal officials, this is me now. Postal officials, when pressed for a reason why, they were asked whether is this because of the separation of church and state, and they said no. We're afraid people would be using it sarcastically too often.
Yes.
Thank God.
That's right. That's right. On the line right now, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by Health Market. Shop for health insurance your way. Good morning, Ross.
Morning, dudes. How are you?
We're great. We're great. How are you?
By the way, I want to win those tickets because then I could hear in person the greatest song of all time.
Okay, which is...
Don't Stop Believing?
Yeah, that was my guess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
At least you guys know.
Yep.
Thank goodness for the greatest song of all time.
I think everybody listening can picture Ross Tucker drunk off his ass, belting out every Journey song, like sweating profusely, just like with your beer up in the air, the whole concert long.
That's me. Yes. By the way, the scene you just described
Yes.
is me at every wedding ever when Don't Stop Believing. Like, people, like my friends know, like my high school friends, they know to, like, give me space. Because it's about to get aggressive.
Right. Picturing you got like your shirt is like stuck to you. You can actually see like your nipples through the shirt because you're so sweaty.
You got your tie and a headband around your head. Yeah.
Dude, you guys have evidently been at weddings that I've been at.
100%. Hey Ross, excellent troll job on Twitter yesterday. About the Kadarius Toney lining up off sides. And I know Seth has a question about how you came about the
Well, yeah,
why
don't you describe it, Sean, so that the listeners
Yeah, so we know Kadarius Toney lined up in the neutral zone and the Kansas City, God, who were they playing? Kansas City and Buffalo. The Bills, and it negated what would have been the game-winning touchdown. Ross put a Photoshop up of Kadarius Toney lined up literally like 15 yards downfield in the Buffalo defense and was like, I don't know, Ross, you were like, hey, I don't see the big problem here.
Yeah, they should have given him a warning.
Right.
And like immediately, the fun thing about tweets like that is that you get just bombarded with people calling you a moron for such a stupid take. All of this. And did you do the Photoshop yourself, or did you have your intern do it?
No, I had my full-time producer, Jack, from the Ross Tucker podcast. He did it. And I don't know how he did it, but he's like a ninja with that stuff. I wouldn't know the first thing or have the first idea how to do it. I will say this, though, and not to get too deep on you guys, but like I do it for amusement, and I think it's hilarious. And I knew that 75% of people would get it and think it's hilarious, and that whatever it is, 25% of people would be like, "How can you say that? That's not even the right play." Like, I think it. This is like the world we live in now. Like, imagine taking the time, like, let alone if someone actually wrote an article. You know, like I wrote an article about for the 33rd team. Like, they asked me to write an article stating the case for why all 4 NFC contenders could win the NFC championship. So I started with the Niners and then the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Lions, right? When I posted, I wrote why the Detroit Lions will win the NFC, right? Because I made the case for each. Well, of course, nobody actually reads the article. They just reply, yeah, right, no way, dude, no way. That's why Twitter in there. Do you want to read the article first? When you try to reply or quote post without actually reading it. But that's like if someone said to me, like, describe society now in 10 seconds, I'd be like, we get angry about things without actually reading them or trying to understand them at all. Like that's like. And we not only do we get angry, we fire off an angry retort or rebuttal, which is even worse.
Right.
Ross, you can't even, honestly, like, you cannot tell a 3-sentence joke on Twitter without a huge portion. I would say maybe the majority just reading the first sentence. Because like any kind of a joke, there's a setup where maybe you're saying something you don't actually believe or whatever, and then there's a payoff at the end. And like you can't get to the punchline because people read the first sentence and they immediately they need to respond. They can't be bothered to read 2 more sentences. So I don't know. I think maybe humans have always been like that. It's just now we're able to show it. You know, you used to be able to read like 2 or 3 letters to the editor in response to an article the next day that had all been filtered out and everything. Where now you like somebody writes an article or puts up a post and you immediately see 20 responses. So I think it's more that we see people as they actually are. I don't get too worked up over it.
Yeah, but I would say it's probably, not to get too deep on you guys here, but it's probably one reason why our nation is so polarized politically, right? And so divided because people only access information that reinforces their beliefs. And if they see anything that goes against their beliefs without trying to understand it or think about it. They just immediately shoot it down. Like they take personal, it's like they feel like it's a personal attack. Like it's funny to me how many Bills fans are like calling me a stupid moron. And it's like, dude, I'm on your side here. It's a joke. Like, look at it. Yeah. Look at it again. Most people get it, but then like now I don't even know if I want to do it anymore, because what if like some of my bosses are the people that don't get the joke? You know,
it sounds like that's a pretty sounds like it's a pretty easy company to move up in, because you got a bunch of dumb people working up above you.
Ross, listen, I've got a bunker and a cache of weapons. Don't worry about any of this stuff. You're covered. I'll let you in for
Ross, let's make sure we get at least a few minutes of football in with you, shall we? Yeah. So the Texans are probably going to have no C.J. Stroud this weekend. The Titans just had a huge win last night, biggest upset of the season. If we're via the spread, they were a 2-touchdown underdog. What's the formula here for the Houston Texans with no C.J. Stroud, no Nico Collins, no Tank Dell, no running game, and playing against a Titans team that's probably feeling themselves a little bit right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. That was a really disappointing loss for the Texans on Sunday. We talked about it being a possibility. I guess, obviously the biggest news is the Nico Collins and CJ stuff, but then I was also pretty disappointed in how they played defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, last week we were talking about how well they had played defensively against the Broncos and how that was the reason why they were able to win that game. And then the very next week, they let Zach Wilson have the best game of his career against them. They let Zach Wilson kind of light them up, especially in the second half. In like the rain, I was disappointed in the Texans defensively. They're going to have to play much, much better on that side of the ball to beat the Titans. But similar, I think, to how the Texans were kind of poised for potentially a letdown after that Broncos win. I kind of feel like that's where the Titans will be, right? They just won a Monday night game, short week, everybody telling them how great they are. They're going against the Texans team that doesn't have C.J. Stroud probably. I guess I saw where Sports Injury Central said that there's like a 25% chance he would get cleared. I don't know. I don't know how they know that.
DeMeco Ryan's press conference yesterday made it sound like there's a 0% chance he's getting cleared. That's if we're reading the tea leaves. DeMeco seemed to be setting the stage that it's going to be somebody other than CJ playing this Sunday. Is how I heard
or
it.
That's just gamesmanship.
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Injury report
tomorrow.
That's
interesting, because you would think if he definitely wasn't going to play, you would think gamesmanship, DeMeco would be more like, I don't know, we'll see. He's in the protocol, we're hoping he feels good. Like, we're hoping he gets cleared
I guess just to be clear, Ross, he didn't say definitively CJ wasn't playing, but if you listen to if you compare the answer that DeMeco had about CJ's concussion to other injury answers that he's had over the course of the season, it sounded very different. And he was talking about, if it needs to be Case Keenum or Davis Mills, they'll compete with each other this week, and we'll see who the best man is if either of them have to play. It seems like the stage is being set for that. That's my opinion on it.
By the way, isn't that weird? Like, if that's really what he said, isn't that weird about they're going to play both Keenum, they're going to have Keenum and Mills compete this week? Like, shouldn't you know who the number 2 is already so that they can get all the reps in practice this week and be ready to go?
It is strange. Yeah.
It's I'm of the opinion that it's even if it's a 12-hour advantage, then so be it. Like, you roll out the starters on Wednesday, it gets leaked to somebody by Thursday morning, or Vrabel finds out Wednesday evening. Maybe that 12-hour advantage is enough. I feel like that's a harmless little bit of gamesmanship that doesn't really hurt anybody. You just do it. And mostly I'm saying that because I like DeMeco so much.
No, but also, I mean, it does matter, because right now, the Tennessee Titans, they went right to work preparing for the Texans.
Right.
And so, they probably feel a little bit differently about Stroud than they would about Mills and they would about Keenum. Maybe DeMeco's like, all right, well, I'll make them prepare for Keenum. And I guess the question is, like, are those guys different enough? Keenum's obviously more of a vet. He's probably seen more. He's also a little bit more mobile, I think, than Davis Mills is.
Yep.
So, those are certain things you have to take into account. Whereas if they know it's Mills, they'll go back to what they had success with against him, the last couple of years.
Yeah, the mobility is an interesting one because if I think of Case Keenum and perhaps his ability to move around within the pocket or even outside the pocket, there's a certain savvy that goes along with that. I think when it comes to just pure explosive athletic ability and maybe getting your quarterback involved in the rushing attack, because they got to do something to get this run game going. I think that's where I would go with Mills. I'd much rather see Mills carry the ball on 4 or 5 designed runs than 35-year-old Case Keenum.
You know what I think is weird too? There's a lot of strange guys starting NFL games these days.
Yes.
There's an A.J. McCarron got in the game for the Bengals, and we got DeVito and all these guys. It's interesting that the Texans have 2 guys that I don't know. Off the top of my head, I would feel like they're probably both top 15 backups.
Yeah.
In Keenum and Davis Mills. It's almost like you guys have an embarrassment of backup quarterback riches. And what we've seen this year is you better even have a third guy that you like, because we've seen a bunch of teams have to get down to the third guy.
Yeah, it's wild. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, joining us. Hey, Ross, quickly before we let you go, how did your front page story employees last week?
Oh man, Seth texted me and was like, make sure if you don't threaten them with Chat GPT, you've lost your edge.
So
it went great. No, you can't threaten them with that because they need the direct quotes from from this person buying the story. I mean that the whole key of it is you talk to one of our writers and you give him the quotes about how great your significant other is or your mom or whatever, and then they write the story, they get the pictures from you. And the two cool things, I don't know if I told you guys this, but being able to as your wife's opening it and be like, hey babe, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. It just sounds so good. And then make sure, if any of you guys do it, myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com. If any of you get this for your significant other for the holidays, make sure you say, I just never thank her enough for all the little things she does for me and the kids. I've seen 5 videos now where they cry when they get to that line. Oh my gosh, he notices. It's so good. myfrontpagestory.com. Seth, you definitely don't have anything that cool for your wife yet. myfrontpagestory.com.
That sounds a lot better too than saying I want to do something special, so I had a photographer follow you around for several days.
And 5 other women.
No, I don't. That's it is.
It is absolutely. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, of course. Insider calls presented by Health Market. Shop for health insurance your way. Where are you this weekend, Ross?
Saturday. Vikings Bengals in Cincinnati for Westwood 1 at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Speaking of quarterback, who's quarterbacking the Vikings this week?
We don't know.
Yeah.
Could be Nick Mullins. Could be Josh Dobbs.
Yeah.
Speaks to what I was just telling you about you better have us. I mean, think about that. Okay, so I'm going to go through this real quick. Vikings, Bengals, both teams very much in the playoff race.
Yeah.
And it's either Mullins or Dobbs against Jake Browning.
Yep.
Then Steelers Colts right after it, you've got Trubisky, but if he plays bad, Mason Rudolph against Gardner Minshew.
Dude.
At least the Broncos and Lions that night still have their starters.
For
Pretty
now.
wild.
For now. I mean, it's a war of attrition out there this year at the quarterback position. Ross Tucker, the great Ross Tucker, joining us. He's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
I see you. Ross Tucker joining us here on the show. Yeah. I'm glad he didn't threaten them with Chat GPT. Seth, I get an email once a day now from an AI recruiting firm, a recruiting firm that uses AI to post jobs that they think that you'd be perfect for, I would be perfect for.
Yeah.
I get an email from them every day right now. Can I just, in the next segment, read to you a few of the jobs that they think I would be perfect for?
Yes,
based on
I will be like the human supervisor that tells ChatGPT whether they're correct or not.
Okay. Yeah, let me just put a super rate about AI taking over the world quite yet based on the results. So we'll do that next. I'll tell you one thing right now that you can't ChatGPT your way through is losing weight.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will get to all of the stories, the 8 at 8 to get you going. Texans, 2 Monday Night Football games last night. Rockets win last night. We'll get to all that. We just got done talking with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, and we jokingly, he has a side hustle that he does, my front page story, cool stuff if you're looking for a gift. But he's got a staff that works for him of freelance writers, and he had a meeting with them over Zoom last week that he had to move because we moved him and his hit with us on Tuesday because Nick Caserio was on with us. And Seth basically gave Ross some managerial advice saying, hey, man, if these freelance writers are getting out of line, just tell them I'll replace you with Chat GPT.
Right.
Like that. Yeah. I'm snapping into the microphone like that. Which got me thinking about an email. I don't know how I got.
I was just joking, by the way,
Sure,
for any
yeah.
freelance writers out there listening.
That's right.
Yeah.
We don't want you. I'm one of them.
I honestly, I feel like I can sniff most AI articles pretty quickly, and they suck.
So there's an AI. There's a recruiting company. I'm not going to put their name out there, but there's a job recruiter that is now using artificial intelligence to identify job candidates and then email them like, hey, if you're looking around, here's several jobs that really seem to fit your skill set. And I somehow am now on this particular mailing list. I don't know how this happened, but they went to maybe my LinkedIn profile and cobbled together what they thought would be a good profile of me. They even asked me, hey, if you want to change anything on here, let us know. Okay, so here's the profile, Seth. I'm going to read my profile, and you tell me if you think this fits.
I'm going to see if this is garbage in, garbage out.
Right.
And in terms of maybe you're garbage is what we're going to find out.
Sean Pendergast is a career-driven professional with a strong background in sales and media. Appearance as an area sales director and regional account manager at United Asset Coverage. Sean has demonstrated his ability to drive revenue and build strong client relationships.
That's true so far.
So far, so good. He also has experience as a radio talk show host at Gow Media and Odyssey Incorporated.
That's accurate.
Showcase.
They didn't even say Entercom or anything.
No, they're up to speed. Showcasing his communication and broadcasting skills.
That's important when you're in the communication and broadcasting. That's like saying he's been a bricklayer, showcasing his bricklaying skills.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Sean's career goals include pursuing opportunities in sales leadership roles within the media or entertainment industries.
First I've heard of this. Okay. Well, all right. Thanks a lot, co-host.
Don't worry. They're just putting words in my mouth.
All right.
He is open to relocation and has a preference for locations such as Denver, Houston, and Naperville, Illinois. The 3 places I've lived as an adult.
Denver, Houston, and Naperville.
Naperville, yes. Yeah, 3
What are your
meccas.
goals? Ultimately, I'd like to end up in either Honolulu or Naperville.
Right.
It's one of those two.
Right. New York, Chicago, or Topeka. One of those 3. Final sentence of my profile. Then we'll get to the jobs they think would be just perfect for me. Sean's professional skills include sales management, client relationship building, communication, and broadcasting. So that's the profile they came up with for me. Here are the jobs that they came up with for me, and they do a lead-in on all of these jobs by saying the precise skills they think are the reason why I would be good for them.
Right.
Your background in sales and media will contribute to the success of our employee stock purchasing program as host at Cracker Barrel Old Country Store in New Stanton, Pennsylvania. Do you think
you're not qualified?
Do you think I would make a good host at Cracker Barrel? I think I'd be pretty good. You got the little IFB handing out the little vibrating things you put on the table. I'm friendly.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Okay, so being a host at a Cracker Barrel.
Right. You want to hear the next one?
Do they even have a Cracker Barrel in Naperville? Okay.
Well, for whatever reason, they're sending me a job. They said how much I want to go to Houston, Denver, and Naperville. They're sending me to New Stanton, Pennsylvania for this Cracker Barrel gig. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Your strong communication and broadcasting skills will enhance the guest experience as a host at Texas Roadhouse.
Wow, you're just I didn't and I missed the hospitality part of your your resume?
You
there?
and me both.
Okay.
Yeah. You and well, it's not so much the hospitality, Seth. It's all of my interpersonal skills. For example.
Well, first of all, by the way, Texas Roadhouse, no way. Like, you would be the worst employee ever because those damn mason jar drinks.
Yeah.
Good luck not drinking 7 of them at a spell.
I know. You know
and
me
they're
too
strong.
well. You know me too well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think I'd be a good host early at Texas Roadhouse. All right, next one. Your attention to detail and communication skills will set the tone for guest experiences as host, Olive Garden Italian Restaurant, Monroeville, Pennsylvania.
Dude, you've been... AI knows. I do think you would be a good host at a restaurant.
Do you?
I don't think it's what you want or need at this point in your life.
Well, you never know, man.
Maybe by the time, maybe when if you want to semi-retire, but still stay active. I do think you'd be a good host.
Yeah.
It's about, like, I would much rather have you than, like, the restaurants that put, like, the hot 19-year-old with no social skills or, like, intelligence. Like, God help me if I have to walk up to another restaurant and see, like, a part-time model who can barely speak any language at all. Like, please, God, no. Give me Sean Pendergast. I'll look at Sean's butt while I'm walking to my table, please.
Damn right you will.
Because I know he'll get me to a table.
I've worked on that butt for 4 years now. Damn right you will. All right, I've got 2 more. I have several more. There are several more openings for host spots at various chain restaurants around the country that they want me for.
Which is the best? Which is the most enticing out of all of them?
I would say probably. I think the first one. I think I'd be a good host. I like Cracker Barrel because it's got that little shop attached to it, also, where you can buy some kitschy little things.
Well, you could push merchandise.
Yeah.
And you'd probably get bonus. For, like, helping direct people to the store.
Yes. I probably would. That and the comp plan would be good, and I would probably get
a Hard Rock Cafe.
Or probably I would get an employee discount, so I could buy all the Atlases and little things that
crackers.
I'm sorry, New Stanton, Pennsylvania, kitschy little things that I wanted in the store. Here's 2 more. Your commitment to providing exceptional service will make our guests feel good as a member services representative at Planet Fitness.
Oh, God knows. Oh, okay, yeah. So a member services.
Why don't you think I'd be good at Planet Fitness, Seth? What?
No, I actually think you would be pretty good at Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
I think they try to get away. Like, they try to be like the non-intimidating place to go get a workout. People like the very people that Planet Fitness is trying to keep you away from love to make fun of Planet Fitness.
Right.
Like the ego-obsessed, superficial blowhards who, like, need to scream while they're working out at the gym to prove to everybody how hard they're working. Those are the people who hate Planet Fitness. And I feel like you're the antidote to that, yes.
Your analytical skills and project management experience. Okay, let me stop right there. Why are they assuming I've managed a single project in my whole life? I outsource everything. I can't even.
Well,
I can't even clean the bathroom of our apartment.
That's the best type of project manager.
That's
somebody
true.
that knows how to get the right people on the job.
Delegate. You're right.
Yeah.
Actually, so here's where this is going. Your analytical skills and project management experience are a great fit for warehouse associate, Maersk Company Limited. Do you think I'd be a good warehouse associate?
Yeah, depending on what they want you to do. I mean, if you're managing, I think you might be all right with it.
Lifting thing. That would be horrible if I actually had
You're
to do
good at, I bet with warehousing, I bet you have to work odd hours a lot of the times. So you'd be good at that.
Yeah.
Like you're affable and competent at odd hours of the night. Dude. You can work with no sleep pretty well.
One of them on here is behavioral analyst, New Story Schools, Irwin, Pennsylvania.
Oh, God.
I'd be terrible. That feels like a therapist or something like that, right? Like it's somebody that the kids go see for behavioral issues. Dude, my kids will tell you I'm not good at that. I'm the ultimate just rub some dirt on it guy.
Now, does that pique your interest at all, though, at some of those potential job different? Like I feel like you might be intrigued by working at a gym. It's good to be around fitness all the time. Be a positive influence in people's life.
And as much as people like to clown me about it, I do work out every day. We've got a gym in our building. I do work out.
No. And there's a lot to be said. Like, honestly, one of the things that keeps people away from going to gyms is the intimidation factor.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd be really good at, like, there really is. I'm not trying to say this like in a backhanded way or anything.
Yeah.
Like, you're like a normal looking guy.
Right.
Like, but you've seen the importance of fitness in your life. you're the kind of person that people need to hear from.
Yes.
I think you'd be really good at that.
Thank you,
I think
Seth.
if someday you do retire from audio,
yeah.
I don't call it radio anymore.
That's right.
If you retire from being a streamer, then going like part-time into being a manager at a fitness club or something would be a good thing.
Planet Fitness by day, Applebee's at night.
Yes.
Hosting at Applebee.
The yin and the yang.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd
You go get yourself an apple cobbler every night off in the morning.
Work it off in the morning.
Yeah.
Sign up 25 new customers in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, Planet Fitness, and then do it all over again the next day.
Whatever those skillet desserts they have at Applebee's are that you could brand yourself with.
Yeah.
Those whatever that is.
The melty scoop of ice cream on top of it.
That's
good stuff. That's good stuff. All right. Well, I feel better about my future if this. Sorry, I was going to say radio. If this audio thing doesn't work out.
A lot of listeners pointing out that it probably is just confusing radio host with restaurant host. So that's that's probably where AI screwed it up. Don't worry. AI, they can't figure out the difference in between two hosts, but it's probably driving your car right now. It's all cool.
Right.
We're good. We're good.
I appreciate people pointing that out. I don't know, man. This might be a happy accident. I might have stumbled onto my next career. The more I envision myself standing there with the little ear thingy in my ear and the little thing attached to my belt, and coming up to the little lectern right there with a long line of people trying to manage the whole thing. And, hang on. Yes, sir, a table is ready right now. Follow me. Grabbing 4 menus. I don't know, man. That sounds like a pretty easy day to me.
I don't know. I think any job in the restaurant industry is never an easy day. I don't know. I feel like people that thrive in the restaurant industry I think you might be good at it. I think you're good at multitasking and handling lots of demands all at once without getting grumpy about it. I would be a frazzled mess. That is by far, it's one of the jobs that I know I absolutely I would be bad at is anything in the restaurant industry. I would be horrible at. There is not a job other than I think I would enjoy dishwashing. I think I would genuinely enjoy it.
Really?
I could kind of get into a groove and everything. So as long as I had a good boss, I think I would enjoy it. But anything other than that, I would be the worst ever. I would really, I would have a hard time with it.
Because it's a task, and you don't have to deal with people while you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've worked in retail, and I'm okay in retail.
Yeah.
I don't know what the difference is between that and a restaurant, other than just I think maybe the intensity of how everything's like the time element. Having to get multiple things done at once.
And it's gotten
retail,
worse.
I could kind of just work with one customer and be okay, form a relationship, all that stuff.
Yep.
It's the multitasking and the pressure and the loudness. You'd be good at it though.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Well, good. I'm you know what? I'm not crumpling up this email. I'm hanging on to this email. This will be my leverage at contract time in a couple of years. Hey, I've got a really good offer from Applebee's, just so you know.
I think a lot of people are pointing out, let's see, I could see Sean as a host at an upscale restaurant in Vegas wearing a tux and dudes slipping him $20 bills. So that's a maitre d'.
Okay.
So that's basically what you would aspire to be as a maitre d'.
Yeah,
I think you'd be really good at that.
Yeah, okay.
So maitre d' is just a hostess with a French name, right?
And nicer clothes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and a more expensive menu. Okay.
And you could probably run some numbers on the side. You know, it's just kind of,
in Vegas? Yeah. Okay, there's like a 30% chance I'm not here tomorrow. Just so you know. Parker, if you're listening. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8:02 today. Here, 8's Dago.
1.
For us, it's truly about us this week. If we get out of the Texans have to get out of the Texans' way, and that's the message to our guys, right? We have to clean up our operation, clean up the things that we're doing, right, to give ourselves a chance to compete. All right, yesterday I didn't think we had a chance to compete against the Jets because we're still fighting against ourselves. So once we get out of our own way, and we can go and compete, right, and have a truly fair match.
You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station, by the way. Seth.
Good job hosting.
Thank you. And you can be seated right over here. Accurate assessment of the game on Sunday for the Texans. Texans couldn't get out of the Texans' way.
It was now. It's a double-edged sword there because, I don't think – and DeVito has credited Zach Wilson and the Jets for making some good plays.
Sure.
I think there were two things in that game defensively. I'll focus on the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
There were mental errors. There were some really bad and dumb mental errors, a lot of them involving covering running backs, tight ends at times. But then there are also times where the Texans just physically got beat. And I don't know, like, I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, I'm listening to Miko talk about how the Texans playmakers need to make plays because that's what you depend on them to do. And, like, I'm like, all right, is Steven Nelson genuinely better than Garrett Wilson? Like, do you feel like Garrett Wilson going over Steven Nelson's back is something that's not going to happen often? I think Steven Nelson is better than a lot of people give him credit for, but I'm not so sure. Now, as far as Christian Harris getting beat, when Conklin catches makes a beautiful play with, frankly, a perfectly thrown by Zach Wilson, I don't know if we should expect more out of Christian Harris in coverage than what he did on that play. I think, honestly, it was more the mental errors that were the biggest disappointment. It was the blown coverages. It was some of the poor tackling, which continues to vex the Texans horrendously so, than it was the playmakers not making plays. The Jets are a bad football team.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if D'Amico is thinking that the problem is the playmakers didn't make enough plays against a bad football team, then they got more problems than I think they currently have. I think it was the stupid stuff more so than the physical plays.
We'll get to the playmakers quote because that was an interesting quote from D'Amico. We'll get to that in the next segment. Here's number 2. The quarterback situation. CJ Stroud is in concussion protocol. D'Amico had a very long answer yesterday about the importance of concussion protocol, really a big picture answer about the safety of players. It was an answer that to me seemed to indicate C.J. Stroud is not going to play this weekend. We'll see. Maybe he does. That's my opinion. We'll see what the injury report looks like on Wednesday. If he doesn't play, it will be a competition, at least outwardly, between Case Keenum and Davis Mills.
We'll see with our quarterback position, with Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
I know that you and I are at odds with probably most of our listeners want Case Keenum. I emotionally want Case Keenum. There's a gut part of me where I just honestly, I've seen Case Keenum in more big moments on actually competitive teams. With Davis, it's tough because some of his better moments were 2 years ago. Case Keenum's good moments were several years ago.
Right.
But the other thing is that that Davis Mills has never had like good moments on a genuinely competitive or playoff caliber football team.
Yep.
That's the hardest part right now in my mind in separating these two. But if I think back, I deliberately went back and thought about Davis Mills' better games that he's played, most of them in his rookie year. And if that's the upside, and perhaps maybe with Bobby Slowick as his offensive coordinator, we see a younger, at this point in his career, a more athletic quarterback, I think, than Case Keenum is currently right now. I'm intrigued by the upside of Davis Mills, and I want to see him in this system. I'd rather go right now, and you can bench him at any given moment. I want to give Davis Mills those reps and see what he has right now.
Well, you're talking me into Case a little bit, though. I know that's not your intent. But,
I know.
Well, from the standpoint of when you brought that up, like Case has played in a lot of important games. When was the last important game Davis Mills played in? High school?
Right. Yeah, he was barely
played 11
in
games at Stanford. You know what I mean?
Oh, boy, Seth, you make a good point via Sean rechanneling the things that you said. I feel like you let ChatGPT. You put my words into ChatGPT. Find a way to convince Seth that he was wrong 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, man.
No, and that's where I am. I'm having a really hard time with this. I'm going against my gut in a lot of ways, which maybe is the best indicator that should be Case, but I will hold firm on this. I want to see Davis Mills get the full week of preparation because I feel like you can bench him at any given moment and Case will still be mentally prepared just by his veteran savvy and his age and wisdom. He'll be ready for this game, whether he gets all those reps or not. I'd rather see what we have in Case Keenum, and then in case of emergency, break glass with Case.
You'd rather see what you have in Davis Mills,
yeah.
I mean, and then break glass.
I'd like to say the correct name at least once this show.
You're good. All right, three. Let's go through these two Monday Night Football games here real quick. The Texans' opponent this coming weekend had a big night last night. The Tennessee Titans went into Miami, a 2-touchdown underdog against the Dolphins. They were down by 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes to go in the game late in the fourth quarter. They come all the way back and win 28-27. They even had the little wrinkle that Vrabel did where he went for 2 Down 14, they score a touchdown. He goes for 2 to cut it to 6, and it worked. They scored a 2-point conversion to DeAndre Hopkins, and then the Titans get the ball back. They go down, a Derrick Henry touchdown provides the difference in the football game. 28-27, the final score. Will Levis over 300 yards passing last night, Seth.
He had a crossbody touchdown pass to DeAndre Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 36-yard throw to DeAndre on the final drive. Will Levis did. And then Derrick Henry, much like vintage Derrick Henry at times in this game, whether they're firing on all cylinders or whatever it might be, I think the biggest impression I got from this game was, DeAndre Hopkins is still very capable of getting that little extra bit of something out of any NFL quarterback other than Brock Osweiler.
Yep.
And DeAndre Hopkins is going to be motivated in these 2 games versus the Texans coming up. They're going to have the Texans are going to have their hands full.
Yeah.
There's going to be a battle on Sunday. I'm really looking forward to it now, especially because DeMeco seems to be approaching this like he's playing in this game, and it's an old divisional rivalry.
We'll circle back to that for sure.
Yeah.
4.
The other Monday night game, real quick on this one, the Giants, they've won 3 in a row now with Tommy DeVito at quarterback. 24-22, they beat the Green Bay Packers, who had been one of the hottest teams in the NFL. The Packers had found their way back onto the fringe of the playoff hunt. They're still, I'm looking at the standings on TV right now, they're still the 7th seed at 6-7 in the NFC right now. The Green Bay Packers are, even with that loss to the Giants last night. The big thing out of this game last night wasn't even the game itself. It was Tommy DeVito's agent, goes by the name, it's his name. Sean Stellato is his name. He was dressed up like Sollozzo in The Godfather, had on the fedora hat, a pinstripe suit. He
leans into the Italian-American stereotype.
Yes, he looks like somebody who would be the agent for Tommy DeVito.
Does he, or does he look like a high school kid playing the part of a gangster in a high school play, Guys and Dolls or something like that? He looks like a theater kid dressing up as a gangster.
He's dressed up like somebody. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. He's about to belt out some line in the chorus in Guys and Dolls.
I'll tell you what he is. He's a genius. Everybody knows who he is now because he was dressed like that on Monday Night Football.
I got to tell you, man, I'm guessing. I haven't looked at this one bit. I got to think most Giants fans, the media is saying well, Dayball did it again. It looked like everybody might be getting fired. He pulls a rabbit out of his hat. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm sitting here thinking, thanks, dude. So not only do we now have Daniel Jones on a pricey contract, now we're going to have a Tommy DeVito versus Daniel Jones quarterback controversy next year instead of an actual quarterback. Thanks a lot, Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
There's not one bit of this that I think Giants fans are happy
That's
about.
the case for hiring a defensive head coach right there. If you hire an offensive head coach and you have a mediocre quarterback, he might just manage him to where he's in purgatory and you have to sign him like Daniel Jones. Giants win last night on Monday Night Football.
5.
Rockets, I called it a must-win last night, not for playoff seeding or anything like that. It's only December. But because you cannot let the Spurs come into Toyota Center and snap their 16-game losing streak. And they did not. The Spurs are really bad. Holy smokes, 93-82, the final score last night. The Rockets beat the Spurs. That was the most encouraging thing to me. The Rockets really didn't play very well at all in that game, and they won by 11. Every time the Spurs got kind of close in this game, the Rockets would score a couple back up by 9 or 10. Seth, you know who does that? Good teams to bad teams. They just
kind of teams to bad teams.
Yeah, they just kind of bat them around like a mouse.
I don't want the Rockets to catch the Texans disease, which is hey, we're 500. Isn't that awesome? Everybody's telling us it's awesome. We must be awesome, right? Yeah, I guess so. You're awesome. No, you're awesome.
You're awesome.
Look at you, 500 record. Whoa. Who'd have thought we'd be here right now? Pretty much the pinnacle, right?
Yeah.
Right here, midway up the mountain. Is that the definition of pinnacle? I think it is.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. So Rockets take care of their business last night.
6.
We did not mention the in-season tournament on Monday. The Lakers beat the Indiana Pacers in the championship game of the in-season tournament. Anthony Davis went for 41 points and 20 rebounds in the championship game, and apparently was walking up and down the bench screaming, "I'm him."
Yeah, Anthony Davis.
Which Anthony Davis screaming, "I'm him," going up and down the bench in the finals of a fake tournament is the most Anthony Davis thing of all time.
Is there any chance he was doing it ironically?
No.
No? Okay,
Zero.
Just checking.
Zero. I read multiple articles that said he was serious. Congratulations, Anthony Davis and the Lakers and LeBron James, and congratulations on all of us that the in-season tournament is now over.
7.
Shohei Ohtani signed with the Dodgers this weekend. 10 years, $700 million. We knew that there was of deferred money in this contract. Until yesterday, we did not know exactly how much.
So basically pushing a lot of the payments off into the future.
A lot is understating it. Shohei Ohtani for the next 10 years in cash is going to make $2 million a year. For the following 10 years after that, he's going to make $68 million a year. Like, he's literally getting a check for $68 million from what I guess it would be 2034 through 2043. That's how this contract is structured. Yes.
It's more than 97%
Correct.
of his money.
Correct. So when you saw these tweets from Jeff Passan and Ken Rosenthal that a majority of the money is deferred, they were not kidding.
Dude.
A majority of this money is deferred.
So the Dodgers at that point for 10 years are going to be paying somebody almost $70 million a year on their roster that's not even there on the roster.
Presume. I mean, maybe he keeps playing.
But but he'll be getting a different contract at that point.
Yeah.
So it won't be him. They'll be paying him whatever they're paying him for that new contract.
Yeah.
They're going to be paying for a vacant spot on their roster.
Yes.
Almost $70 million per year.
I mean,
oh my God!
If you're the Dodgers, what you're counting on with that is that somehow the landscape changes in 10 years and that there's no more competitive balance tax. That somehow that's going away. You know what I mean?
And that also not, or you're just hoping there's just so much inflation, both with the complex and the economy at large,
and media rights and everything
that
else.
It's just not that as big a deal,
right?
As it is now, man. So wait, how much is he going to actually make per year?
$2 million.
How's he going to live?
$2 million. I don't know.
How's he going to even fly back and forth back home to Japan?
I know on those California taxes.
Pray for Ohtani.
Well,
he's got endorsement money.
But the genius thing people were pointing out with this, Seth, is that he's going to pay California taxes on $2 million a year for the next 10 years, and then he moves back to Japan. And he's getting $68 million from the Dodgers every year.
I don't know what are income taxes like in Japan, though.
Less than California, apparently, because they were acting like Shohei Ohtani was Warren Buffett or something yesterday on structuring the contract this way.
It's if you make over 9 million yen, it's 33%. Well, you know what? It's the California income tax, most likely, yeah. So in Japan, he's probably got just the national income tax, and then I don't know how many yen $2 million is.
8.
Last one. Joe Espada, new Astros manager. You know, it's funny, this Shohei contract, there was actually people out there like, boy, Alex Bregman's got to be licking his chops. Like, okay, well, good job comparing a pomegranate to a cannonball. Like, you're not comparing apples to apples here. Bregman wants a new deal. Joe Espada does not want Alex Bregman traded. Regardless of what's going on with Alex Bregman's contract situation, Joe Espada said this week, I want Alex Bregman on this team.
You know, we're trying to win, and he's so important to our culture, right? You know, he's that example of what a grinder player, ball player, grit looks like, right? And that's Breggy. So if we want to continue, you know, with this success here in Houston, he's a big part of it. Now, I also understand, you know, there's a business side of things, and that Dana has ideas, and all those kind of things are part of what we're trying to protect and sustain our success. But right now, you know, when I heard the Breggy trade rumor, I was like, oh my God, no, let's not. So right now, my you know, I have him penciled in to be our starting third baseman.
Oh, penciled in.
Joe Espada, you're about to learn what it's like to be the manager of a Major League Baseball team. You better get the proper writing utensil, or else you're going to get. You
got him penciled in. What the hell is that?
Getting skewered on P&P, baby.
You should have been. You didn't chisel him into stone.
That's right.
Nice shout out to Brittany Griner too.
That's right.
I think that he. I don't think the organization barring a blockbuster offer from somebody that nobody could predict or anything, then I would say there's no chance in hell that they trade him. I think the Astros want to win a World Series this year. Their chance of winning a World Series 2 years from now is much less than their chance of winning one this year with Alex Bregman, I would say.
Yes.
I mean, just looking at it on paper, okay, trading whatever, the likeliest trades for Alex Bregman don't get you closer to winning a World Series this year or next year than having Alex Bregman has on your roster does this year.
Agreed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Top of the hour, we will power rank the power rankings. I'm very anxious to see what some of these power rankings, how they're processing the Texans' loss to the Jets and the potential loss of C.J. Stroud and the actual loss of Nico Collins as well. So we will dig into that at the top of the hour. DeMeco Ryans called out his playmakers for not making plays. Who exactly are the playmakers that are getting called out here by their head coach? That is next.
The Texans 30-6.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, quick correction. Thank you to the texters who sent this in. And I read this yesterday, and I probably should have remembered it. The Dodgers are not going to get dinged for $68 million on their competitive balance tax 10 years from now. For those who weren't listening, Shohei Ohtani is getting paid $2 million each year for the next 10 years, and then a deferred payment of $68 million for the next 10 years annually after that. What baseball does with deferred payments, they just do sort of a present value kind of thing. Yeah, they discount it. So the upshot of the whole thing is that Shohei's competitive balance tax hit for the next 10 years is $46 million each year, which does still make him the highest hit to a CBT, right above Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer the last couple of years.
It's they're pushing the actual payments off into the future, which, okay, that'll be an issue for the business office down the line. But, yeah, they are getting the competitive balance tax hit now.
Yes.
It's just at a reduced rate.
Yep,
so.
yep. So that's
somebody says Shohei Ohtani lives off of $27,000 a year. Is that accurate?
No
I'm
chance.
guessing it is.
No,
you don't think so?
In California?
He lives on, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. If, depending on what is that, I'm sure it's, I'm sure that's his actual discretionary spending or something.
Yeah.
He lives like a monk. Nobody sees him or hears from him or anything, and he lives an incredibly disciplined life. So I wouldn't be surprised if he has his place, and then beyond that, he just spends a meager amount for actual day-to-day expenses.
That does me one bit. Yeah. No, when you say lives off of $27,000, I'm I look at living off of as paying all your your bills and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I know, but if he's living in just a reasonable apartment and just getting, maybe the team takes him back and forth to the stadium every day.
Dude.
I guess a lot of, he rolls a lot of expenses into just what the Dodgers get. The per diems in baseball
I get
are
it.
really damn good.
Google rents in Orange County. It's $27,000. It's $2,000 a month. So that's our quick correction on Shohei. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about the Texans playmakers. They got to do what playmakers do, make plays.
The things that stood out to me, just when watching the film again today, it was really comes down to executing. Right? We did not execute offensively, defensively. It wasn't good enough. And when you watch the film, as I think I said it yesterday, you don't deserve the win when you play the way that we play. Right? So I told our guys today, our playmakers, or guys who are our best players, have to play their best, and they have to make plays. And we had guys in position to make plays on yesterday that didn't make plays. And if we want to continue to move forward, we want to have a good end to our season here, right? Make a run down the stretch, then our playmakers have to step up and make plays, and that'll never change.
Who would you categorize, Seth, subjectively, obviously, as a playmaker on the Houston Texans? Who are their playmakers?
Well, as far as what he was talking about specifically in that game, he said we're in position to make plays and didn't make the plays. So I think there were times where, Christian Harris was covering Conklin, the tight end, and was covering him and was in position to make a play. But he didn't. Conklin, to his credit, made a really nice catch. I think perhaps some of the pass rushers who would have been in position to get Zach Wilson on the turf and didn't get him on the turf. I mean, John Grenard got him down twice, but there were times where either Will Anderson or Jerry Hughes or other guys had him within reach and didn't get him down. I think those are guys. I think Steven Nelson and some of the contested receptions he gave up to Wilson, to Garrett Wilson, those jump to mind. So I think that's probably the biggest ones. It's mostly defensively in that game. The offense, all the best offensive playmakers were either concussed or just not even in the game because they're injured.
The only playmaker you had on offense in that game once Nico Collins went out was C.J. Stroud. That was it. Yeah, you don't have anybody. I don't think Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce are necessarily playmakers. They're not guys that scare opposing defenses. That's when I think of a playmaker, I think of guys that that scare opposing sides of the football. But you're right.
Yeah.
There was some specificity to that. Jimmy Conklin had two catches like that. One was over Christian Harris. The other one was over Jimmy Ward. And Jimmy Ward had his arm tucked up in underneath Conklin, underneath the ball, between the ball and Conklin's chest plate right there. And if he had just ripped a little harder, might have been able to come away with an interception. on that point.
You know, the other thing that I would point to also is some of the drops by receivers. Yeah. And like I'd love to blame the weather, but the Jets receivers were out there plucking the ball out of the sky. You know, like it just wasn't so. I mean, Noah Brown, even though you don't think of him as, you know, one of the guys who's the future of the team or anything, he has been at various times one of the playmakers on this team, and he squandered some opportunities with some drops.
Yeah, Will Anderson's the big one for me also on the defensive side of the football. Like, he was the first one I thought of when you put this quote in the rundown here, because I think it's a good topic. Like, they're going to need these guys. Listing the guys that didn't make plays on Sunday against the Jets is you're almost preemptively listing the guys that better show the hell up on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans, especially as depleted as the Texans are on the offensive side of the football. Will Anderson was the big one for me. And I love Will Anderson. I do, and it's a shame because he was coming off his best game as a pro. He might have had his worst game as a pro against the New York Jets. Didn't show up on the stat sheet at all. The only thing that he showed up with on the stat sheet was on the play-by-play, dragging Zach Wilson to the ground on a late hit that kept a drive going that led to the second touchdown of the game for the Jets. Essentially led to the touchdown that made this game curtains because the Texans were not scoring the football in this game.
Gosh, the other one, too, remember, Jimmy, the other Conklin reception. Conklin had two receptions that were almost identical.
Yep.
And that somebody was blanketed on him. Jimmy Ward was the other guy on that other reception in the second half. I think, honestly, this game defensively was way more of a letdown. And, you know, they need to score points on offense, obviously. But, like, at least you can point to specific reasons there. I think defensively, the fact that guys were in position to make plays and didn't. And I would include in that some of the tackling, too, which has just been atrocious all season long. But, like, there are times where maybe it's whether it's Derek Stingley or Jimmy Ward or Christian Harris, when Gibson just bulldozed into the end zone with three guys draped over him. You gotta make plays there. You just can't. You can't let guys physically dominate you the way they did in the second half of that game. Yeah.
We know that Breece Hall leaking out of the backfield was a big issue for the Texans. They're playing the Titans this weekend. Derrick Henry's not a guy that they necessarily get the ball to, out in the flat and let him go beat guys. He's a battering ram. They run in between the tackles. The Texans have been pretty good at defending just conventional run games this year, Seth. Does that give you any more optimism that maybe this Sunday won't look like last Sunday, that the Titans come at you maybe a little bit more conventionally here?
I guess, what do you mean?
Well, that Derrick Henry's not Breece Hall, and that he's not a guy they try to get the ball to. A running back beating your linebackers in the passing game is not something that's a real staple for the Tennessee Titans. They're going to come at you between the tackles, first and 10, line up and run the football.
Yeah, I think, and I think the Texans will do well enough if it's that type of a game. I just there's no part of me right now after watching Will Levis think though that they're going to line up and run the ball 40 times. So it doesn't – I think they'll be able to limit Derrick Henry. But it almost makes me more nervous because there's one thing that the Titans do well. When they do things well, they utilize the play action very well. They haven't been as good at it, obviously, this year as they had been back in the day. But loading up to stop Derrick Henry doesn't always end up in an awesome defensive performance. So that's what makes me nervous. The defense is going to get challenged a lot this week in practice, I think, and they really, really, really have to show up and look like the veteran unit in this game to have a chance to win. But otherwise, if they don't, then it's going to be the Tennessee Titans wearing the Oilers uniforms, winning a very physical game versus the Texans. They just absolutely have to do it on defense because I don't think you can count on Case Keenum or Davis Mills to put in a brilliant offensive performance. If it happens, then so be it. I just don't think you can count on that. The defense needs to carry the team this week.
I'm with you on that. I wonder, too, in looking at this game, it's really too bad if C.J. Stroud doesn't play. It would have been really fun to see, Stroud versus Levis. We'll probably get that in Week 17 here, hopefully, if C.J.'s okay. But that would have been fun this weekend because I would imagine Will Levis feels like a guy, Seth, who probably has games circled when they're playing Carolina, Indianapolis, or Houston because of the quarterbacks getting drafted ahead of him. Doesn't he feel like that kind of guy?
I don't know.
Will Levis has some sort of tattoo on the inside of this bicep. I feel like he's of Stroud, Young, and Richardson tattooed on the inside of his other bicep. He feels like someone who would get appropriately irritated that he had to slip all the way to the second round of the draft and sit there on draft night twiddling his thumbs with his fair-weather girlfriend.
The biblical verse that's on his inner arm is, "But as for you, stay." It just says it's 2 Chronicles 15:7.
Yeah.
But that verse is, "But as for you, stay strong and do not give up, for your effort will be rewarded."
Okay.
So
has his effort been rewarded so far this year?
I think right now he's probably starting to. He believes he's living his tattoo.
Yes.
Which is that's
certainly
another thing the Bible commands is that you live your tattoo.
Right.
It's like if thou doth desecrate your body, then be sure thou liveth up to the your promises.
People
Lots
make
of lisping in the Bible.
Yeah. They like to say Moses came down with 2 big tablets. It was actually the 10 Commandments were just tattooed down his torso, and he just ripped his shirt open. That's the untold story of Moses. Yeah.
Will Levis doth doeth harm to the Texans.
Precisely. It's exactly what I was thinking. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Top of the hour, we'll get to the power rankings. We will power rank the NFL power rankings for Week 15. How much damage did the Texans do to the perception of them out there in the marketplace? Before we get to that, we got some leftovers from this Kansas City Buffalo on Sunday. Pat Mahomes is seemingly forgetting one very important juncture of the 2022 postseason, which we will get to next.
They're Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Here was Pat Mahomes following Sunday's Chiefs loss to the Buffalo Bills. If you're listening to this show, you know by now there was all sorts of controversy over Kadarius Toney being lined up in the neutral zone. Kadarius Toney, Kansas City wide receiver, was lined up in the neutral zone, and the play that ensued would have been one of the plays of the year. A Travis Kelce lateral to Kadarius Toney for what would have been the game-winning touchdown. Instead, the play was called back. Pat Mahomes went nuts after the Chiefs failed to convert on the ensuing series, and here was Mahomes after the game saying the referees were being really ticky-tack with this one.
No, I mean, the thing is, I'd rather let us play, man. Like, let us play the game. And then whatever happens, happens. Like, the whole throwing the flag and deciding the game one or another, that's what hurts me. That's why, like, last week I didn't say anything, because it's letting us play, man. Let us go out there and win the game. And I said I'd rather them let us play and go out there and see who wins. I mean, that's what you want as a competitor is you practice all week to go out there and try to win. And you want it to be about your team and that team and see what happens.
Right.
Dude.
So just, bend the rules a little bit. If it's it's a marginal call.
I wanted to do something I listened to that while watching the film of James Bradbury being called for defensive holding.
We'll get to that.
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just, but watching the actual play and seeing Mahomes literally pointing his finger in anger it's a funny thing.
Yes.
Demanding a flag in that moment, demanding that the refs intervene and make themselves a part of the play. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. In what was a ticky-tack play. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Here was the rest of Mahomes from Sunday. This was the worst take that I heard of the whole thing. Mahomes on the whole Kelce angle with this.
I saw the picture and barely offsides, but for him to take the game into his hands over a call like that doesn't affect the play at all, didn't affect anything. I mean, it's just tough, man. And like I said, man, that's a Hall of Fame tight end making a Hall of Fame play that won't be shown because we threw a flag for an offensive offsides. And so it takes away from not only this game and this season, but from a legendary career that Travis has had, and I mean that hurts me because I know how hard he works for it.
Yeah, like where's he worried about this play not being shown? Like on his highlight, his sizzle reel for Canton? Like I don't know, I have no idea what Mahomes is so worried about this play now being buried in anonymity because it got called back. Like, so what? Like Travis Kelce doesn't have 1,000 other highlights they could show at some point to highlight his Hall of Fame career? What are we doing?
Not to mention, you know what still gets showed on like DeAndre Hopkins' highlight reel was that play against the Giants that he made an incredible catch and it was called back because DeAndre Hopkins was lined up illegally. Yeah. They still show it on the highlights.
Yeah.
It's still an incredible catch.
Yes.
So, plus, he says it doesn't affect the play at all. I think that the only reason Kelce threw that lateral is because he assumed that it was a free play. He saw the flag and thought that it was – because, again, they don't throw the flag after the play is over. They don't get to make the decision like, oh, okay, this is no, we're going to take that play away. They throw the flag right at the snap. Travis Kelce sees and thinks it's a free play, I'll throw the lateral there. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to throw that lateral. Like they're the Kansas City freaking Chiefs. They've got plenty of time on the clock with a first down to advance down the field. I think it did affect the play and to their benefit in that moment.
And even if all Mahomes means, and we know what Mahomes means by that, which is, okay, the guy's foot is 2 inches or 5 inches or whatever into the line of scrimmage, doesn't really affect things. Yeah, like most of the calls in an NFL game don't necessarily affect a play. You have the rules in there for the 1% of the time that it does affect the play, something like that. Like, it's, hey, man, I was just going 80 and a 50. Like, nobody's on the road with me here. Like, it's just 80 and a 50. What are we doing?
There should be no formation rules when it comes down to the final. And not to mention, like, it doesn't affect that play. Like, I can't possibly think of any reason that a guy might have an advantage by being a yard further downfield than he's supposed to be in an American football play.
The three biggest things that make me angry about this whole thing.
Yeah.
This whole thing. Number one, Mahomes is sticking up for Kadarius Toney, lining up offsides. Kadarius Toney, he is a card-carrying dumbass. Like he was a first-round pick for the Giants. They traded him for a day 3 pick to the Chiefs for a reason. Like he's not a smart football player. He's not a great dude behind the scenes. He used to show up late for meetings. Man, you sleep with a dog, you get fleas, Pat Mahomes. Like you trade for Kadarius Toney, he's going to line up off sides at the worst possible time every now and then. So that's number one. You're sticking up for a guy who plays dumb. Number two, we know that the officiating's been a huge topic lately, Seth. We know here it's been a huge topic. The Texans had a couple of games in a row where they were victimized by really, really bad calls. All those PIs in the Jacksonville game, trip, fumble, return for Desmond King that would have effectively ended the Denver game, like really bad calls. I feel like Mahomes is gravy training the actual jilted teams in this crusade against officiating right now. Do we really feel like Kansas City is a team that continually gets victimized? I know there was a PI that didn't get called the previous week against Green Bay. I'm talking about over the aggregate of the last few years. Mahomes, I feel like you're climbing on board with a bunch of us poors when it comes to officiating, jiltedness, and making this your cause célèbre. Let us go fight the battle. The teams that have truly been victimized by bad officiating.
Yeah, no kidding. And especially when they've benefited at times, just like every team has, from bad officiating. The reason it's just, honestly, it actually, in my mind, would have been it's not as bad a look if they were still a dominant offense. The problem is he's doing this while they are the 10th scoring offense in the NFL. Yeah. Like he's not the strength of the team right this moment. Mm-hmm. I mean, at least in terms of actual outcome, obviously he's still a strength of the team. But the defense is just as important as the offense is here for the Kansas City Chiefs. And the offense isn't particularly potent or impressive. The team right now, what are they, 2-4 over their last 6 games?
Something like that, yeah.
They're in a bad stretch right now.
Dude.
So now it just sounds like a whiny little brat who's not getting his way, who's accustomed to getting his way, and now he's not, and he's looking and grasping for straws and reasons why not. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Him and Kelsey, I know Kelsey made some incredible plays in this game. They look on the sideline.
Yeah.
They look like they're a band that's been together too long.
Kelsey's been traveling to South America to go to Taylor Swift shows.
And
in season.
Mahomes' eyes are all baggy and everything. Yeah. He looks kind of rough. He looks like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
He looks like he's aged 10 years. It's weird.
Third reason that this, and we're digging into this today because Seth and I don't normally on Monday get a chance to dig into everything because of a short show. This is the third thing, and you touched on it, Seth. You won a Super Bowl last year at the end of a game because of one of the most ticky-tack, ref injecting himself into the storyline calls in the history of the Super Bowl. James Bradbury with a holding call on, I believe, Juju Smith-Schuster.
3rd down 8. Chiefs at the 15 of Philadelphia. Mahomes in the gun. Receiver in motion. Mahomes will get the shotgun snap low, picks it up, backpedals and throws an arching pass in the end zone. No one home. Back corner. Incomplete. Flag thrown. Flag thrown on the far sideline. That's going to be a defensive holding, I believe.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 24, defense, 5-yard penalty.
So there you go.
First down.
So that effectively ended the game. The Chiefs could run the clock down after that. They had a first down. Philadelphia had 1 timeout left. It was inside the 2-minute warning, so they could run the clock down, kick a field goal, and they're your world champs. Totally ticky-tack call, super controversial the next day on all the debate shows. So I'm assuming that Pat Mahomes, football historian who wants great plays preserved and no officiating injecting themselves into this, when he was interviewed on the stage by Terry Bradshaw during the trophy ceremony, I'm assuming that his first answer was, yeah, the game, yeah, we won, but the officials really, unfortunately, injected themselves. Let's see what happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Bowl 57 MVP quarterback Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City. This is kind of the way you play football. You go out at the half. We're all sitting up there at Fox going, oh, my God, he re-injured the ankle. But you knew you'd be able to play second half, right?
Yeah, I told y'all this week there's nothing that's going to keep me off that football field. And I just want to shout out my teammates, man. We challenged each other. It took everybody to win this football game. So shout out my teammates, baby. We're Super Bowl champs, baby. Let's go.
Oh, okay. So no real, Huh. So no acknowledging the call. I thought Pat Mahomes just wanted what was best for football. This is what I expected, honestly.
But you knew you'd be able to play second half, right?
Yeah, I told y'all this week there's nothing.
Yeah, no, Terry. It's about me. It's not about me. I am him, but it was the officials that really won this game for us. Okay, with they had holding. I don't know if you saw. Bradbury got called for a tic-tac holding call right there on Juju, and I'd like to forfeit our trophy and my MVP because the referees. I would like to declare the Super Bowl a tie. I like to declare it a draw because of the referees injecting themselves. And unfortunately, there's no highlights from this game. They're going to go to Canton because it was ruined by referees.
He was screaming for the officials to throw that flag.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. The angle on the camera. He's pointing.
He's pointing in anger, yeah. Somebody said that Peyton Manning last night said that if you're going to call offensive offsides, then kill the play as soon as it's snapped. This is where I'd say Peyton is full of crap. Is that no? There are so many penalties where if the defense, they let the play go when the defense jumps off sides, and then the offense gets to either accept or decline the penalty. But then if the defense does anything good, it's all negated. Like no, if in that case you got to blow everything dead at the snap. The offense is by far the beneficiary more often than the defense when it comes to flags at the beginning of a play, where the play then gets to go on. So I would say no.
I would agree. Yeah, and
like the free play itself. Think about that. Peyton, are you gonna? What a fraud! All right, Peyton. Wait a minute. It's like every time you got a free play because a defensive player was offsides, and then you took a shot downfield. What you're arguing is that those also should be negated? Like, come on. The offensive bias sickens me. Just sickens me.
Right.
Oh, go die.
Go die, everybody.
There you go. All right, let's power rank the power rankings. What did the experts do with the Texans this week on the heels of their worst loss of the season? How much has that hurt them in the eyes of the experts? How much has the C.J. Stroud concussion protocol hurt the Texans? We will have the power ranking of the power rankings next.
Texans weather.
play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dude, we'll get to the power ranking of the power rankings in a second. Tommy DeVito, the quarterback for the Giants, who's from New Jersey. I think I heard on the show that leads into ours on CBS Sports Radio that he lives at home right now. I mean, he's like an undrafted free agent from Illinois. He went to University of Illinois. He's from North Jersey, lives at home. I mean, he's 3 wins in a row. He's probably got some folk hero status, although Giant fans would probably rather they lose games and get a shot at Caleb Williams. But either way, you got to be happy for DeVito. He came along, Seth, probably about 17 years too late, because I would say 3 wins, that's probably enough to get a cameo on The Sopranos. If you're Tommy DeVito, he would have gotten a cameo in whatever the next season of The Sopranos was. Eric Mangini was on an episode of The Sopranos back when he was the chosen one in New York. Those good couple years he had coaching the Jets. He was eating at Vesuvio one night where Artie Bucco owns the restaurant. DeVito would have definitely found his way onto a Sopranos episode.
His nickname is Tommy Cutlets.
Yes.
I mean, there's no way in hell they don't work Tommy Cutlets into a. Totally. And that's tricky, though. I don't know. It's tricky with which athletes had been on the show.
Well, Eric Mangini, coach of the Jets. Lawrence Taylor was played at one of their underground poker games.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lawrence Taylor doesn't have to worry about being connected with gambling and the mob. I wonder, now that the NFL has embraced gambling, made legitimate gambling operators their allies and partners, would they loosen up a little bit, at least on any kind of joking about like Tommy Cutlets being involved in point shaving with the mob or anything?
I don't know that they'd go that deep on a storyline. I would watch that episode, though. They just showed Mangini eating in the restaurant. He wasn't even really interacting with any of them. I think he could get away with that, DeVito.
It was a bold move by Mangini, a man who obviously looks like he enjoys eating, to be seen eating on the show. It was a good job. That was back when they called him Mangenius. They actually called him Mangenius on the show, didn't they?
On the show, yeah. Artie was like, "Hey, Tone, look, Mangenius," and he points over.
And then think about that. Think about what ended up ultimately happening. He snitched.
Yeah.
The Mangenius snitched on his old boss from the New England crew.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Man, that's irony. Thy name is Mangenius. Wow. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get to the power ranking of the power rankings. What did this loss to the Jets, the worst loss of the season, both on the scoreboard and on the injury report, what did this do to the Houston Texans? I guess just to reset, last week, I've only got 5 this week because NFL.com is super lazy and doesn't have theirs up yet. So we've got ESPN, The Athletic, CBS Sports, SI.com, and Florio. Those are the 5 we're using this week, Seth. If you recall, last week we used 6. One of them had the Texans 10th. The other 5 9th. So this is the first time the Texans had crept up this season on average into the top 10 in the various power rankings. So here we go. Ranked 5th on the power ranking of the power rankings, SI.com. They have the Texans. That's Connor Orr, by the way, who does theirs. 15th. The Texans have plummeted all the way to 15th in the SI.com power rankings. Here's what they say. I think the Texans just ran into one here against the Jets. No grand conclusions other than it's disappointing to see C.J. Stroud in concussion protocol. That backward fall angle is tough to protect against, meaning the fall that C.J. took where there's nothing protecting the back of his head. Continuing, I would assume Davis Mills can get the job done this week. That's a big assumption. But we are seeing a Titans defense hanging surprisingly tough at the end of a lost season. D'Amico Ryans is not just going to walk into the playoffs in year 1.
C.J. Stroud couldn't get it done versus the Jets, but don't worry, Davis Mills will get the job done versus the Titans.
On the road, yeah.
I'm not feeling that. I feel like, in a lot of ways, C.J. Stroud's concussion may have left many casual observers thinking that this game wasn't as bad as it was, because they won't have realized that, man, CJ in that offense wasn't doing much at all before he got injured. Like, this was not a case of, well, yeah, the Texans were going slug for slug with the Jets and then CJ got hurt. It was like, no, I don't think the score would have been much different at all, obviously, without unless CJ, maybe one of those field could have been flipped on its head with a Texans touchdown, but it was not that kind of a day.
Nope. Number 4 in the power ranking of the power rankings, theathletic.com. who were one of the slew of outlets that had the Texans in the top 10 last week at number 9. They fall from 9 in the Athletic, Seth, to 13th in the Athletic this week. Okay. They spotlight in this particular power ranking the best fantasy player on each team. No big surprise who the best fantasy player is on the Texans. C.J. Stroud, the rookie quarterback, had his worst game of the season Sunday, 91 yards, 4 yards per attempt, no touchdowns. Still, he's 7th in the league in fantasy points, which leads all other rookies by 241.5, which leads all other rookies by almost 100 points. Third-year receiver Nico Collins deserves a mention for the fantasy spotlight for being the 13th most productive wide receiver after 2 pedestrian years in the league. Here's what I'll point out about that. Yes, as a fantasy owner in 3 leagues, the playoffs start in most fantasy leagues this week. There are probably a lot of people who made their fantasy postseason on the backs of C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. And they're going to have neither of those guys in all likelihood this weekend.
The Athletic power rankings are interesting because they have the Texans 13th. Yeah. Where do you suppose, Sean, maybe you didn't notice this, that they put the 8-5 Jaguars?
Well, the Jags were bumped down last week because of Trevor Lawrence's ankle. They were 14th last week in the Athletic. Yeah. Are they below the Texans?
They're 16th. Yeah.
That's
for what
weird.
Is like, I guess, you know what? I wonder if because of his ankle injury, I wonder if because Trevor Lawrence early in the season, now people are thinking, all right, his knee was messing him up and keeping him from being himself, and that's why they weren't quite the same Jaguars. Now that he's got an ongoing ankle issue, I think people are probably projecting that forward and thinking like, all right, yeah, we don't expect that little window of time in which you saw peak Trevor Lawrence to be the rule this year. That was more the exception.
And I guess maybe a concussion is viewed as only a 1-week thing. So, you know, the Texans really only get damaged from Stroud being out for 1 week. I mean, concussions are a tricky thing.
3 interceptions this last week.
Trevor did.
But versus a really good defense with the Browns. But, yeah, that's interesting. I would, if I were in Jacksonville, I'd be playing the disrespect card hard right now.
Big time. All right, so the Athletic has them 13th. SI.com has them 15th. All right, we're getting up to it here. Power ranking of the power rankings of all the outlets. The third-rated outlet in the power ranking of the power rankings, Michael Florio, Pro Football Talk. He has the Texans. He was one of the ones that had him 9th last week. They fall from 9th to 11th. Not too bad.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be a fight to get to the playoffs. That is Florio's analysis.
I love how little time he spends on his power rankings.
Yeah. I should rank him higher for that, not lower.
Yeah, you should. He does it like he gets it out there. He's going to get his clicks and move on, okay?
Yeah. All right, Florio, keep it coming, and if the Texans win this week, bump them up, and you'll get bumped up too. Number 2, the power rankings. Also with the Texans at 11th, also with them falling 2 spots, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com, says this: losing on the road to the Jets is hard enough to take, but they got beat up in that game. C.J. Stroud left with an injury, which bears watching. Thank you, Pete Prisco. We appreciate your analysis.
I think I'm glad he had mentioned that because I hadn't really thought about watching C.J. Stroud's injury.
Right.
But now I'm going to be concerned about it. Yeah, I think that actually that is something to monitor.
Prisco really hammers that home here. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is, by the way, their starting quarterback has a concussion these days. Now, I do think that there's one thing that won't be happening. There's not going to be any kind of Mike McDaniel controversy. I think that DeMeco, I think that CJ could get cleared on Thursday or Friday, and DeMeco might not play him even in that situation. That's just the sense that I get.
Do you think that him getting taken out of that Denver game factors in as well? I know he's only out for 2 plays, but that's 2 games in a row where you're at least getting looked at for a concussion?
Yeah, and the concussion protocol is interesting because you get evaluated in the moment, but then you get evaluated afterwards too, because a lot of times concussion symptoms don't show up until later. And like this is not hard and exact science yet by any stretch of the imagination. They've made a lot of progress, but yeah, I think theoretically there's a chance that maybe he had some kind of an episode that maybe wasn't easy to monitor or something, and maybe it was still lingering on into the Jets game, and he ends up getting concussed, which is more reason, again, just like it was with Tua last year. There's like the official diagnosis, and then there's the common sense, wait a second, there's been a couple of incidents here in the last 2 weeks we're going to be as careful as possible. And if they clear him, that's awesome, but we're going to go the extra yard and be even more careful. I don't, for his own benefit, and then from a purely cynical football side of things, I would say likewise, this is the kind of thing that turns into, oh, you got a concussion again? Oh, now you're out for the year and possibly done for your entire career.
Well,
so, yeah, I'm going to be very, very, very careful about this.
I am too, and I think it's worth pointing out, since he got taken out of that Denver game for a couple of plays, he hadn't played good football. He didn't play well the rest of that game against Denver in a game where he'd already scored 22 points, and he looked lost on Sunday.
I think a lot of times, immediately the first thing people think of with the concussions with the Texans is Tom Savage, when he wasn't immediately spotted as his arms were stretched out in front of him. That was the obvious one. I think the one though too that a lot of people suspect was Brian Hoyer after he was cleared in the concussion protocol, and then remember in that the game that he came back,
Patriots,
the Patriots
Sunday night game.
He was, that was one where DeAndre Hopkins said to get him out of there.
Yep.
I think he was probably, I personally think there's a good chance that he still had some kind of lingering effects. But it's not like Hoyer was an all-pro quarterback or anything, but he looked particularly lost in that game.
Agreed.
So I feel like you gotta operate to the nth degree.
Yeah, and they can win this game with a backup quarterback. I know the Titans are coming off a huge win last night, and they're feeling themselves right now. You can win this game with a backup quarterback. I mean, it's the NFL. Last one, number one, power ranking of the power rankings. I don't know that this outlet has been number one all year, and it's not because their beat writer is. It's no shade at him because he doesn't do the rankings. He just does the blurbs. DJ Bieneme, but ESPN.com also has the Texans 11th, falling just one spot to 11th, ESPN.com. And their topic this week, Seth, is the biggest area of improvement for each team. Biggest area of improvement for the Texans? Passing offense, absolutely. In week one against the Ravens, C.J. Stroud threw for only 242 yards. And that's so funny. The expectation with C.J. Stroud, 242 yards for a rookie is only 242 yards with him. The team scored only 9 points. Since then, Stroud has caught fire. And entering Week 14, he was the leader in the league in passing yards. The Texans are fourth in passing yards per game. He's elevated receivers like Nico Collins and rookie Tank Dell, who Nico hit 1,000 yards for the first time in his career, and Tank was great as well until his season ended with a fractured left fibula.
The Athletic had that disparity where the Jaguars were several spots lower than the Texans. I've seen in a few of these power rankings, they have the Texans one spot behind the Jaguars, which I think right now makes the most sense.
Agreed.
The Jaguars have the most immediate success. They have one more win on their record. These two teams split head-to-head, and really there's just questions around the physical health back that's really keeping both of these teams back, or making you wonder exactly where, what the rest of their season is going to look like. So, the race between the Jaguars and the Texans is it's a very legitimately close one this year.
Absolutely. That's the thing, man. If you're the Texans, I know maybe Cleveland losing instead of Jacksonville probably makes a wild card a little bit easier, but I like that with a gimpy Trevor Lawrence that you've still got that potential avenue of getting in via the division as well. It's always nice to have two avenues to get in as opposed to going, all right, there's 2 spots left for 6, 7, and 6 teams. We got to hope we're one of them and win a few games here down the stretch.
My mother-in-law, before last week's games, asked me who she should be rooting for. She's a Bills fan, and she was trying to figure out whether she should be cheering for the Browns or the Jaguars in that game. I had said she should be cheering for the Jaguars just because, realistically, the Jaguars were probably going to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They had a much better chance of making the playoffs no matter what, where the Browns were going to be caught in that mix. It was tough for me to argue that just because, I would love for the Jaguars to fall a little bit, but I think that's still it ended up being a non-factor really as far as the Jaguars go.
Yeah, but
sorry, spending way too much time counseling my mother-in-law on this,
and laying
on this
it all
show
out
right now. Yeah,
your answer was the right one. She should have been rooting against the Browns.
My basic point I was just trying to make was that it really is when you've got this many teams jumbled up at 7. It's hard to know exactly who to cheer for in any given week, because even though, you'd love the teams that are 7-6 to lose, there's also teams that are 8-5, and there's anything could happen at this point over these last several weeks. I'm not one bit more pessimistic about the Texans' chances of making the playoffs now than I was last week before the when I was assuming the Texans would beat the Jets.
Yep. Yeah, the opportunity, they win 3 out of 4 games down the stretch. They go 10-7. I think they're going to get in the playoffs. And they even though they're 8th right now, the tiebreakers with the teams that I think eventually are going to matter in this thing favor the Texans. The Texans have the best conference record of a lot of these teams, and they're 5-4 in the AFC. Among 7-6 teams, that's among the best conference records. That could be a tiebreaker. They've beaten Denver. They've beaten Cincinnati. They've beaten Pittsburgh. They play the Browns in a couple of weeks. They play the Colts to close out the season. So they've got a lot of opportunity on their schedule. 3 division games, 2 games against teams you're battling with for the playoffs. You've already beaten a few of the teams you're battling with. Empirically, the Texans are in good shape. They just got to get C.J. Stroud back. That's the biggest thing. They got to get him back. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Tuesday. Let's talk about that. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans in the next segment. The status of C.J. Stroud, the status of what could be a quarterback competition this week if Stroud can't go. We'll have that for you next. But first, West Point Lincoln right here, right, Ben? West Point Lincoln.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ gets the snap and throws over the middle. He's got the crosser. Mechie brought that at the 31-yard line by Reed. And CJ took a shot.
He took a shot.
Mechie's first catch of the day, but all eyes are on CJ Stroud right now. He's on his back on the Meadowlands turf.
All right, yeah, and it ended up being a concussion. CJ Stroud is in the concussion protocol. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans in just a second. Replaying the highlight there from Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. What did you think of the play, Seth? Did you think it was a penalty? Did you think it was dirty at all? I've seen it hashed out 10 different ways by Texan fans. Quinnen Williams dragging C.J. Stroud to the ground after the ball had already been released to John Mechie.
I didn't think there was any bit of a – dragging is an interesting word because he didn't really wrap him up. He got pushed into him.
Yeah.
So, no, not one bit of me thought that was a penalty. It was in real time. It was immediately after the ball was gone, and he was pushed into him by an offensive lineman. So, and then he also took the extra measure of, moving to the side so he didn't land on him. He landed off like that. They really want to see you try as much as you can to roll away from the quarterback so you don't land on him. There wasn't one part of me that thought that was a penalty.
I didn't either. I'm just curious. Yeah, I didn't either. I saw a lot of people saying, boy, the ball had been released the second and a half before that. He got
shoved into him. I mean, it wasn't and he tried to stay off to the side. If he had pushed him or anything like that, or made any kind of actual effort at it,
or landed on him.
Yeah. Then I think it would have been. But the amount of damage done, just like in basketball, even though basketball officials aren't always great at this, it's supposed to be the contact itself, not the outcome that you get flagged for. And I think in that instance, it didn't. It didn't look anything to me like anything that should have been flagged.
It was Juice Scruggs who was kind of shoving Quinnen Williams. But boy, Quinnen Williams ate all day long. On Sunday, he was so good. Michael Dieter's Pro Football Focus grade, Seth. I don't know if you saw this.
No.
Patrick Storm tweets out a lot of the Pro Football Focus grades for the individual games. He'll tweet out the top 5 from the Texans and the top 5 from the opponent, and he'll do the whole offensive line, left to right.
Yeah.
Michael Dieter's Pro Football Focus grade might be the lowest one I've ever seen for an individual game for a Houston Texan.
What is it?
It was barely something. It was 20.2 or something like that.
I didn't know it could get into the 20. I thought it was like the SATs where you score at least
you
200
show
or 400 or whatever.
Show up for the game and you get 400 points, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
If you didn't, long as you didn't commit an actual felony while you're out there, then you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Oof. It was Quinnen Williams did some work in that game, as did others. But it was I think that offensively a lot of the issues were just the Texans offensively with their best 3 pass catchers out of the game, especially, did not measure up to a very, very good Jets defense. It was the defense that was so disappointing because the defense should have been able to handle the Jets offense a lot better than they did, and they just flat out at times they got physically beat, and then at other times they just flat out played bad football.
Yep.
And that was why that was so frustrating.
Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday on C.J. Stroud in concussion protocol.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right, when it comes to the concussion, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
All right, so let's pretend for a second, Seth, that the news is good tomorrow, that CJ's back at practice, limited, I would assume, if he were. I don't anticipate this being the case. I think it's going to be somebody other than CJ Stroud. We'll talk about who it might be in just a second. But even if he's back at practice tomorrow, say limited, you still have mind, the fact that he's been taken out of 2 games now in a row to at least one game to be looked at for concussion symptoms and then one where he was actually put in the protocol, Would that have you nervous if he were practicing tomorrow?
Yeah, it does. And again, like there's the in your gut part of it that is nervous about it. Like I'd be nervous about it just from that standpoint. And then I would say if I were going to think about it like a computer, like if I were just going to think about it super analytically, I feel like the downside risk of a guy that may have had 2 head trauma events in 2 straight weeks, it's huge if you end up having a third one. And like you got to take every precaution possible to be sure that doesn't happen. And you're doing this behind an offensive line that's like very, very porous at this point, right up the gut. So there's no part of me that wants that. I think he's got to stay out for at least a week. You need the largest amount of caution here. Honestly, strictly from a football standpoint, if you want to get DeVito for the rest of the season, I think you take the hit of not having him play this week. And then above and beyond that, I got all the concern for his actual physical safety.
Yeah, CJ. Yeah, you said DeMeco.
Yeah.
CJ is who Seth meant there.
I don't want DeMeco getting injured either.
No,
Sean.
I don't
Sorry.
either. No,
sorry, I don't know about you, but I care for him, okay?
I'm with you on that.
I don't want him playing quarterback for them, but I also don't want him getting injured. Okay?
I don't either. You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, I really don't.
You're a monster.
To me,
the guy loses one game to the Jets, and now all of a sudden you're
want him injured,
asking for head trauma.
Yep, Loic in. All right, here's DeMeco on the quarterback situation. If there is no C.J. Stroud this week, who's it going to be? Case Keenum or Davis Mills?
We'll see with our quarterback position, like Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
Boy, you and I have hashed this out 3 or 4 times on the show today, and I've come away feeling differently every time. I mean, sometimes I've come away from it feeling about the same guy. Like there were a couple earlier when we did this, it was Davis Mills. Then it was Davis Mills, not quite as strong. I don't know what segment it was, but when we started talking about Case's experience in big games, he's played in an NFC title game. He has one of the most famous plays in the history of the playoffs at the Minneapolis Miracle. He's played a lot of important football throughout his career. It just got me thinking about Davis, and when was the last important game that Davis Mills played in at any level? He played 11 games at Stanford. He played a season for David Culley and a season for Lovie Smith, got benched in both of those seasons. This would be, like 100 times bigger than any game Davis Mills has played in college or the NFL.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
It matters, but not enough for me to just not say go with the younger guy who's been your backup all year long. And I'm very, very, there's a part of me that really wants Case out there. I'm trying to figure out how much of it's for sentimental reasons and just out of respect for Case Keenum himself. I think that for me, there's unknown upside with Davis Mills. Only the Texans really know how he's looked in practice all year as the backup quarterback. I think that presumably as the backup quarterback and not the third stringer, he's been getting more reps in the offense when the twos run reps than Case has. Yeah. So, he's more ready to just get in and go. Having said all that, if it goes south real fast with Case Keenum, I think, with Davis Mills, then Case Keenum is the one more equipped and ready to step in without having necessarily a boatload of reps.
Good point.
So I think that I feel better about putting Davis Mills in with a full week of preparation, but that you still have the Case Keenum break glass in case of emergency. I think also with Davis Mills, I would love to see the Texans maybe go a little bit off script and get Davis Mills involved in some designed quarterback runs or zone reads, because I don't care what DeMeco says. The running game is not fine. Mm-hmm. It's not good. It's nothing like that. I don't know why DeMeco continues to say that the running game is good or that they were fine this last week. It's really, really strange to me. Getting the quarterback involved in the run game and doing it with your backup quarterback, who's plenty athletic enough to do that part of it, I think would be one thing that could help make up for a lot of Where that stage in his career where I think he needs to be, doesn't need to be running the U of H offense necessarily.
Right. There's definitely no film on it, that's for sure. Davis Mills running RPOs and things like that in this offense.
Well, RPOs are one thing, but actual zone reads and quarterback running it, that's where actually use his legs to the advantage of the offense. I think they could do that.
Yep. Text message, I'm way more pessimistic than I was before the Jets game because not only did we lose, but we may lose the next game with Stroud out. Browns and the Colts are no joke. Yeah, the Browns with Joe Flacco all of a sudden are a spicy thing to think about here. Here is Myles Garrett asked about his new quarterback, Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco, over 300 yards today, the performance that he had.
He's elite. I mean, it's a dragon, man. I can't explain it, man. Picks up the playbook, scans through it, he downloads it, and comes out here to throw for 300. The guy is special, and it's nice having someone like that to fill in some big shoes.
I love. Is Myles Garrett? Does he know? He's got to know about the Joe Flacco elite.
Yes,
jokes and memes and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, he's old enough. Yeah. I still think of Myles Garrett as a young kid.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett's been around plenty long enough to know about is Joe Flacco
elite,
yeah. So I'm guessing they might have made a joke about it, like in a team meeting. I could totally see Stefanski even putting it up on the screen during a meeting or something as kind of a joke or to add some levity.
I have a question for you, and a Browns question for you that I'll hit you with in the next segment. We got to get to trash talking DeMeco Ryans as well. Not trash, but definitely some smack at the Tennessee Titans for their jersey choice this weekend and citing maybe the most famous moment in the history of this rivalry on his coach's show. DeMeco Ryans did that yesterday. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Stay there.
You've got to get to Mokaram Law if you've been in an accident. And
advisor.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Joe Flacco, over 300 yards today, the performance that he had.
He's elite. I mean, it's a dragon, man. I can't explain it, man. Picks up the playbook, scans through it, he downloads it, and comes out here throw for 300. The guy is special, and it's nice having someone like that to fill in some big shoes.
Okay, that last part there, I heard that cut for the first time on In the Loop yesterday. Sean Bajani was in for Landry. John was on. We'll talk to those guys in just a little bit here. Landry's back now from New York. But the very end there, where Myles Garrett says, it's good to have a guy like that, reads the playbook, downloads it, they were interpreting that as, is the guy that they gave $46 million a year to not a guy that can download the playbook and just go in there and do it?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think that's the case, but it's fun to think about.
Of course it's fun to think about. It's fun to think about for any Hey, look, this happens all the time, though. A young guy comes in and has a nice game. It's Gardner Minshew, Joe Dobbs, perhaps Joe Flacco. What is he? Is he 38 now?
39.
He's 38,
He's
39.
39. Yeah,
okay.
He's 39 years old. Here's my question.
I saw this. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I get angry at Josh Dobbs phenomenon. I saw an article yesterday titled, or it was last Friday, titled something about like 10 amazing stories from Joe Dobbs' teammates about the amazing Joe Dobbs. I'm like, this guy's getting benched. What the hell are you talking about?
For Nick Mullins.
Yeah,
For Nick Mullins, yeah. Here's my question.
Anyway.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
We know that the Texans have the Browns' first-round pick, right? And if the Browns make the playoffs, where that pick falls will be determined by how far they make it in the postseason. Would you be okay picking 32nd in the draft if it meant Joe Flacco winning a Super Bowl and embarrassing the ever-loving crap out of Deshaun Watson in the process? Are you cool with picking 32 if it means Deshaun Watson gets completely embarrassed by Joe Flacco winning a Super Bowl?
What happens if Joe Flacco wins a Super Bowl? Does he get Nick Foles to the next year?
He's 39. I don't know what happens with him.
I don't know what happens. Do you stick with both of them?
Dude.
Do you bring Joe Flacco back?
I mean, okay. If the Joe getting in Cleveland is the Joe Flacco that's shown up these first two games, because I'll point out he has started 2 games. He was elite, as Myles Garrett pointed out, in the win over Jacksonville. He was really good for 3.5 quarters against the Rams, too, until he threw a back-breaking interception in that game. So overall, he's been like a B+, A- so far. Like, if this is the Joe Flacco you're getting, the Browns can absolutely win the AFC with that defense. 100%. They can win the AFC. Now, I'm not saying they will.
Yeah, that defense is so good.
It's crazy good. Yeah.
I know. Oh my gosh, yes, I want that. I don't know, but it's not worth that price.
I don't know. It's just Seth, and if we're being honest here, we're talking about a difference of like 8 draft spots, because I think the Browns are going to make the postseason and might even win a wild card game. So we're talking about, would you trade down from like 22 to 32?
It does.
For the storyline of Deshaun Watson sitting and watching Joe Flacco win a Super Bowl with the team that Deshaun was signed to win a Super Bowl for.
Let me ask you this. Okay. In his heart of hearts, deep down inside, maybe he wouldn't even admit it to himself.
Yeah.
But is that what Nick Caserio would prefer? Would Nick Caserio actually... Because that trade goes down as one of the best trades of all time in the history of anything. If Deshaun Watson ends up being completely washed,
yes,
because that might break Deshaun Watson. Well, I mean, if he gets traded away, someone Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, not even Deshaun getting traded away and them keeping Flacco. I think there's if Flacco makes a deep playoff run, he'll be back on his couch next year probably. I don't know. Or some team, if he wants to keep playing, maybe some team signs him. They're going to roll with Deshaun next year either way, and that would be fascinating to watch. Like the Cleveland fan base. I mean, Joe Flacco would be the biggest folk hero in the history of the city if he led them to a Super Bowl. And I'm not talking crazy here. Like, they're 8-5, they're in the postseason right now, and Joe Flacco looks like he can play a little bit.
And Joe Flacco's capable of making a run every now and then.
We've seen it before. It happens every 10 years.
Way above and beyond anything he had ever done before or since.
Yes,
He's capable
yes.
of that.
It's like locusts. It comes like every 17 years, Joe Flacco has a deep playoff run in him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, to answer your Caserio question, the answer is he absolutely would want it, and you want to know why? The other reason, not just the draft capital and the lopsidedness of the deal and so forth, he's from Cleveland.
Oh, my gosh.
Caserio probably grew up a Browns fan, I would imagine, you know.
My Brandy and I were talking the other day, just randomly. There was a time once where I was coming up on free agency, and the Browns were interested. So I remember looking at like real estate in Cleveland and trying to figure out what it was all like. And I pictured myself as a Brown, and I think just like Joe Flacco, I think I would have been embraced by the city as a Brown.
I think you would have too.
As a Cleveland Brown.
I think you would have. Blue collar.
They embraced that dork just because he was an awesome football player. I feel like just because he was one of the best offensive linemen ever.
I feel like they would like you.
Transplant, yeah. If Joe Flacco, I always like to point to Mike Schmidt as a guy who, I always thought that Mike Schmidt had like a late in his career awesome season where he actually was
about
just
the former
genuine
third baseman for the Phillies.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But he actually was just really, really good all the way through age 39.
Yeah, he was great.
He just stayed genuinely good, so he didn't have a late surge. I don't think Mike Schmidt is necessarily the right comparison to use for Joe Flacco, believe it or not.
No.
I think Mike Schmidt was actually. What's that?
Flacco's like Eli. Flacco's a below-average regular season quarterback throughout his career.
To be clear, Sean, I was joking about saying I don't think that Mike Schmidt's the best comparison for Joe Flacco.
I know.
Clearly, one's better than the other.
Yeah. No, I was just throwing out who I think the comparison is. I think it's Eli. That's what makes Joe Flacco and Eli both so remarkable, is they were below average.
We're talking about the power of advertising. I'm looking at this picture of Joe Flacco, it's Kevin Stefanski at a press conference. Mm-hmm. And in the background, there's an advertisement for Drug Mart, which looks enough like the Dunkin' Donuts logo that I am 100% going to go out and buy a dozen donuts after this TV show or after this radio show of ours is over. I just from having a logo for Drug Mart behind Kevin's going to go eat Dunkin' Donuts.
You know what?
That's a power of advertising right there.
Big time. Dude, I was just in the break room, and for some reason I looked down in the freezer part of the refrigerator in there, like that drawer that you pull out, because I needed some ice for my tumbler. There's still like 3 gallons of Bluebell Dr. Pepper ice cream in there from when they brought us all that ice cream this year.
No, those are relatively new.
Oh, are they?
They must be. Okay. Yeah, because I check that drawer pretty frequently.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing those anytime recently. I get freeze pops out of there a lot.
No, different fridge.
Oh, which one?
Yeah, it's the fridge down by the front door where Leroy sits. The freeze pops are down by Sarah Frazier's office.
Oh, okay. I never go in that one. I didn't think they still had a refrigerator in that one.
If you're looking for some Dr. Pepper ice cream, there's some in there for you, Seth. So there you go.
The bottle of what do you always grab out of our fridge without thinking about it? Usually alcohol, like if somebody hasn't put a sign on it, usually there's a lot of alcohol left over from various parties and stuff. So unless there's a sign saying it's for something, I just grab that freely and liberally.
There was half of, during the game on Sunday, we watch all the road games up here, and during the game on Sunday I went to the fridge you're talking about, the one by Sarah Frazier's office. And there was still half a tray of Danishes and blueberry muffins in there that clearly were for some sort of meeting they were having in the conference room.
If it's on the weekend, for sure you can have that.
I ate a couple blueberry muffins off of that plate.
A couple of 2-day-old muffins.
Yes, but they were refrigerated, so they were still kind of fresh. Yeah.
The freeze pops are always fair game. I feel. I don't know why.
I think they announced as being public freeze pops. Okay. I was on the freeze pop committee that provided those.
We're going to always have freeze pops in there?
I don't know if we're always going to have them, but they were a clear initiative from a committee that I was on to put some freeze pops in the freezer. It's the most Dunder Mifflin thing of all time, yes.
I'm just amazed that we get whatever that knockoff brand of K-Cups is all the time. Like that for free. My free coffee does it for me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm all for the free coffee.
Absolutely.
I just, I haven't taken a raise in 9 years, mostly because I get free coffee.
I'm gonna have it written into my next deal. K-Cups.
I turned down a raise in a time of 10% inflation.
Right.
Basically because I get K-Cups.
Right.
Thank you.
Seth's got his contract out. He's like, this is good. I like what you've done here. Okay, and add the K-Cups right here. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. This was on the Coaches Show yesterday, a show you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris sitting down with DeMeco Ryans. Not too happy that the Titans are going to be wearing these Oiler uniforms this weekend.
Titans on the road wearing those jerseys. Your thoughts about facing them?
What jerseys are they wearing?
Oilers.
Oh, my goodness. We got to smack them up.
Yeah, Houstonians do not like this. You know this.
Oh,
you know
no,
this.
We don't like that. So it's, man, what an opportunity. Like, I'm getting fired up right now, and I haven't even won, but, man, can I...
Hey, do you think DeMeco legit didn't know that they were wearing Oiler jerseys this weekend?
Or... Oh, yeah, 100% I believe that.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think that goes on, that's not on any kind of an official scouting report or anything.
No, but it had been made pretty public by the big story when the Titans chose the Texans to be a game they wore them for.
I guess, you know what, in my mind, I kind of forgot that. I couldn't remember whether that was going to be a real thing or not, because they've already worn them once before, right?
They wore them against Atlanta in Week 8. Yeah.
I guess I knew that they were. I didn't know that they were going to wear them against. I had forgotten they were going to wear them against the Texans.
Yeah.
I just thought that they were going to wear them at some point this season. So, I think that DeMeco going back into player mode, I feel like for some of these divisional games might be an underrated thing.
Good.
I think that it's one of those things that's rare in the NFL where you get a coach who specifically wanted to go to an actual city.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just does not happen that way much at all, ever. And so between his wife's family ties here and then him, obviously, and his playing ties here, there's just so much that's different about the connection between DeMeco and this team. Him kind of without thinking about it, flat out saying we got to smack him up.
Yeah.
Like, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna look so bad in print, and it's gonna be awesome that I'm sure Tennessee's gonna run with that. But I think it was just such a true window into just him just being himself right there. And he said it with a smile and a laugh and everything, but there's still a little something to it.
He is the most violent gentleman of all time.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans. Here's one more. DeMeco Ryans, when you think of the Titans rivalry, what do you think of?
Yeah, I do remember those were some real physical against Tennessee. None other more physical than Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan.
Yes, that's part of this as well.
Who were you thinking would have happened?
Yeah. Oh, man. He had it coming. So that's what I was thinking. He knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Like, Cortland was always a feisty player, and Dre just gave him the business.
Man, it's going to be fun on Sunday, man. Texans are a 2.5-point underdog now. The line moved 1.5. With, I would imagine, probably a lot of the odds makers and bettors were waiting to hear what DeMeco Ryans had to say about C.J. Stroud. I kind of read the answers and hear the answers as C.J. Stroud's not playing on Sunday. That seems to be indicative of what the line is doing on this game, Seth, moving in favor of the Tennessee Titans. And maybe last night's game probably factored in as well, how good the Titans looked against the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football. I would imagine a big factor in how bettors are looking at this game. Yeah, minus 2.5 for Tennessee right now.
What did you call DeMeco Ryans? The most violent gentleman?
The most violent gentleman, yeah.
I was looking up the most violent heroes in movies. The Expendables killed an estimated 1,374 people, but that's a committee affair. James Bond, in all the different movies, he's killed 597 people.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, some good fantasy stats.
John Rambo's killed 493.
That sounds low. I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to go with John Wick as my comp. He's killed 399, and I feel like John Wick, kind of like a gentleman killer the way DeMeco Ryans. He's got better social skills than John Wick.
Yes, I like it. John Lopez, speaking of social skills, what's up, John? You guys are back.
We are back.
The Jets game deprived us of C.J. Stroud, possibly the concussion protocol.
Yes.
The Texans going 8-5.
Yes.
And you for several minutes yesterday, and Landry Locker for a full day of radio. I think that's what the Jets game claimed yesterday.
I hate those dudes.
Yeah.
It was a wild weekend.
Them and the airlines, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I just can't believe.
It looked like you had fun, though.
Man, we had so much fun. It was about, beginning to end. Just everything was awesome except for, sleeping in the airport.
Oh, my God. That's
yeah. Dude, I said this yesterday. I've slept in the airport, unfortunately, a few times. It's a young man's game, dude.
For sure.
It is a young man's game, and I'm including Landry in the old men here.
How you feeling, Landry?
I feel fine, man. It's good. I'm ready to go.
Okay, good.
Ready to go. Oh, no, I feel great now.
Yeah,
I slept like a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you stink yesterday?
I smelled so bad.
It came straight from the airport.
I was using wet wipes like nobody's business in my truck drive over here.
Let's pass the baton over to you guys here. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and John Mclain, who killed 73 people.
Okay, well, not the one that people think. Die Hard, that is. Die Hard.
It doesn't specify that.
There you go. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they begin now.
All right. So I'm on to Tennessee mindset, and we'll get into a lot of things. I think we've been told two significant lies by DeMeco Ryans that he needs to eliminate because he's lied to us.
He's lied to us.
Yeah, he's lied to us twice now in a week span. So we'll talk about that in 15 minutes because I knew they were going to lose the second that I saw something that I saw on Sunday on the field because I know that the rally cry of this team is a complete lie. And it was on display. It's a complete lie. And hopefully you can correct that lie, DeMeco, but we need to figure that out. And there's something else that he said yesterday that I rolled my eyes at as well.
Oh, really?
But I think this football team is kind of getting a taste of everybody else's medicine. And let me elaborate on that. There are many 7-6 teams right now. There are 6 7-6 teams that the Texans find themselves in the mix with.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at these squads. Pittsburgh's had to battle without a quarterback. They've found a way to keep winning games. Somehow they're sitting at 7-6. Indianapolis, they've had their backup quarterback. They've had to find ways to gut out games. The Cincinnati Bengals right now, they're winning games with Jake Browning.
Mm-hmm.
This has to be the DeMeco game on Sunday. We've seen the CJ game. This has to be the DeMeco game because I don't know if we're just too scared to say it. His defense absolutely sucked on Sunday. That was an awful game plan. They weren't even trying to pressure Zach Wilson. They basically let him sit back there. That defensive game plan was awful. And you're seeing other teams. You're seeing the Titans without Jeffrey Simmons. They're able to pressure Tua. They're able to take. DeMeco's supposed to be a defensive coach. The defense isn't really that banged up. You lost Cashman. Pretty much you had everybody else out there. Now, Bobby Slowick, I feel bad for him. I'm not going to torch Bobby Slowick for losing 3 of his top receivers, although I don't know what this run game thing is. Maybe there's something there. But DeMeco's defense sucked on Sunday, and DeMeco Ryans is going to have to do what Mike Tomlin's done, what Shane Steichen's done, what Zach Taylor is doing, and he's going to have to find a way to have a DeMeco game on Sunday. This is DeMeco Ryans' opportunity to put his stamp on this thing. And I'm a big DeMeco guy, but this is his chance to put his stamp on things.
It absolutely is. They gave up 30 points in the second half to Zach Wilson and the Jets, who couldn't score 30 points all season long. I mean, they couldn't get anything going offensively. They were the joke of the league offensively, and you gave up 30 points. So there's all you need to know about your point on the defense. Like they were healthy and they gave up 30 points to Zach Wilson. Now you can say accurately that was the best game of Zach Wilson's life, but there's also a why. Why was it the best game of his life? Because if we're going to talk about the defense and some of the strides that they made in the couple of games before that, they went backwards. They went back.
It was a Lovie Smith game plan. They were just sitting back in zone, and they were letting Zach Wilson pick them apart. Christian Harris, we might have missed our flights. Christian Harris, I heard, missed his because he had to spend hours picking up his jock each time he was in coverage.
Yeah,
he was sitting on the field till probably midnight last night looking for that. I mean, that was just embarrassing. Performance. The offense, not good. I don't know what the hell they're supposed to do. I mean, we saw the Dolphins yesterday without Tyreek Hill. The Texans don't have Tank Dell. They don't have Nico Collins. They don't have Dalton Schultz. We were watching it. Those guys weren't getting open.
No.
There was just nobody getting open there.
No, that was the story on offense. They had such a drop-off at the receiver position, at the tight end position, obviously with injuries as well. Offensive line, of course. You can talk about all kinds of things offensively, but it wasn't necessarily all their fault. On the defensive side, I mean, we have to be honest. We're always trying to be honest on this show. Will Anderson made some mistakes and was not good. Like if it wasn't for Jonathan Grenard, or Greenard, as they said in the press box, they didn't correct that until late in the fourth quarter, and he got his second half sack or whatever it was. If it wasn't for Jonathan Grenard, I don't know what they would have done. Perryman was lost in pass coverage, gave up a huge completion on the way
Christian
to a
Harris. I think Christian Harris was targeted 10 times in 9 receptions.
9 out of 10.
Yeah.
So, yes, you are absolutely right on that. I also think that defensively, that their secondary took another step back as well. It wasn't just like bad coverage or sitting back and because of the game plan. It was they were not doing their job in the secondary as well.
Yeah, and I mean this intermediate thing has been something that we've talked about a long time. We've talked about tight ends being able to take advantage of the Texans and running backs and stuff. Here's the other thing that I just want to set the record straight. Mm-hmm. We talked a lot about Sauce and Stingley and all that, and we've said, which one's better, all that, and Derek Stingley got the momentum this week. This isn't going where you think it's going to go. I'm going to set aside. Y'all can debate that and all that, but the fact that Breece Hall versus Dameon Pierce was ever a talking point last year that's a joke. That's an absolute joke, because that's the other thing the Texans don't have. We can nitpick the O-line. They do not have a running back that can just go win you a game like that, win you an ugly game like that.
Receiving as well.
The fact that Dameon Pierce and Breece Hall was ever a discussion, that is pathetic.
Yeah.
That's actually that's insulting, honestly.
Breece Hall was just running the ball, receiving, clutch plays, all of it.
They had the two best skill position guys, and it wasn't close. It was either Garrett Wilson or it was Breece Hall, and you can argue amongst yourself which one you thought was better. The Texans, with the injuries, not an excuse, just a reason. With the injuries, they had no chance to make plays there. C.J. Stroud had no chance to make plays there. This run game's weird because they've just decided, and you know what's going to be hilarious that we're going to see, and we'll see what happens with Bobby Slowick. He might actually have to do something this week. Instead of just letting CJ save his butt like he's done the last couple of weeks, he might actually have to try to implement a run game. So I'm glad that Bobby Slowick has to go through that too, because now you're going to see how, what's it going to be like with Davis Mills? You're going to all of a sudden try to run the ball. You're going to remember what you did against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And the week after that, look, you got to earn your way into the playoffs. They had a golden opportunity there, and they just completely squandered it away. And I don't want to hear they've surpassed my expectations. Look, come on.
No, the standard is different. We've said that.
Let's move on. Let's evaluate this team like a tough mix that had an opportunity to tie in their division, that had an opportunity to separate themselves in the mix, that were a 5.5-point favorite regardless of the injuries. Let's not do this. They've surpassed my expectations. I'm not doing that. I don't think they want you to do that. Let's move past that. You got to find a way to scrap one out in Tennessee against John Mclain's Oilers, who joins us
we're going to get to
at
that.
11 o'clock. We'll talk to John about that.
Yeah, we definitely will get to that. Offensively, we know what the formula is. That's the good news that came out of it. Devin Singletary is the guy. Devin Singletary is the guy. Yeah, oh yeah. There's no question.
Positive.
It's almost, and I'm not gonna go out on a limb and say it, but it's almost like a fireable offense if you don't go and ride Devin Singletary as your premier back, your go-to back the rest of the way. Like, there is nothing left to see, nothing else to think about, nothing else to wonder, well, maybe, Dameon Pierce, it will get the hang of this system. Dude, there's 4 games left. He's not going to get the hang of the system. It ain't going to happen. That ship has sailed. Devin Singletary saved their ass in the first half. It was a 0-0 game. And that was because Devin Singletary could run the ball. He ran for 64 yards in the first half. So I think that's almost...
I don't know why that has to happen, though. I don't know why that wasn't obvious based on what he did when Pierce was out.
No, I know.
That's what I don't get. We don't think they can run the ball. I don't know that they've wanted to run the ball. They've wanted to throw on 3rd and 3 when they're up 2 possessions. They almost became too dependent on C.J. Stroud. It seemed like the other day what they said to C.J. Stroud was, hey, we don't have your 2 best receivers. We also don't have have one of your third go out there and win the game for us.
Here's the ball.
Here you go.
Here's the ball. Go see what you can do.
Yeah, just go save our ass. We're going to call a conservative defensive game plan in which we're in zone and we let Zach Wilson sit back there and look as comfortable as he's looked all season long. And we're just going to cross our fingers and hope that C.J. Stroud and Noah Brown and Xavier Hutchinson can find this magic.
And I want to go back to what you alluded to with Sauce and Derek Stingley. We were there, so, we're not all 11 guys on tape. We've seen some this year, but when you're there and you watch every single snap and you see how players play, away from the ball, passes that don't go their way, Sauce Gardner is the real deal. Like, if there was ever any doubt, like, Derek Stingley, and maybe he'll make a bit more plays down the stretch or whatever, Sauce Gardner puts people on lock. He is really, really good. It is still, he's the better player, even though Stingley might have more interceptions. It was impressive watching that guy, like, as you're watching the whole field. Really impressive. He's really, really good.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just assumed that scout team corner could have covered the receivers they had out there. I guess he was doing all right, though.
No, he was really good.
Man.
Noah Brown was a nowhere man.
Who?
Yeah, Noah Brown.
Who?
Noah Brown.
Who's that?
Yeah, because Stingley was on him the vast majority of the time.
What's he do?
Well, that's why. That's exactly why.
Yeah, I didn't see much from him. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that we see Nico Collins and Tank Dell on Sunday.
Well, definitely not Tank Dell.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm saying but yeah, Nico.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
And that was the knock on Nico, even during his best year. Like, Nico, the injuries and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. It sure as hell better look different. And I'm assuming that there's going to be a different plan of attack from Slowick, and hopefully there's a different plan of attack from DeMeco Ryans, because goodness gracious, man, that was, let's just be fair. I know there's a lot of romanticism. I'm a DeMeco guy. I want to go through the growing pains with DeMeco Ryans. 100%. I'm on board, but let's just be fair. If a year ago we saw that, we would be talking about how Lovie Smith was not aggressive and Lovie Smith was just kind of sitting back and letting Zach Wilson pick you apart, and that's what he did. Now, when you score 6 points, it's kind of hard to expect your defense to do too much, and eventually it just kind of got out of hand. But, man, I'm looking at Mike Vrabel and the Titans pressuring Tua. I'm looking at all these other teams that are scratching and clawing, and it didn't seem like there was much scratching and clawing going on with the Texans, and the defense was rough.
Defense was very rough. Look, I want to also say this, because clearly we had a big weekend. That was a lot of fun all weekend long. It was great hanging out with you guys, going everywhere, doing everything. The last part of the trip was not ideal by any stretch. But what a fun weekend, what a fun time and good time. I was really, really confident. The weather screwed with the Texans a little bit. It's not an excuse, but it did mess with them a little bit. But the bigger thing was Zach Wilson and that defense. But we had a blast this week. Fun. I just wanted to say that it was perfect. I'm glad we could bring it to the loopholes as much as we did. And it was good hanging out with you guys. Good having the gang back together today.
Yeah, a little New York action, there. And I mean, those are great fans. Those fans, you can feel the atmosphere. You could feel the passion, the energy, all that, and you could also feel that damn rain. It was a ugly ass weather game. I do not think the Texans are a cold weather squad. I will say that they did not look too thrilled.
That's what I'm saying. It did mess
all
with
them LA boys, all them California boys.
Yeah.
Felt that one.
California South, all that. They are not.
You and Figgy handled it better than
squad.
they did.
They are not a cold weather squad. It is very apparent.
Figgy was soaking wet on the drive to the airport.
Oh, man.
So was I.
I didn't know if you were or not.
Take my damn clothes off.
My damn drawers and shoes was wet, man. Crazy.
Yeah, it was rainy as hell out there. That's the bad news. The good news is, though, pretty much everyone you needed to lose lost. So it's almost just like a run it back. Every team in the division loses. And you're still right there in the mix. Now, you're not inside of the playoff picture, but you still pretty much control your own destiny. So even with that said, you basically just moved forward a week,
but you lost time.
You lost time, and you lost your quarterback.
You lost time and the quarterback. Those are the two biggest things. But that clock is ticking, and all of a sudden, this Titans game, which already didn't need a lot of hype, should be hyped even more, because it is that important.
Mclain's going to Tennessee this week, right?
He has to. We'll ask him.
Yeah, we'll ask him. He'll be in at 11. He's got his gear on.
Come on, man.
You know he's got his gear on.
Come on, man.
He is so. Oh, he is right. He's foaming out the mouth, man. He wants the Texans to limp in there, and he wants the Titans to stick it to them until the sun don't shine. Yes, he does. Text line 713-572-4610. Does Mclain want the Titans to stick it to DeMeco in the Texans?
Come here and rock your jaw.
He can say whatever he wants to say. That's what I believe, sir. I think Mclain is foaming out the mouth right now.
That's harsh. That's really harsh. He's Mr. Objectivity.
He is Mr. Tennessee Oiler. That is what he is. He is Mr. Tennessee Oiler. You can't convince me otherwise. Care how mad he gets at me.
Man, I love DeMeco is owning this too. Did you hear him on the coach's show last night? He says, yeah, we don't like that. I love that. That's the one thing about DeMeco. Talk about the defense, whatever.
Boy, he doesn't need to worry about uniforms. Yeah, I don't want to hear DeMeco on uniforms.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
That's pretty damn sweet.
Get your ass over there. Let's focus on the zone and man coverage and all that. I don't need to hear him on uniforms. Seriously, that's the last thing you need to worry about, sir.
It was a good thing to say for the fans, for the team, and everything else. It's gonna be it's been a part of the story for fans and us. It's a part of the story for this team. I think DeMeco's going to own it and bring it up and use it. You know, all week long and certainly at the game.
God, we're doing uniforms.
Yes.
Okay. Whatever it takes. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever it takes.
Maybe that'll get you ready to go. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about Oilers uniforms, huh?
Yeah.
That's the motivation.
DeMeco was talking about
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, he was talking about it.
Thanks, Coach.
I don't like that. I think it's what he said. So.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. You're on an island on this one. It is a big thing.
Nah, I don't care about it.
Yeah,
at all.
It is a big thing.
Don't care about the Oilers uniforms at all.
That's fine.
Right. I'm over it, man. I want to see. How about a balanced attack? How about a little bit of pressure? Good God, man! I thought that Jets O-line sucked.
It does. No, it's horrible. It's awful. Yeah, it's one of the worst in the league. Yeah, yes, it's one of the worst in the league. Except Sunday. Except Sunday it wasn't. I mean, he had all day. He was just picking them apart. It was crazy.
This dude Zach didn't want to play on Sunday. He didn't even want to start.
Yeah, guy didn't even want to play.
Yeah.
Got out there, threw 300 yards.
Yep. 30 points and a half. That was an embarrassing loss, man.
It was.
That was embarrassing. Is that the first time the Texans have been embarrassed this year?
Indy, maybe.
But it's still early.
Yeah.
It was still early, and you're thinking, all right, well, let's see what this team can do. We didn't have high expectations. Now you had high expectations. You were favored on the road, and then that happens?
Not great.
Not great.
Not great. Something else that isn't great that I want to get into. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. We're going on to Tennessee with John Mclain, the face of the franchise. We'll talk to him at 11 o'clock.
The face of the franchise? Earl, Pastorini, Moon,
Mclain,
Eddie George, John Mclain.
We'll talk to him at 11. But there's two fibs that have been told within the last week that we need to justify, including one that should have had us knowing before they even kicked off on Sunday that the Texans were about to take an ugly L. I'll explain next, but first I want to talk about Orchard's Win-Win program, which has been there for a lot of Sports Radio 610 listeners, been there.
sounding fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
John Mclain coming up at 11, Oilers week. We'll definitely get his take on that. Who knows what's going to happen there.
By the way, I want to say something.
Yeah, we got you. 11 o'clock. Gotcha. So we probably should have known that this game the Texans had no chance in based on what we saw on the field. And I think there were two fibs that we were told before the game by DeMeco Ryans and after the game by DeMeco Ryans. And I'll start with the first one. That next man up stuff that we hear all the time, this guy goes down, next man up. I'm sorry, brother. Y'all did not have that mindset before that game. I'm sorry. This was DeMeco Ryans last week after Tank Dell got hurt. This was what the head coach himself said yesterday, and I'll tell you what we saw as soon as we walked on those sidelines.
Yeah, we have to rally for Tank. Got to step up, right? Those plays that Tank made, how do we make up for those plays? That was those explosives. We need someone to step up in that room, and I know whoever it may be, is Mechie, is Hutchinson, right, Noah, right? It's time for guys to step up in that room, and everybody got to play well around them as well. But we'll definitely miss Tank.
All right, next man up, huh?
Yeah.
Brother, it was a funeral on the field before this game. They were wearing Tank Dell T-shirts.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when someone dies. You wear a T-shirt with their face on it. The Texans were literally wearing Tank Dell T-shirts before the game like the dude died. Don't tell me that's next man up. That's like mourning a death right there.
Just like Soldier Slim here, put you in the dirt and have your picture on front of a T-shirt.
That was awful. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, cool. Mechie's wearing a Tank Dell jersey. And then we were walking up to the elevator. I was like,
yeah.
Damn, is Tank going to be back at camp next week, or did he pass away? So as soon as I saw that, we already know that a receiver can be important to a squad. We've seen it with Tyreek Hill. I looked to y'all and I said, man, this might not be a good game with the way this is going on.
Well, we were standing on the sideline, and I looked at Figgy, and then we told you, look, there sure are a lot of guys wearing Tank Dell shirts. And you said in classic Landry form, what, did he die? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if
because that's not next man up, man. Like, yeah. and I know next man up can be harsh, and I understand that these are humans and they're all buddies and stuff, but that is not next man up. That's not, hey, let's go about our business and figure this out. That is like mourning. Like that they were basically mourning at the start of this game.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask them, it's like, hey, we just have his back.
Okay,
all that.
You can have his back. Okay,
all that, but. What I think is in retrospect, like when you look back on it, it looks like a team that was kind of wallowing and missing a guy.
Yes.
And that,
yes.
So whether it's real or not.
Yeah, and it might not matter.
It might not be real.
And I'm not sitting here saying that the mindset is why it happened. What I'm saying is the mindset is proportional to how big of a loss this is. So don't hear me wrong and have me think that John Mechie should be out there in a sleeveless T-shirt and he would have been able to step it up, or the guys would have been able to step it up. I think it's just more so proportional to how big of a loss Tank Dell is, because they're not treating this. They were not like, that was not next man up. That was, oh damn, we're dead. And we lost a big part of our squad. So it's not a hardo mindset thing. It's more of a representation of the guys who would know better than anyone of how big of a loss this was for this team.
Yeah, I don't think they were necessarily out there pouting and feeling sorry for themselves, but I think in retrospect with how they performed, and I'm going to give you a point here in a second, another point on this. It looks bad. And he mentioned specifically 3 players, Mechie, Hutchinson, and Noah. You got nothing.
0.
You got nothing.
Nico got more yards than him.
Yeah. You got nothing. From 3 guys.
4 plays.
From 3 dudes.
4 plays.
That he specifically mentioned, you got nothing.
No. Nothing.
That's more, to me, reflective of where's the next man up. Like, they cratered. They cowered. I'm not saying they're cowards. I'm saying they cowered with a W in a moment that could have really, they could have blossomed and shown something. I mean, he mentioned them specifically. Mechie, Hutchinson, crickets out of those guys. That's what looks bad to me.
So that was fib number 1 for me, is the next man up. I don't think it exists here. I don't think that they're capable of it. I'm not questioning the mindset. I'm just saying that was a representation of how big the Tank Dell injury may be. Here's number 2, and this was yesterday. from DeMeco Ryans. And I think they need to I hope this is not something that he is pushing too hard heading into this game against the Titans, because I don't think this is right. This is DeMeco Ryans talking about what he felt went wrong in New York against the Jets.
For us, it's truly about us this week. If we get out of the Texans have to get out of the Texans' way, and that's the message to our guys, right? We have to clean up our operation, clean up the things that we're doing, right, to give ourselves a chance to compete. I didn't think we had a chance to compete against the Jets because we're still fighting against ourselves. So once we get out of our own way, and we can go and compete, right, and have a truly fair match.
I don't agree. Like, yeah. I watched the game. You tell me. You see it different. I don't feel like they were just like some sort of self-inflicted wounds by the Texans. I just felt like they got their ass kicked and the Jets were the better squad. I feel like the Jets had the better skill position guys. I felt like the Jets had the better defense. I felt like the Jets had the better game plan. I didn't feel like there are some times where a team loses and we can come on the air and say, man, you know, the penalties and the self-inflicted wounds and the drops and all that to me just felt like the Jets lined up across the Texans, and with Tank Dell and with Nico Collins out, and once Cashman leaves, they were just a better squad. So I don't think that, you know, the rally cry is, yeah, we just got it. You got to find some guys to make.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to find a way to have these guys make some plays. This is not about, hey, you know, we're making these mistakes. They almost made one, but fortunately, Des King's fumble got recovered. But other than that, like, I don't agree with DeMeco. I don't think the Texans are just in the Texans' way. I think they're going to have to do something to where, whether it's a game plan, whether it's someone stepping up or whatever, it's not self-inflicted. That was just a complete assing. Like, that was a New York assing, and they were the better squad. Like, with what the Texans had and what they were going on, they were just the better squad.
That comment about, the Texans got to get out of their own way.
I don't agree.
That's just another way of saying, got to watch the tape.
Yeah.
Got to watch the tape. Here's the reality. The Texans had 0 turnovers. They had fewer penalties than the Jets. They had more rushing yards than the Jets. That's not self-inflicted. That's getting your ass beat. And the thing that illustrates that the most is they were 1 for 12 on third down. That's not, oh, we just killed ourselves. No, you got outplayed.
Got to make a play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that. The next man up thing, I don't buy that, just based on the reaction and we just got to get out of the Texans' way. I don't think that's true based on what I saw. Now, DeMeco probably sees it a little closer than me. I don't, just if you're stressing, hey, we got to play fundamentally sound football and we got to go out there and find a way to win, I think you're setting yourself up for a loss.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen Mike Vrabel in his first year, his first career win was when the Titans had Blaine Gabbert, they had receivers out, they had DBs, they ran a fake punt touchdown. You're going to have to figure something out, and you're going to have to be somewhat aggressive. You're going to have to find a way to cancel out whatever limitations you have at receiver or Davis Mills. It's not just a matter of, I mean, you do have to play clean, but that's not your biggest problem. You need guys to step up, and you need to do something to where if it's some trickeration, if it's like something that they don't see coming, if it's you have to figure that out. This is not just we're getting in our own way.
You could even argue that they were luckier in the first half. Like, the Jets were outplaying the Texans all 60 minutes.
They were lucky to be tied.
And it was 0-0 at the half.
Lucky.
They were lucky. They were fortunate. Like I said, 0 turnovers. What? That's not getting out of your own way. They just got whacked.
Coming up, despite all this, Lopez, the OG, says that while this has been a frustrating start to the week, it seems and feels very appropriate. On to Tennessee next.
All right, guys, Low T Center right now. You hear stuff all the time about low testosterone, and when you get older, late 30s, 40s, and beyond, you got to start looking at that. If you start
however you want to call it. Texans coming off perhaps their worst loss of the season, but John Odie says it feels kind of appropriate. What in the hell are you talking about?
Some good things happened Sunday.
Okay.
Let me say again.
Okay.
As ugly as it was, as self-inflicted and awful as it was, as much as they got worked, some good things happened. This is kind of like a bizarro don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't ignore in defeat. So I guess it's like don't ignore in losing what you'd be happy about in winning.
Okay.
Something like that. And I'm dead serious because here's the best thing.
I got to hear this.
Devin Singletary is the dude.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the dude. He saved their backsides big time in the first half. 3 times the Texans got the ball inside the 10. And the Jets were, clearly controlling the game even though the score was tied 0-0. And 3 times they put Devin Singletary in the game and he moved the sticks and got him out of trouble. It ended up turning into punts or whatever, but they were flipping or getting out of the hole or whatever. Devin Singletary, this is the good news. If you're looking for silver lining, cup half full type stuff, there's no more question Devin Singletary is your premier.
I'll take your word for it. I don't believe you, though. No, I don't believe you.
Why don't you believe me?
Because if over that 2-week stretch they didn't believe he was the guy, then I don't know that this beatdown is going to have them change it. I don't believe you.
But we also wondered, are they really going to go there?
They did,
and they
did. It was in this kind of a game. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I want to believe you. I don't know. Do you think Singletary's the guy? I don't know.
You asking me?
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's cool, but I wouldn't give him a contract extension.
No.
I'm
Do you think he's their number one back?
That they think he's their best running back, or do you think I could easily see Singletary gets 12, Pierce gets 11 this week? I don't know what they are.
I refuse to believe
AFC.
that.
Okay, well, did you believe it after he got AFC Offensive Player of the Week, and then the next week he got 100, and then all of a sudden he was MIA?
But then when he went 2 games where it was like clear, what are you doing? They did go back to Singletary.
I don't know what the deal is with Singletary and Dameon Pierce. Now, it is sad that we're sitting here saying this because Devin Singletary, he's a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not Brees
But
Hall.
he's their number one back.
Is he?
He had 64 yards.
I'll take your word for it.
64 yards in the first half.
I'll take your word for it.
In that mess.
I'll take your word for it.
I'll put it this way. If he's not the guy, and he's not clearly the guy for the next 4 games, then there is a huge dereliction of duty by the coaching staff. Then you can get mad at DeMeco Ryans for letting this happen. You can get mad at Bobby Slowick for rushing
all right, mark this.
Dameon Pierce. Yes, mark
this.
it.
Okay.
Devin Singletary is the number one back on this team the rest of the way.
Okay.
If he's not, it's borderline.
I think he's
What
the
do you
best.
think the issue is,
I think
though?
he's the best. I think he got the most carries the other day, but I thought that that would have never even changed from the 2 weeks, 250 yards. I didn't think it would ever change, so I don't know what they're going to do.
No, it shouldn't have ever changed.
I really have no idea.
But if they were like, okay, let's give him one more shot here to they got their answer. They got their answer. He's not, yes, and they went back to Singletary yesterday. Right. So the sliver of good news is after Sunday, I keep feeling like this feels like a Monday for some reason. But after Sunday, there's no more question. Oh boy, here's the other thing, and I said this to you guys during the game. When they give the ball to Dameon Pierce, it feels like a giveaway play. It feels like, okay, well, 2nd and 9, and I think they know that. The Devin Singletary is the featured back the rest of the way.
Okay. I'll take your word for it, John. I don't believe that. I don't know what the deal is. I'll take your word for it. And I hope you're right, and it never should have come to this. But I can't say that one game makes them feel a certain way when, again, 250 yards in 2 weeks wasn't enough.
Yeah. No, I get that.
When it was clear as day before that in the Saints game. So I'll take your word for it. I just don't know that I believe it. There's something that they like about Dameon Pierce. I don't know if they have, like, country voice fetishes or something. I have no idea. No, I really don't know what it is.
Talk country to me.
Maybe it's just like the overall mindset, like whatever. But for whatever reason, they cannot quit Dameon Pierce. They cannot do it.
Is Dameon Pierce a better pass blocker?
I don't know. Maybe.
I feel like that might be the reason why.
I don't know. I know he's not great at it.
Yeah.
I know he's not great at it.
That's not a great reason.
I don't think either of them great at it, to be honest.
That to me would not be the reason. All right, here's the second thing. You want the second very good thing that happened Sunday? Here it is. This ain't over.
No, they're right in the mix.
The playoff race is
no, you got to win this game. Got to win this game.
But I was like,
with Davis Mills.
Had you to the Jets, I was going to say, all right, let's start talking about 2024.
No, but everything that needed to happen pretty much happened.
Yeah,
you're still a game back at Jacksonville.
That's really, really like fortunate. Like
so it's not over.
It's not over.
No, not at all. You can find a way you can find a way to gut out a win with Davis Mills. Coaches have been doing it all over the place. Cincinnati's doing it. Pittsburgh's doing it. Indianapolis is doing it. Like this is
hell, look at New York.
Hell, look at the Giants.
Yeah.
Like, all these teams are winning with backup quarterbacks. Hell, look at the Titans. Ryan Tannehill was their original guy. Everybody's winning with backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
DeMeco needs to put himself in that category with the Vrabels, with the Mike Tomlins, etc. This is his opportunity. This isn't unique. They had to deal with this in Cincinnati, and they took it on the chops from the Texans. And how did they react?
Yeah,
they've won a couple games. They're right back in the mix. That's what Zach Taylor's doing right now. So DeMeco has the opportunity. Is it over? Hell no. They got a chance.
It ain't over, man. It's not over. And look, you can feel bad about a missed opportunity. You could have been tied with Jacksonville had you won that game, and that sucks. That sucks that you're not. But it ain't over.
Right now, Tennessee's a 2.5-point favorite.
Boy, the line has really moved.
Yeah,
Texas started as a 1.5 point favorite, I believe, and now it's gone the other way.
2.5.
And so that clearly is because the Texans look so bad. The Titans,
Davis Mills,
and the Texans look so bad. The Titans won, and Davis Mills. But I'm with you. The good thing about Davis Mills is he's gone to Tennessee and won. He's started a lot of games.
Go through the entire league. Bears won a game with a backup quarterback. Browns have won a game with a backup quarterback. Titans have won a game with a backup quarterback. Jets have won a game with a backup quarterback. The Patriots have won a game with a backup quarterback. The Giants have won a game with a backup quarterback. The Saints have won a game with a backup quarterback. The Rams have won a game with a backup quarterback. Cardinals have won a game with a backup quarterback. Hell, they won a game with a backup quarterback that they ended up releasing.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, it's not Davis Mills. We've been through a lot with Davis Mills and stuff, but this is happening all over the league.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that you're going to have to figure out. And you're going to have to find a different way to lose. You're going to have to find a way to win ugly, but that's what it is.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I have confidence in Davis Mills.
Okay,
I mean, that sounds weird.
Now you're taking it too far.
No, I mean, I'm not saying I would.
Now he's taking it too damn far.
I'm not saying I wouldn't rather have C.J. Stroud. Who wouldn't? But he started a lot of games.
All right.
Keep in mind, and I mentioned this to Sean Bajani yesterday, it was nonsense during the preseason and training camp when the Texans were like, well, we haven't really decided. We'll see how it plays out on the starting quarterback. That was nonsense. We knew who the starting quarterback would be. But one of the biggest reasons that was a conversation that they could have, that was something that they could mention with a straight face, is Davis Mills was playing well in the preseason. I mean, it's easy to forget now, but he was playing pretty dang well.
Okay.
He was. We were talking about it.
Now you're ruining it.
You know, we had that discussion, but we didn't believe that he was going to be the starter or had a chance, but he was playing pretty well. Maybe I have confidence in Davis Mills is a little strong. I wouldn't
be confidence he can win a game.
Yes, that's it.
So you have confidence they can win a game with Davis Mills.
Yes,
that's fair.
Yeah,
I mean that's very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Now running the ball would be nice. You're going to have to find ways to do that. You're going to have to
finding a receiver would be nice.
Some big plays on defense would be nice. Because the other thing about it that I think is getting lost is football now is like it's so focused on offense. We're focused on the quarterback, and it is all about the quarterback. I understand all that. The offensive injuries are bad. They had their whole defense. I know they lost Cashman in the game, the game, but they had Singletary, Nelson, Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, their linebackers. They had their whole D line.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had their defense, and you allowed 30 points to the damn Jets.
Yeah.
So this needs to be a DeMeco game in more ways than one. You might have to be a little bit aggressive. I actually think it's a good thing, though, that the Titans won yesterday. Because you know how the NFL is. You come off that high, and then all of a sudden it just kind of plummets. That just seems like the way that it goes. So I'm actually kind of glad that they won that game yesterday.
And it's a short week.
Yeah, it's a shorter week. Yeah, for sure.
So there are things that would make you feel all is not lost.
There's people who want Keenum. Come on.
That's been a discussion. Didn't Sean make that as a
Let's stop.
As a Pender poll?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I want Davis Mills. I don't want this Case Keenum. He can be on standby.
Yeah.
But yeah, give me Davis and do his thing. If you want to put him on a short leash, cool. All hands on deck. But no, I do not want Case Keenum out there, and they don't either. I don't believe.
I don't believe they do either. But I'm with you. I think he's going to get a lot of reps just to see how it plays out this week. Case Keenum, more so than a backup.
Gotta have him ready.
Yeah, more so than a backup normally would get.
We gotta have him ready. Coming up, John Mclain joins us for a big week around here. Texans versus Titans in the old Oiler threads. Let's talk to the general next.
Even after a tough 30-6.
Oh, man, John Mclain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up. Line up, everybody. Stand up straight. Make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
Fall to Jets 30-6. On to Tennessee. On to the old Oilers. John Mclain joins us right now. Are you giving the Texans a chance in hell with Davis Mills at quarterback?
Of course.
To beat the Titans.
Of course. He beat them last year. He's 4-1 on the road in the AFC South. They were a better team last year. And so he's had two of his best games here against the Titans. So I think that the problem's going to be, who are they going to have at receiver? Will Dalton Schultz be back after missing 2 games? And I'm guessing Nico Collins is going to be out a while. We know Tank Dell's done for the season. I'm amazed Noah Brown hadn't caught a pass in 2 games since he came back from injury. I know he's having a knee issue. Couldn't practice last week. And Robert Woods, don't know what the thing is, but those wideouts didn't step up. But part of the problems, offensive line was getting crushed. Michael Dieter obliterated by Quinnen Williams. It was just, hopefully they got it out of their system, just flush it, and move on into another must-win game.
So you seem like you're giving them a better chance than I figured you would.
No, I give them a chance because of what Mills has done on the road in the AFC South in his first 2 years. And last year he was coached poorly, and this year he's coached well. So I expect if you've got any weapons at all, and problem is last year they could run the ball. This year they cannot.
So C.J. Stroud, the reason we're talking about this, obviously C.J. Stroud expected to miss this week. Did it just kind of catch up to them? The 16 sacks in the last 4 games. Like, this offensive line all of a sudden is just exactly as bad as we thought it was at the beginning of the year.
Stroud hit his head on the surface when Quinnen Williams hit him after he completed a pass to Mechie. That's the first time he's had a concussion. But, yes, he's been getting hit way too much. And I don't think it's that maybe his receivers are out, he's holding the ball, they're not getting separation. It could be a combination of things, but the bottom line, the line is not doing a good job. And I'm wondering, they've had, 4 coaches in 4 years? Will they have 5 in 5 years? Will Chris Strasser?
Oh, my gosh, we're firing O-line coaches now?
Well, could he get fired and then go look for somebody that Bobby Slowick is familiar with? But I can't imagine there's not going to be changes. Every year there's changes in their offensive line. It's amazing. Caserio spends money. They trade. They give extensions. They draft players. And they still have offensive line issues. And one reason is because they have no stability on their offensive line coaching staff.
Maybe this line is coach killers.
Well, it could be.
I mean, seriously.
Laramie Tunsil had a good game as a pass protector and run blocker. Didn't matter.
And uniform fixer.
Didn't matter because
nobody fixes their uniform more between plays than him.
They just overall were terrible. And if you in a game like that, you got to run the ball. In a game like this, backup quarterback, in all likelihood, you want to be able to run the ball. Tennessee is good against the run, even with Jeffrey Simmons out.
Yeah, there's that as well.
Yeah, they got Simmons out, so they're getting lucky. But they pressured. They were all over Tua yesterday. Tua wasn't getting hit, but Tennessee found a way to get to him. It sure would be nice because we talk a lot about the offense. It would be nice for DeMeco's defense to look a little bit better than they did against the Jets. Kind of seemed like they were just sitting back, letting them do what they wanted to do.
They were horrendous in the second half, and Breece Hall, who had at least 5 catches in 3 consecutive games, it's like they didn't know he was going to be targeted, and he had 8 catches, averaged over 12 yards. They took bad angles. They missed him. They let him run on the sideline. Did a great job shutting down the running game. Now, I'm writing a column this week. I got one today about Davis Mills and Case Keenum. Not many teams can boast having 2 backups, multi-year starters, one who's responsible for Stroud being here, and the other one who's a miracle worker. And I'm going to do one on Derrick Henry. Can the Texans finally, because they've played really good run defense, contain Derrick Henry, which would be stunning, but I think they will because they've contained every running back. But that pass defense, it was amazing. Jonathan Gennard had a great game. 2 sacks, bunch of hits, played to run well, but the coverage was terrible. Christian Harris, awful in coverage. In fact, I looked up right now. I know Derrick Henry's played 7 games. The opposing quarterback rating against him is in the 40s. That's incredible. But some of those guys like Petrie is 149, Toa 136. There's some other.
What are these numbers?
Your opposing quarterback's rating.
Well, we're going in the sticks, man.
Them.
We're going in the
third
sticks.
One is Christian Harris. The ratings for all opposing quarterbacks thrown at them is triple digits.
My whole thing with this, I don't want to get ahead of myself because I'm with you. I think they got a chance to win on Sunday. We see coaches all around the league this year winning with backup quarterbacks. So this is what you got to find a way to do. Tomlin's had to find a way to do it. Vrabel's had to find a way to do it. Stefanski should be in Coach of the Year discussion because he's found a way. Yeah, all these guys have found ways to do it. So you got to figure it out. But as we're talking about all this, you're talking about Grenard looking good and all that. My concern is they have so much invested in this offensive line that isn't worth a damn that eventually you're going to have to let good players like Jonathan Grenard and stuff go because you're paying Titus Howard like he's a top 5 tackle. You're paying Shaq Mason like he's a top 15 guard, and you already have Laramie Tunsil. That's what my concern is. That's what I'm a little bit worried about.
If they want to sign Jonathan Grenard, they can do it. You can always find ways to keep guys if you want to. They'd like to extend Nico Collins. Hopefully he's not out more than 1 game. And, of course, Grenard, when you're a pass rusher and you hit double digits in the last year of your contract and you are really good against the run like he is, he's going to be heavily coveted on the open market if he gets that far. Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll keep him. Maybe they will franchise him. But to me, when you've got 2 are viewed by the analytics sites as the best duo at stopping a run, that's not even mentioning their 15 sacks. You got to keep those guys together.
So this is the Love You Blue game. Now, I know it's a big deal for fans. It's been a big deal for a lot of us in the media. How big a deal is it for the Texans themselves, whether it's from Cal Hanna down to the locker room? Because DeMeco mentioned it yesterday on the coaches' show.
He's trying to get players fired up to get their attention about something. I think it means something to the McNair family. I think players, they don't give a rat's what about it. They don't care. They don't know who the Oilers were. They don't care about players. Tennessee don't care about it. Texans got enough riding on this game to worry about because if they lose another game, they got to win this game. They're playing a team that was bad, that did what they didn't do. Texans couldn't beat a bad team on the road, and they got humiliated. Titans beat a good team on the road, scoring 2 touchdowns in the last 3 minutes. So they're going to be fired up. Y'all are talking about a letdown. I think with Vrabel, he'll make sure they're fired up. I think DeMeco will have his players ready. Problem with the Texans, they're just missing so many players, but so are the Titans. There was 2 weeks ago a stat they had more guys on injured reserve than anybody. So it's kind of like a battle of attrition in this game.
The problem for me, though, is Vrabel's shown that he can find ways to win those games. DeMeco is not. And it's opportunity. I'm not sitting here saying that DeMeco's had missed opportunities, but about scratching and clawing and improbable wins. I mean, Vrabel, the first win of his career was week 2, and that was when they had Blaine Gabbert and they had some gimmicky-ass fake punt that ended up being the difference. So for me, DeMeco, as much as we love him, and I love DeMeco more than anything, I think he's the straw that stirs the drink. He's going to have to show that, like the Tomlins, like the Vrabels, et cetera, Stefanski's, that his defense can help you win a game ugly. So the Vrabel just has more of a track record of being able to do that. That's my concern.
He's been a head coach a lot longer.
I know.
What the Texans have done at the end of games, being able to pull them out with seconds going left, that's a huge tribute to the head coach. But it's the next
they've lost
test.
them, too.
Yeah. They've lost them. They were 5-3.
5-3?
5-3.
Yeah.
They've lost
all
them, too.
settled in the last 30, and they're a team that was supposed to be terrible. And so I think we're all – that's right. People are not looking at reality, which is that this team was going into the season not very good, and they got everybody fired up.
I don't think they should be.
Now they're missing a lot of players.
I don't think they should be. I think that's a loser mindset. This is a good football team that can compete. I'm not going to go back to what John Mclain put on Sports Radio 610 saying they're going to win 4 games. We've moved past that.
I said they're going to win 6 games.
Yeah, but we've moved past that. Like this whole, they've done better. I hate that mindset. I think it's a loser-ass mindset. I think it's a loser mindset.
I don't give a damn what kind of mindset you think
I think it's a loser mindset. Well, let's go ahead and change because we had them at 4 and all of a sudden.
I had them at 6. 6
whatever
and 11.
You had them at. Like,
what'd you have them at?
I had them at 9.
Really?
Yeah, I had them at 9.
You should have bet. I would have bet you $100.
I had them at 7.
9.
But the standard
is... It doesn't matter what I had them at. The point is we've seen where they are right now. So I don't feel like they're playing with house money where if they lose down the stretch, I'm going to sit here and say, well, it was a success because of what we said in the preseason.
I think you have to look at reasons for losing. And if you keep losing players, you're going to lose games.
But look around. Like the Colts.
I look around.
The Colts. What about the Colts? The Colts have lost players.
Colts played much easier schedule.
The Steelers have lost players. The Browns have lost players.
One of the toughest. Look, there's a list yesterday about teams that have played records against teams with winning records. Texans have a winning record against teams with winning records.
But the standard is different because of what we've seen on the field.
Yes, it is different.
So that's my take.
I'm not saying they're going to lose the rest of their games. Yeah. I look for reasons that they lose, and when you lose you don't have your top 3 receivers. I'm guessing no other team in the league has that.
No, that's
Plus
for sure.
Their offensive line's terrible, and you can't run the ball.
That's 100%
So when
true.
they win, it's almost surprising, considering all those setbacks. And now they're struggling in coverage, except for Derek Stingley Jr. and Steven Nelson.
Which is concerning, right? I mean, that's just is that just they need more athletic linebackers? Is that where we're at with that?
I don't think they need linebackers who can cover. Because Toa and Harris have not done well.
Cashman was out.
Perryman's 90-something opposing quarterback rating. That's why when I looked up Stingley, you saw him 44. That's amazing. But in other words, stay away from him.
The other thing with the Texans and Sunday, not to harp on that because we're talking about next week already as well, but they played a clean game, the Texans. They were just beat. They were drubbed.
Physically, mentally, they were humiliated.
So, I mean, no receivers, whatever. I know those are factors, but that to me is the concern. You just got whacked in a game that you had to have.
They did. And guys like Noah Brown, I don't know what's happened to Noah Brown. 2 great games in a row against Tampa and Cincinnati. Boom, hadn't done squat the last 2 games. Guys aren't stepping up. John Mechie, 5 targets, 1 catch, 6 yards.
How pumped are they in Tennessee for this game? I know you.
I haven't talked to them yet. My shows are on this afternoon and Wednesday, but after that game Monday night, based on what I saw online, everybody's excited, mainly because they wanted Vrabel fired. Now they love him. It's amazing the way that works.
It is.
Texans have 4 winnable games, and I don't care how well Joe Flacco's playing. It's interesting. Anybody could sign him now since he's on the practice squad, but he'd say no. Everybody knows don't waste your time because things are going so well with him, but all these games are winnable.
How are your feelings right now on now that we've had time all year to digest? This city feels very, very hurt and very, very angry about them and the uniform deal and all that. How do you think? What are your feelings now on them wearing the uniform?
I haven't thought. It's not even on my mind. They've been going to do it twice. Did Atlanta?
But it has to be done.
Going to be on this one? No, I'm more concerned about will Stroud play? How will Mills play? Will Mills get hurt? I don't give a rat's.
This is the biggest shocker ever.
The uniform.
Is he playing hardo? Or are you?
No, because we
always don't care.
But we always talk about what's the story.
The story is the Texans playing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Trying to win.
I did not expect to agree with Mclain on this.
About what's on the
Who gives a damn about what uniforms they're wearing? They got to win this
you
game. Thank
believe
you.
that too?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. This is the happiest I've
taken a
been.
picture.
Screw the uniforms.
But
thank you, John.
Now, when the game comes on, I'll be excited to see Columbia Blue because I saw
my
it
guy
20 years. People act like it's the first time they've done it. They wore those uniforms their first 2 years in Nashville.
But they haven't done it like this, where they're really sticking it to the text. Like if I'm writing a column, a preview column, and you may see this on Friday, to me, I don't ignore a big part of the story. To me, that's a big part of the story.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what happens on the field.
No, but it's a part of it.
What happens on the field?
No. It's a part of Texans versus Titans. It's been a part since
you got that angle all to yourself.
Thank you.
When I'm doing mine, you will not be a part of it.
No. What I'm saying is it's not the only angle. Like if I'm saying, okay, what's this game about?
He's focused on what matters.
But hold
Lopez
on.
is stuck in the past.
No.
Why don't you go have a
You're
sleepover
focused
at
on
the
the
Astrodome?
aesthetics.
Why don't you go have a sleepover at the Astrodome and cry some tears?
Let me finish here.
You irrelevant weasel.
Let me finish here. The people tell you in part what parts of the story are important to them. I can't ignore what the people of Houston
people still care about that.
Yes.
Considering the team and
Thank you.
where it
Yes.
is and how important the
You
game
don't think
is.
Houston cares about them wearing Oilers uniforms?
I think they do. It's
Well,
just
there you
not what
go.
it was early in the year when they announced it.
Well, buckle up. I mean, I think this is a big part of it. I mean, you can talk to the ownership, you can talk to fans, you can talk to people in the media, you can talk to Amy
Once
Adams.
I've talked to, it's all about.
Thank you.
They got to win this game.
It's all about the dub.
Like that to me is
the dub.
And I'm not picking on
After
you.
the game, well, it's all right. You can pick
Nah,
on me.
do it.
So
You're
if
on the
they
right-
win the
you're on the
game,
right side of the
player's
thing.
going to say,
It's about the
"Man,
game."
we beat them because we hated that Columbia Blues."
about the damn game.
No. So if you're forget the column previewing it. In the post game, no matter who wins, you're not going to mention that they wore the uniforms?
I'll mention it somewhere
There
in
you
the
go.
story.
It's part of the
It'll
story.
be buried.
It's part
Thank
of
you.
the story.
Yes.
It's part of the story.
Thank
That's
you.
what I'm
If
saying.
the Titans win, I may say it's all about what was the commercial with Spike Lee? All about the shoes, all about the uniforms, all about the colors.
No, I'm not. And I'm seeing.
Thank you.
Now, you've been hanging around Landry too much because you're putting words in my mouth.
You've been hanging around with Landry in Boston, New York.
I have been.
All I'm saying is I don't give a rat's ass about the uniforms, and everybody else can think it's a huge deal.
Thank you.
I just don't.
The fact is, when everybody else thinks it's a huge deal, I can't ignore it.
I don't hear
I
everybody
can't
else.
ignore it.
I haven't had anybody talking about it since early in the season when
Well, they haven't
we
been
all
playing
knew they
them.
were doing
It hadn't been game week against the
McLean
Titans.
has moved past that. The Oilers are history, okay? You want to sit there and still worry about it? You go ahead and worry about it.
Look at the text board.
We're not worried about it.
Look at the text
Give a damn
board.
what the text board says.
Okay. All I'm saying
I'm
is
more concerned about
you
winning.
can't- my thing is you can.
Thank you.
You can be more concerned about winning.
Thank
You
you.
can say it's all about what happens on the field. You can say it's about the outcome of the game. But I don't think you can ignore that part of the story.
Early
'cause
in the
it's so
season,
big.
I thought about covering this game be such a big deal. I was
See?
going to go up and shoot pictures with all the fans wearing Columbia blue, and now I don't care, so I'm not going.
Thank you. There you go. That is the right mindset. Lopez, loser mindset. McLean, winning mindset. It's all about the dub. Let's get back in the playoff race. Thank God. You just made my day, John. I am so proud of you, McLean.
I'm shocked
Good
you're not
God.
going to the game.
I am so
glad
proud of
you're
you.
proud of me.
I am, dude. I am. I would. Oh my gosh! I almost
You'd
want to give you
kiss
a.
me.
All right, I almost want to give you a DeVito kiss right here. I am so happy. Coming up,
y'all remember this now.
Coming up, world famous McLean leg hiking next.
Texans trip to East Rutherford.
John Mclain said, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous Mclain leg hiking. Concept very simple. John Mclain comes in studio. We throw takes at him, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. I'm going to start this off. John Lopez, who can't move on from the Oilers.
Just stop.
We've agreed on this. John Lopez needs to move on and focus on the opportunity the Texans have in front of him instead of living in the past and talking about damn uniforms.
Hike it, Figgy. John's favorite color used to be maroon. Now it's Columbia blue.
Yes, he is. He is the pandering
y'all are both full of crap.
He is the pandering Oiler.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I need to wear galoshes in this studio.
He's wearing Columbia blue right now. We should take a picture of it. No, he's wearing maroon.
You're dang right I am. John Mclain never has had to sleep in an airport terminal.
Like it, Figgy. I've had to do that a lot.
How many times?
One reason I'm so glad I don't have to do this anymore. The last time I did it was after a primetime game in New England a few years ago because it's so bad getting out of Foxborough. We had an early morning flight out of Logan, so we just went straight to the airport, nodded off for an hour or so.
Oh.
And to me, it's hard to sleep in an airport because of the noise.
I tried.
And right when you doze,
I was there for 16 hours.
Flight 636.
It's the worst.
It's trash, man.
It's the worst.
Awful. You wake up, you're trying to sleep on the ground, you're trying to sleep here. Didn't have my suitcase to put my head. It was awful.
I went and bought a pillow and a blanket and made a bigger pillow, and so I thought I'd be good. Dude, every 3 minutes you hear somebody talking or the walking escalator thing and all that. It's ridiculous.
They do have airports that you can go in and rent a room and take a nap.
Not LaGuardia.
No.
Yeah, no thanks. John Lopez.
First of all, this is complete crap. Everything y'all are saying, I don't even know what you're going to say, is complete crap.
John Lopez.
You think Landry would make something up?
Last week,
Really?
John Lopez asked you if CJ would miss one game or more. Lopez should feel like crap after what happened on Sunday.
Absolutely. You jinxed it. It's all your fault.
Again, complete crap. It was leg hiking, which is you're supposed to say things that are maybe a little bit out there so you can see if Mclain is going to hike the leg, like this one. Case Keenum will get at least one series on Sunday.
Hike it, Figgy. Davis Mills will play. They'll keep him. Well, you know what? I can't say they're going to keep him upright. They haven't kept Stroud upright. I'm guessing Mills will release the ball.
I'm talking about non-injury
in
related.
like 1.2. No, I don't think he will. No.
DeMeco Ryans' defense needs to do a lot better than they've been doing lately.
Well, absolutely, especially on the coverage. Now, 2 games ago, they did a good job against Russell Wilson. But, man, Zach Wilson, that's just embarrassing. 2 offensive touchdowns in 5 games. They get 3 in the second half. Hopefully, it's just like a bad virus. They flushed it, and they've moved on, and they will do better.
John Mclain just doesn't want to hear from former Houston Oilers fans, and that's why he says the colors don't matter.
Hike it, Figgy. I don't mind hearing from fans. I hear from players, and the players. I was talking to Bruce Matthews yesterday about Frank Wycheck. All those players like see Columbia Blue being worn because it's the only place it can ever be worn again. It's important to them.
Trevor Lawrence did not have a high ankle sprain. That's an absolute lie.
Hike it, Figgy. They can't do that. He'd had one. Obviously, it wasn't very bad.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to have it amputated.
I did too. I thought he died.
Was injured.
I thought he was out for life.
What a drama queen.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's clearly a sprain. I don't know if it was a high ankle sprain. All right. Devin Singletary will be the clear number 1 running back the rest of the season.
Well, he already is, and he better
Is
be.
he?
And so, yes, I agree. He will be. Should be. The only time Dameon Pierce should carry the ball is if Singletary needs a breather.
Case Keenum will have a chance to play on Sunday if Davis Mills struggles early.
I get Figgy. I think that before they would pull the plug on Mills, it'd be in the second half because I think the game will be close. It'll be back to the games they've been playing, settle late. Too bad it can't be Stroud versus Levis, but maybe the next time.
We're going to see at least one new start offensive line Sunday.
Hike it, Figgy. I don't think so.
Why not?
Because they don't have. Who else are they going to put in? They don't have Jarrett Patterson to put in for Michael Dieter, who just got destroyed in this game. George Fant had a bad game at right tackle. You know, they could play Charlie Heck, but he's so hadn't played since last year. They'll tell him what kind of game he would have.
Charlie
so I
Heck.
think they're sticking with Fant.
Oh, my gosh. John Mclain with us here, world-famous leg hiking here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is time to start to wonder how effective of an NFL player John Mechie is truly going to be.
Hike it, Figgy. I think considering you've had cancer and torn ACL, and I said this before, it'd be next year before we get a realistic look at how good he can be and the reason Nick Caserio traded into the second round to get him.
Sauce Gardner still is the better cornerback over Derek Stingley.
Oh, boy. Stingley played great. It doesn't look like it. Nobody was throwing at him. Gardner played great. But Gardner's played more games, so I agree. Gardner's been healthy. Stingley is not. But since Stingley came back, he's been fantastic. They need to put him on Hop. Let him cover Hopkins all over the field. Hopkins coming off a really good game.
So put Stingley on Hop, let him travel with him?
Let him travel with him all over the world.
Christian Harris couldn't cover John Mclain if he ran a 5-yard out.
Hike it, Figgy. I think he couldn't cover me on the quick screen, but anything across the line of scrimmage, he'd be all over. Terrible game coverage.
At least 2 Texans coaches will be fired at the end of the year.
I agree. I remember O'Brien said in 2000, after the 2014 his first, I was talking to him one time, and he said a coach has to make sure his first staff is usually when he'll have the most firings because he's made some mistakes. And if you recognize it, you move on. If you don't, you're doomed.
Jalen Petrie will get an interception this season.
Sure, why not? He needs one. Right now, he's struggling big time. I think so. They got 4 games left. Petrie will get an interception.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes is a Karen.
He was for one post game. Hike it, Figgy. He was for one post game. Then he apologized. What's so funny? They should have been blasting Tony because he was clearly offside.
Yes.
You got to be such a lame brain to look at the ball and you can't see you're lined up offsides. Neutral zone penalties are the dumbest in sports, and when you see players do it, you wonder, what are you thinking? I call them brain dead when they have those penalties. So-and-so
You come up with that?
Brain dead.
That's new.
Because you do. All you got to do is look at the ball.
Texans will still make the playoffs.
Hike it, Figgy. I don't think they will. There's too many teams who, like Jake Browning, all of a sudden has turned into Burrow. Buffalo may overtake the Dolphins. I just think there's a lot of teams that don't have as many injuries, have a quarterback healthy, because I can be next week.
Yeah.
But no, the key now is to stay in the race, and if you're going to lose it at the end, but have a winning record. Everybody will be fired up next year.
The Cowboys will win the Super Bowl.
Geez, let me think. I get thinking if they get to play at home. Maybe they will get home. But right now, the 3 best teams are in the NFC. There's not a great team in the AFC, which kind of makes it more interesting because it's so competitive. Not great competitive, but competitive.
It's world-famous Mclain leg hiking. Tell the people what you got coming up this week, and restate that you've moved on from the uniforms, and we are not worried about uniforms. We're worried about the actual game.
P. Lopez, one of the most talented writers I've ever known, pretty good broadcaster, who's living in the past, not with just Jackie Sherrill and R.C. Slocum, but with Columbia Blue. And I wish you were going up there. And I wish they could superimpose a picture of you on one of the jerseys like you saw Tony.
Oh, God.
Tony is already superimposed on Dodger uniforms. It's going to be fun. Hopefully the Texans win. Guys, thank you very much as always. And Merry Christmas to your listeners.
Thank you very much. There you go. It's early Merry Christmas. That's almost 2 weeks, but we'll let
it's
it.
All right. That's what Mclain does.
That's kind of his brand.
Yeah.
I am so proud of Mclain today. I can't even tell you. And I am just glad that he doesn't have your mindset.
And that means so much to me that you're proud of it.
It does, man.
It's like my daddy is proud of me putting his son.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. John Mclain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, so Lopez proposed that we talk about Mike Scott and what the Rockets should do with the number 1 overall pick. Should they take Jordan or Hakeem? But we're actually moving on here. We're talking about C.J. Stroud, the latest on him, and 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the news for different reasons. The hits are lit next.
Y'all are both full of crap.
888-900-3209. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We got a lot going on. Such little time to get into. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud is in the concussion protocol. His status for Sunday, very, very, very much in doubt. Here was DeMeco Ryans with the update on the starting quarterback and whether or not we could see Davis Mills or Case Keenum.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right, when it comes to the concussion, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
Yeah, so I mean, you got to keep him out a week. I mean, he's been blessed. You got to keep him out, and it's not the end of the world. Like, teams are winning with backup quarterbacks. You like Davis Mills, you'll see what happens with Davis Mills. You being the coaching staff, so. Much like the teams in the mix with you have had to do, you got to find a way to win with your backup quarterback.
Can't play him. Simple.
Yeah, he's out.
Can't play him.
He's out. He's got to chill.
Yeah.
And then he comes back against the Browns.
Miles
Which
Garrett,
is a pretty good defense.
Everybody. Yeah. Miles Garrett, defense. Everyone. Miles Garrett versus Tunsil and Fant.
Yeah. So, yeah. Get rested up, and then you got the Browns.
Actually, they line him up in the middle a lot, too.
Yeah, all over.
Yeah,
he moves.
Can't play him. Can't do it.
Yeah, and you got Davis Mills. And Mclain brought up, 3-1 on the road in the division, or 4-1, whatever it was?
4-1 in the division, and beat the Titans
last year
in Nashville, yeah. Can we talk about Mclain for a second?
I kind of liked his performance today.
Oh, I know you did.
Kind of liked his performance today.
That was more acting than Jack Nicholson.
He said, move on, no more uniforms. I thought it was a good mindset. I think it's a great mindset to have, and I'm very proud. I'm actually proud of him. You might be disappointed. I'm actually pretty proud of him.
I'm not disappointed. I'm not proud. I think I see what's happening, is what I'm saying.
What's happening?
He got a lot of noise for defending the Oilers and Amy Adams Strunk, didn't he?
I don't know.
On this show.
Yeah, I think some people were upset with him.
From fans.
The uniforms, yeah. So you think he's just moved on?
Yeah.
You think it's fake?
I don't know if it's fake or if it's strategic.
But if it's those are the
he don't want that noise anymore.
So he doesn't want the Oilers stuff anymore. He's over it.
Yeah, and I said I'm not talking behind his back. I said it.
No, I think he just knows.
I
just think he understands the situation and he's just kind of focused on what matters most.
Yeah,
and you aren't. You're still worried about the '80s Oilers.
Get the hell out of here with that.
You're still worried about the Oilers.
So you don't think that's part of the story?
No,
0.
Not for me. No.
Okay, not for you is fine.
No,
but you don't think it's part of the story in this city of 7 million people?
No.
You don't think that they care?
No. No, I think there's a boom line. I think it's
not a boom line.
I think there's a boom line, and there's a let's react on social media and talk crap just to talk crap. But right now, I think people are more worried about CJ. They're more worried about Mills. They're more worried about winning and trying to figure it out than they are some damn uniforms.
Incorrect.
It's me.
That's you, maybe, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's incorrect to say just this city doesn't care, because it does. And
no, I don't know. I mean, there's obviously people. I'm not speaking for that. Yeah. I'm just saying the people that I deal with more consistently, as opposed to you, like when y'all go to, I don't know where do y'all meet up at? What diner do y'all meet up at? Wherever wherever y'all meet up at the diner, I'm sure they care.
Figgy, don't get on that side because you feel the same way I do.
I'm sorry.
You feel like I do, Figgy.
I think people that are watching this squad that are the new age of the Texans, they move past
going whichever way the wind's blowing on this one.
They move past it, man. It's taking a back seat.
Figgy's the exact age as my son, and my son and Figgy both care about this.
Moved on. The story has taken on a new life of its own.
No, I think
it's about survival. It's about grit. It's about going to win a dub. Go get a dub.
I think
got this one out. You got this one out. You're in good shape. Win ugly. Win with the backup quarterback.
I'm talking about Mclain right now.
Will Deco Collins play? Is Davis Mills going to start? What is Bobby Slowick's game plan going to look like? Is the defense going to look better? Are they going to be able to stop Derrick Henry? That's just 5 storylines, and we could keep going if you'd like.
And the whole Amy Adams and Oilers thing is probably higher than most of those.
Don't care about her.
Let me give you one more thing on this.
She's about as relevant as John Adams right now.
It's about
that's how old that is to me.
Yeah, this is a football term, and Mclain is using it this week. He just wants to survive in advance.
Yeah,
he just wants to survive in advance. He doesn't need that noise about all the Oilers stuff and his takes about they deserve it and all the other stuff.
So you think his Oiler uniform thing has impacted his outlook right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Patrick Mahomes, speaking of changing your mind, this was Patrick Mahomes immediately after the Chiefs lost to the Buffalo Bills. And then we'll hear the apology, which came on our sister station out there at 610 in Kansas City. We'll hear that after. Here was first the immediate reaction from Patrick Mahomes.
Let us play, man. Let us play the game. And then whatever happens, happens. Throwing the flag and deciding the game one or another, it's letting us play, man. Let us go out there and win the game. And I said I'd rather them let us play and go out there and see who wins. I mean, that's what you want as a competitor is you practice all week to go out there and try to win your team and that team and see what happens. You don't want to be talking about this stuff after the game. I want to go out there and play and then see what happens at the end, see what the score is, and then I can live with the results. It's something that, I mean, you as a like I said, elementary school, we talk about, you line up, you point to the ref, you're good, you're not good, you have a discussion. That's the ref's job. I mean, you want to have an open discussion so that you can go out there and put the best product you can on the field. And for him to throw that flag, no explanation, no anything, and
dude,
I mean, barely offsides, but for him to take the game into his hands over a call like that doesn't affect the play at all. Didn't affect anything. And like I said, man, that's a Hall of Fame tight end making a Hall of Fame play that won't be shown because we threw a flag for an offensive offsides. And so it takes away from not only this game and this season, a legendary career that Travis has had. And I mean, that hurts me because I know how hard he works for it.
There's 3 takeaways
That's
here.
bad,
First of all, there's no explanation needed. He's offsides.
Yeah.
So there's that. Second of all, let's not act like he was just close. He didn't even check with the ref. And third of all, man, I did not know Patrick Mahomes was a clout chaser. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get in the Travis Kelce crew right there and sit there and pander. Seth brought up a good point too. I think Kelce threw that backwards because he thought it was offsides. Because we're not used to seeing offense lined up offsides. I think Kelce thought it was offsides on the defense, so he was approaching that as if there was a free play. So I think it actually impacted the way in which he did that because I don't think he does that. And this was a great point by Seth. I'm crediting him with it. I don't want to pick six him. But I think that was excellent. This is a bad look for Patrick Mahomes.
This was bad on the field, post-game, and all the reaction afterwards.
It's embarrassing.
It was bad.
This was really bad. And I think Patrick Mahomes would probably agree with that because he was on 610 carrying Harrison, and this is what he had to say the day after. And let's be fair. Reaction immediately after game, sometimes when you sleep on it and it's reaction Monday, it does change, especially when you're a player. So I can understand that from Patrick, but that was just an embarrassing look. I think he agrees. Here he was on 610 in KC.
Obviously, you don't want to react that way. I care, man. I love it. I love this game. I love my teammates, and I want to go out there and put everything on the line to win. Can't do that. I mean, can't be that way towards officials or really anybody in life. I probably regret acting like that. But more than anything, I mean, I regretted the way I acted towards Josh after the game because he had nothing to do with it. And I was still hot and emotional. But you can't do that, man. It's not a great example for kids watching the game. So I was more upset about that than I was about me on the sideline.
Yeah, you should be. That was pathetic.
It was pathetic.
It was embarrassing.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers might be medically cleared on Christmas Eve. Robert Saleh coming off the beatdown of the Houston Texans. He was asked about it. This is what he had to say about Aaron Rodgers coming back from Achilles a few months after it happened.
Report on TMZ earlier today that the expectation was he'd be medically cleared for Christmas Eve. Can you confirm if that's the case, or have you heard anything regarding that?
Nick, I don't have any knowledge on that one. If that's something that he's had with his personal doctor out in L.A., I'm not privy to that yet.
All right, so there we go. Maybe we get to see Aaron Rodgers come back for the Jets. For what? I don't know, but okay, cool.
We're not.
Okay.
We're not.
I mean, I don't know. This is
that's. I mean, as much as they all that stuff, and there's still some crazies up there talking playoffs.
Brandon Tierney is embarrassing.
There's some crazies.
Even
up
Jets
there.
fans are like, this guy
Dude,
is
what
an
are you
absolute clown.
He's not going to play. I mean, talk about clout chasers.
I mean, what's he playing for?
Yeah.
They're like such a long shot. They have to win out to get 9.
Yeah.
And then you have to cross your fingers and figure this is bad, man.
No, it's not. It ain't great. That's for dang sure.
Just get ready for next year. Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So we're through 14 weeks of the season, and it's a clean split. 16 teams with a winning record, 16 teams with a losing record. So it's cut right down the middle. There's no more 500 teams. The bye weeks have shaped out, and that's where we are right now. It's 16-16. The Texans are one of 6 at 7-6. So that's kind of just how it's shaped up. Cut right down the middle, and we shall see. By the way, New England, they're still sitting there at the second overall pick. So they won that game, and they're still sitting there at the second overall pick. So they're still in control of what they wanted to control. One of the most surprising things from our trip was it's almost unanimous, whether you're talking to mom and pop Italian food owners, guys on the subway, people leaving the hockey game, people just on the street. Anyone who thought that it was a losing mindset to root against the Texans, go to New England and talk to them about it, because they 100% think they should be losing every single game.
Everywhere we went.
That's not just like one person. That's all over the place.
That they were upset that they won the game, and they think that it's not the game. And they know a thing or two about winning in New England. They know a thing or two about winning organizations, and they wanted to lose.
So we got in our Uber after our nice dinner. Gary, the Boston Uber driver, he'd only been in Boston for 15 years. I forgot where he said he was from.
I did too.
But his family had come over here 15 years ago. Listen to this winning, spoiled-ass mindset that they got in Boston.
Name, sir?
Gary.
Gary is the man. You think that the Patriots shouldn't have won on Thursday, right?
No, they should have won.
They should not have won on Thursday.
That's a loss.
And what did you just say to me? Y'all need a what?
We need another parade here.
We need a parade?
4 years.
This guy.
We need another parade. It's been 4 years. He said we need another parade.
And he not only
he knew the too deep and all that. He was in the mix.
I mean, he's only been here for 15 years, and his sports knowledge and the way he was talking about this was pretty incredible. But that was everywhere. Everywhere in Boston was like that.
Goodness gracious. Yeah. We need another parade.
Yeah, they don't have enough parades in Boston.
Yeah. Good Lord.
God almighty.
Coming up, can DeMeco do what his peers have done or not? Plus, Davis Mills. How does he make you feel knowing that he is in firm control of the fate of C.J. Stroud and company? Next.
Here, always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, D'Amico Ryans talking about who's going to be at quarterback. I think he all but told you CJ wasn't playing Sunday. He didn't come out and say it, but I think it was very obvious if you listened to him. I heard it yesterday on the afternoon show. He pretty much told you as much. But here was him talking about Case Keenum and Davis Mills. By the way, Mills, right? Not Keenum.
Yeah, Mills. Okay. I do think he's going to get some reps, though. More reps than a backup usually does. Just because what if he doesn't play well? Okay. It's such an important game. I think Keenum will get some reps. But, yeah, it's Mills.
What, are they rotating quarterbacks?
No.
You think Mills is going to suck and then he comes in, or what?
I didn't say that. No, I think from a coaching perspective, you're playing a backup. Backups aren't your first choice, by definition. So if he doesn't play well, I think they're going to have Keenum ready to come in.
Here was what D'Amico had to say about this quarterback situation with C.J. Stroud. Seems very likely out on Sunday.
We'll see with our quarterback position, with Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
Okay, so there you go. We'll figure it out. It's going to be Davis Mills. Spoiler alert. He's been the number 2 quarterback the whole time. He's got a good record on the road in the division. So we'll see how this goes. This is not a unique situation, though. I know it's unique here because, we've all year long, but a lot of these other teams in this mix, they've had to figure out ways to win with you're not your first choice at quarterback. So this is just something, including the Titans. This is just something that they're going to have to figure out. I'm calling this the D'Amico game. We've been asking about games. This needs to be the D'Amico game. This needs to be one of those like Mike Vrabel, Week 2, 2018, first career win against the Texans with Blaine Gabbert and a depleted squad. No Taylor Lewan. I don't think they had their starting right tackle either. This needs to be the D'Amico game. This needs to be where D'Amico finds a way to scratch, claw, win a game, whatever happens. And by connection, it'll also be a Bobby Slowick game. But it's not. This is not like a crazy situation that other teams can't relate to. It's all around the league.
No, absolutely. It's been all around the league. But I do like your point on D'Amico. I thought they were passive defensively against the Jets, which there was no reason to be that against an offense that was so bad. And it's time for this team to, they talk about swarm, they talk about culture. We didn't see that Sunday, So I think this is
a poor defensive performance.
This is why you need to have D'Amico and his defense and Matt Burke, if we're being honest, because they're working together to step up and have this team make it theirs.
Now I don't know, like maybe Bobby Slowick needed this, and I don't want to have too many games without C.J. Stroud. As a matter of fact, I don't want to have any for the next 10 plus years, but. Maybe Bobby Slowick kind of needs this to where he can kind of figure out how not to just rely on a quarterback too much. Because there's been multiple instances, whether it's 3rd and shorts, whether it's just completely abandoning the res, whatever. Like maybe this is going to be good for the mindset of Bobby Slowick to where, because we said it before last week. I don't want to act like it was like a forecast that result was going to happen, but. They were dependent too much on C.J. Stroud to where it didn't matter. Like I almost feel like they took it too far against the Jets on Sunday because you had a game where you won without Nico Collins. You won games without Tank Dell. You won games without Noah Brown. You won games without Dalton Schultz. You won games without 4 out of 5 offensive linemen. And I think somewhere they got to a point where, hey, we snap it back to number 7 and we can figure out a way to win this game. And I don't want to say they trusted him too much, but to expect him to have gone out there without Tank Dell and without Nico Collins early in the game and just against the Jets defense and this weak offensive line, and this offensive line stinks, to expect him to go out there and do that, you might be asking a little bit too much. And I know for a fact, I don't know what Bobby Slowick's going to do week to week, but I know for a fact he's not going to do that with Davis Mills. And maybe he's actually going to try to find some sort of balance where you try to at least balance out and minimize how much you're depending on your quarterback, because the reality is, with where this offense is right now, and maybe they didn't realize this with C.J. Stroud, when you don't have Tank Dell and then when you don't have Nico Collins and you don't have Dalton Schultz, just thinking that C.J. Stroud's going to go back there and find ways for these guys to get open in that weather, et cetera, it's not a recipe for success. It's unrealistic almost to have expected him to do that much.
Yeah, he became like a security blanket, and they would just kind of say, well, let's see what CJ can.
My quarterback.
Yeah, let's see what CJ can do for us.
I make the stupidest call that anyone, you know what? I'm going to always trust my quarterback.
Well, it's not even trust. Like, well, we got CJ, so let's go ahead and try that play, or let's go ahead and try this or that. Like they ended up trusting him too much, and that's you can't do that at all this week. You can't say, well, let's see what Davis Mills can do for us.
No, they're going to have to find some balance.
No. You can't do that. You've got to be able to game plan more and be able to use more things and find more weapons and protect more.
You got to find some balance. Now, they do expect to get Kaimi Fairbairn back.
That's big.
At least that's the word on the street, so that will be big. You'll get your kicker back in a game in which you're probably going to need all three phases. DeMeco mentioned the game. The punt, he was happy with the punt team, so you have that. I just
happy with the punt team.
That's when you know you had a bad game.
Happy with the punt team.
That's when you know you had a bad game. But the defense, I really think DeMeco's defense, and who knows if they'll have Blake Cashman or not. But they gotta figure out a way to make Will Levis uncomfortable. They got to find some sort of way to do that.
Well, obviously they've been relying on the front four so much, and that might be where he looks. Let's see how much attention Will Anderson can get and see if he can do anything, and let's rely on Jonathan Grenard. No, you've got to be able to be a little more creative with that, which means man-to-man too, right? And rely on this secondary, especially the cornerbacks that you think that can maybe win it for you if you do other stuff up front. No, you're right. This is DeMeco's call here.
This is his game.
And it's going to be big, yeah.
This is his game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's something that a lot of teams have had to deal with. So this is, I make no mistake about it, I think this is the DeMeco Ryans game, and Bobby Slowick's going to have to figure out. The whole team's going to – hopefully they move past like the morning Tank Dell thing and we can move on. Because seeing the T-shirts before the game, I mean, I thought I was at a funeral. And it's one thing to say next man up. I think in the moment they didn't really have a chance to mourn it. But, I mean, the guy's going to be back. Is he back at camp next year, right?
Of course. That's what DeMeco said as much.
Yeah, so he's going to be at camp. Like, I do not – like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, man, this is a little bigger. And not necessarily because of, like, the weak mindset or anything like that. I was just like, oh, okay, well, they obviously realize this one's big. I didn't see Titus Howard T-shirts. I didn't see Kendrick Green T-shirts. I didn't see Kenyon Green T-shirts. I didn't see any other T-shirts of guys when they got hurt, but there was like Tank Dell T-shirts. I'm like, okay, well, this is a funeral.
I think it just
can figure this out.
I think it just worked out exactly the opposite way that they were hoping it would work out. They thought it would be, I'm not going to say they were sitting there and it was in their heads and oh no and all that.
No, I think they knew how big of a deal it was.
I think they knew it was a big deal, but I also think they were like, this is going to be a nice little tribute to a guy that we all love, especially our quarterback, calls him his best friend, probably his best friend on the team.
Yeah.
And we're going to say after the game, after we beat the Jets, hey, man, Tank, we got you.
Tank.
We got you, Tank, whatever.
You told him you had him last week.
Yes.
You didn't need a T-shirt.
Yeah, you did.
All you need to do is go handle your business. You need T-shirts.
So that was the intent. But afterwards, it looks bad. It looks really bad.
It's just, I mean, I think it just shows how big of an injury they feel that is.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it looks anyway.
Yeah. And we don't know what Nico was going to do. Started out pretty good, surpassed 1,000 yards, and now, I mean, if you have to go without Nico, I don't know what you do. I don't know what the options are. I was sitting there watching that game, and I was watching with Fig right there in the end zone, and I was like, just watch these receivers. They're not getting open.
It was
like CJ. If you're just watching and you say, "Oh man, CJ's holding on the ball too long," no one was open.
And we've seen hints of this too. Well, what was it? Was it the Jacksonville game where I came in the next day? I was like, these guys were like the receivers were bad. Like you can talk about anything else you want, but they were not getting open. So it's almost like this regression is getting really, really, or maybe it's a regression to the mean. Yeah, but this regression on offense with the line and the receivers, it's happening.
And I think this mindset that, that Mclain brought in, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, Mclain brought in, you didn't expect him to do much. Nah, that's done.
I hate that.
Well, I mean, it's just not. Do you think they're saying that in Indianapolis? Like Indianapolis has the same record as you. They lost their quarterback. They lost Jonathan Taylor. They had all that drama. Hell, they had to give away Shaq Leonard. They got rid of one of the best players that they've had in a while. And they're not sitting there saying, I would hope not, that they're not sitting there saying, well, nobody expected it. It doesn't matter. Like you look at what Pittsburgh's having to do, what Cleveland's having to do, what the Titans had to do, what all these other teams had to do. Cincinnati right now, they lost Joe Burrow. Like it's not that unique of a situation that the Texans are in. It's really not. And that's the unfortunate state of how physical football is. It's just not. It's not.
It's the norm. It happens every year, every single year.
And the good teams, they find a way to win a game or two like this, and they stay in the playoff mix. The bad teams, as soon as it happens, you fall off, and that's what I believe in DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco Ryans is the same caliber, or going to be the same caliber as the Mike Vrabels of the world. And I won't get too far and talk about the Tomlins, but these are the type of games that if you're telling me what the identity is of DeMeco Ryans, and the identity of DeMeco Ryans is even keel, not too high, not too low, next man up, defensive coach, and all that, this should be lined up perfectly. If DeMeco Ryans, if he's the DeMeco Ryans that, and I'm not saying if he loses this that the jury's out on DeMeco Ryans, but I am saying based on what I believe DeMeco Ryans is and what DeMeco Ryans' characteristics are and what we've seen from him, this game, as much as it seems doom and gloomy, it seems like it's actually lining up nicely for a coach like DeMeco Ryans.
Let me ask you this though, because as you're talking, I'm thinking about this. Is his message resonating with the players, though? Because here's why. They've lost to the Panthers. They've lost to the Jets. They've lost to the Falcons. This whole thing about keep the mentality, stay the same no matter the opponent, it hadn't worked. They've lost to three of the worst teams there is.
They beat some good ones, though.
But what I'm saying is when you're facing, this is a team that cannot afford a letdown. We've talked about that. It's silly to talk about a letdown. But his messaging against the bad teams just didn't work.
My problem with those, if we just look at those three games individually and we're looking at Carolina, with Carolina, I think it was about the defense just not making plays when they had a chance. Jalen Petrie misses the play on Bryce Young, and Bryce Young throws the dime to Thielen. That was what that was about. Atlanta, I just feel like the secondary was so depleted that they just got cooked. Just got cooked. The Jets thing, it almost seems like he played the defense. The defense played the same as they did against Atlanta. You had your personnel.
But doesn't that speak to what I'm mentioning?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know if there's a cancel out. I don't know if there's a meet in the middle type of situation. I really think this is the DeMeco game. I mean, this is really the DeMeco game, because the whole thing about Mike Vrabel. And you can say what you want about Mike Vrabel. You can try to minimize it. I think that this team just fights their ass off for him no matter what. I think he's a really good coach. It didn't take long for you to see that, and we saw it very closely when they beat the Texans in that week 2 of 2018. I shouldn't have to wait too long for DeMeco, especially in this situation. This is a winnable game. 2 points. Also, I actually think it's a good thing that the Titans are coming off a high. Sometimes you just see how things go in the NFL where you just high, low, all that. But it's shaped up for him, man. Is he capable of it? Are they going to do it? Is Bobby Slowick capable of it? We'll get into Davis Mills throughout the week. It's just where I'm at.
Yeah, and it's not an indictment of DeMeco as a coach, because I think we all just feel like he's the real deal.
But what's his signature game? That's my whole thing. My whole thing is this: and I know you don't usually get your signature game 15 weeks into your career.
Well, so far.
But I feel like I've had a C.J. Stroud moment, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6. And when we're talking about, the straw that stirs the drink, and there's the Belichick-Brady argument, all that crap, and I'm ahead of ourselves, but how are you going to figure out how to win when he goes out? Bill Belichick won 10 games with Matt Castle, or 11, whatever the hell it was. So right now, we've had the discussion. I think it's as much DeMeco as it is CJ. I think DeMeco brings the mindset. I think it's connected, but I would like to see that when CJ's out, when your backs are against the wall, when the team's rallying together, that DeMeco can get his squad to go out there and win a gritty-ass game in Tennessee against a guy who we think is basically Mike Vrabel symbolizes in a more different a-hole way. He symbolizes what we want DeMeco Ryans to be when it comes to being a football coach here, right?
Tough, grind it out, as you said.
Grind it out, when your back's
odds
against the wall,
are against you, undermanned, all that kind of stuff.
Improbable AFC championship runs, all that. That's what we want. And this is an opportunity to early on show it. It's like when I'll go back. All right, I'll use CJ as an example. So if I was asking you what was CJ Stroud's signature moment of his rookie year, signature game, Cincinnati work?
That's what I was thinking.
Would Cincinnati work?
Yeah.
Okay, what were we saying before that? We were saying, Joe Burrow versus CJ Stroud. Can CJ get the best of Joe Burrow? He went out there, and the style of game that both of them kind of had some highs and lows. Burrow got off to the early start. CJ Stroud outplayed Joe Burrow, and he found a way to do what great quarterbacks do when it mattered most. That's the same thing for DeMeco Ryans against Mike Vrabel. You're going against like one of your peers who's been doing it longer than you have, a guy who's had more success, and this is your opportunity now to have that type of moment, because I don't think DeMeco necessarily has that moment, and he damn sure hasn't had it without CJ to where you can say, well, it was just as much CJ or more CJ than DeMeco.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule, and like, where have they had one of those games? You know, obviously, I would guess it would be Steelers. Wasn't that the one where the offensive line was? Yeah, it was so much
but
in
that
trouble.
That could be just as much CJ.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that. I'm thinking, well, CJ also did some pretty spectacular things in that game. So yeah, this is the ultimate test of, you know, we're missing a lot. It's going to have to be back to that thing I started with: swarm culture and DeMeco kind of doing it with mirrors, you know, and boy, they need it, but he has to do it when the odds are not in his favor at the quarterback position.
I'll tell you this though, he damn sure ain't nervous. That dude walked up yesterday to his press conference.
Mm-hmm.
He looked ready to go.
Yeah.
He looked ready to go. He said the best thing about that game is that it's over. I mean, he has the right mindset. He has the right mannerisms and all that. And I am very, very intrigued to see how it goes. I think it's a great opportunity for DeMeco Ryans. I think it's a realistic opportunity. You know, we're not sitting here saying, oh, you got to go on the road and beat Kansas City. You're a 12-point underdog. No, it's a 2.5-point game. You got Davis Mills, who's had success there. He's played there, and you feel okay about the coaching staff. Maybe the coaching staff tightens it up a little bit. Maybe there's a good balance here where, you know, you have a little bit of time away from C.J. Stroud, and maybe they can get themselves ready to where you go out there, you win ugly, and maybe you find the balance when C.J. Stroud comes back. Because the one thing we can agree on, we can disagree on a lot. We've disagreed on a lot today, which we'll get into a little bit later. They were becoming too C.J. dependent.
No,
regardless of what was or wasn't available to him, and that is not something we know very well. That is not something that you could have sustained.
I think it was a case study in people just sort of like saying, almost like a psychological case study. Like they have all these tools in the bag. We've seen them, but it became a thing of just like, look, we got CJ. Let's just call these plays and rely on CJ. I don't think that's a conscious thing they do, but they subconsciously, unconsciously, however you want to put it.
More times than not, that pays off.
Yeah. But now that's off the table. That's completely off the table.
100% off the table.
Yeah.
Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But first, we want to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. All winners also qualify for a chance to win a Traeger grill and a case of Lopez's OG sauce at the end of football season. Caller number 9 to 713-572-4610. You're going to win a $50 gift card. Then you're going to have a chance to qualify for the Traeger grill and a case of Lopez's OG sauce. Good luck. Lunchtime Confessions coming up next.
Yes, sir. D&M Auto Leasing. They become
Mishawaka Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel bad that the younger generation, younger than you and me, of course, can't really experience how fun flying used to be. Like, flying used to be, like, I'm serious. I figure you probably can experience a little bit of this. But
how fun flying is?
Yeah, it used to be.
My first flight was in 2016.
Okay, well, then you can't.
Yeah.
Flying used to be special. Like, you would dress up. You know, some people would. You'd look forward to the trip. You would be treated special. They would have meals. It would be cool. It would be some of the best parts of travel is flying. It sucks, dude. Like, you know this as well as anybody. It's not special anymore. It used to be like as much fun as anything, you know, flying and traveling and all that. It stinks. And I feel bad for the next generation because there is nothing redeeming about, you know, like you have a great trip plan and then you're like, it used to be like, hey, I got to get to the airport. You know, drinks and fun. I feel bad for younger people now.
It just ain't what it used to be.
It's just not even close to what it used to be.
Urgent. Everybody's like in a hurry. Everybody's.
It's so damn stressful, man.
It's stressful.
Mentally, physically.
Yes. I feel bad because it used to be like really cool. And everybody talks about this airline or that. It's all airlines, man. It's just travel in general. I mean, I get, why we're in line at TSA and all that. Obviously, who doesn't? But it's just like the whole thing now is just like a complete opposite of what it used to be.
I'm getting to the point where I'm really considering just driving everywhere.
You said that, yeah. and I'm telling you, a lot of people do.
I'm down there ready to get the RV.
Do you remember like when air travel was like sweet, you know?
Yeah, it was a little easier, man.
Yeah.
A little easier. Just a little.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just can't understand this Trevor Lawrence thing. I'm sorry. The fact that he was on the field Sunday after what we saw earlier in the week, I will never look at Trevor Lawrence the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I also do not think he had a high ankle sprain.
Mclain is with you, by the way.
Or else they're being really loose on what a high ankle sprain is, because a high ankle sprain used to be you're missing a few weeks and then we can evaluate it after we get down, like after we figure stuff out. Not I'm going to walk 400 yards to the locker room and then I'm going to play a few days later. So I'll just confess, I think a lot less of Trevor Lawrence.
I've been defending him because, you never know how a guy feels and all that stuff. But more kind of with you now on all this because it just was remarkable the way he came back.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is bad, but I kind of regret Saturday afternoon not seeing how far we could get in the Army locker room. Like, this was awesome. I haven't even told this story yet. So we're on the field pregame for Army Navy. We like to do the march in. I think I like it more than just about anything about that game and, just kind of the whole atmosphere. And so we're going back up to, I guess we're going to the elevator, press box, whatever. And you guys are following me. And I'm like, yeah, let's go here, let's go there. I turn into this room, this little hallway. I take like 5 or 6 steps, and I see a set of shoulder pads and a couple of players in front of me. We walked into the Army locker room before the game. Like we owned the damn place. Well, I was walking like I owned the damn place because I thought I knew where I was going. I'm kind of regretting we should have just let's just keep walking, see how far we could go, what we could get away with, just kind of hanging out in the Army locker room. That was wild, man. Like, nobody stopped us. We're just walking in the locker room, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is going to be another one of my almost like, why do you call a timeout to save 5 yard type of things?
Mm-hmm.
But when a punt is rolling, why even touch it?
Like, well, they'll stop the clock, but they'll let it run some.
Yeah, so why even touch it?
Yeah, just let
when
it go.
You get around it, just let it stop.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point?
Especially end of halves.
Yeah. What are we doing? Is there a down punt stat that we're obsessing over? I mean, there's
bound to be, which is probably the reason.
It stops, let it stop, and then the clock will stop.
I think you can pull a good 2-3 seconds out of that.
Yeah,
you
pull
know,
a few seconds, game of inches. There you go.
Yeah,
quit touching it
I
early.
think that's fair.
These are my confessions.
I think the Chiefs are becoming the LeBron of sports, of team sports. Between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, Clout and Graham and all that stuff, and now you got these over-the-top shows, and it was a show. It was a show that Patrick Mahomes put on the sideline, the whole hold me back, yelling at the referee, the kind of a sense of entitlement. Now, every winning team ultimately becomes hated for something because mostly they're winning. But this team, they're just like, it's like there's a lot of clout chasing with the Chiefs right now. I think they're kind of the LeBrons of team sports right now.
That was a bad look by Mahomes,
fake.
man.
It was fake.
It was a bad look by Mahomes.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a big fan of the hotel shower, and I'll tell you why. You can waste as much soap as you want. I used half the bottle of the body wash. I used half the bottle of the conditioner. I used half the bottle of the shampoo, and I completely just go crazy.
You were lathered up, baby.
I'm not buying. Hey, it ain't mine. I'm not buying it. It's there, especially when they already have the bottles there. I love the hotel shower because you can just sit there and just take advantage of every single opportunity you get there. I also leave the TV on when I leave, and I leave the lights on.
I don't do that, but I'm with you on the shower.
Hey, might as well.
You can do it. Yeah. I like to eat on the bed.
See, I'm not a big room service guy, so.
No, I'm saying whether I pick up something or room service or whatever, I'll watch TV, just sit and put my food on my lap and just have at it. That's living, baby.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I found the perfect food event for one Landry Locker. The perfect food event.
Okay.
So especially, not even, doesn't matter if the Longhorns are in it or not, but the night before the College Football National Championship, did you see this? At Minute Maid Park, that champtaste.com, they're going to have 17 of the top 100 restaurants in Houston, including number 1, number 3, and 7 of the top 25. And for one price, you can go eat all that stuff.
I might have to do it, man.
Is it the taste of the championship?
Yeah, it's the taste of the championship. I'm looking at this. It's James Beard, award-winning chef, Chris Shepard. He's the one that got it all together.
I want to check this out.
You're going to have 17 of the top 100 restaurants, all for one price. In fact, I'll help you out a little more. I'll give you a code. Get $100 off.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
CFP 2024 and collegefootballplayoff.com/taste.
Why are you telling everybody else my code, man?
Well, the loopholes are part of the family.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
That.
How much off?
$100 off.
Oh, out of what? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was thinking
that
the
sounds
same
expensive,
thing,
brother.
man.
$100 off.
I mean, if we're saying $100 off, what's the price?
It's $1,000.
17 of the
off.
17 restaurants in Houston.
I don't care if you're asking for 3 figures, and if $100 is a favor, I don't even want to know how much that costs, sir.
Including Truth, Gatlin's, Barbecue, Original Ninfa's, Frenchie's,
I'm sorry.
Brennan's.
It sounds so good though, man.
Yeah,
No,
man.
it sounds nice, but $100 off is supposed to
All
be
right, I'll
like
just give it to the loopholes then. CFP 2024, $100 off, champtaste.com.
There you go. Go get it. I'll look into this. I have to call somebody. All right, this pains me to do, but I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to change a mindset that I think has been developed. And I think sometimes I don't like to generalize. So I don't like to say these fans are this or these fans are that or anything like that. I try to avoid that as much as I can. But I got to tell you, just from my interaction alone, just like with multiple folks, I don't think there's a sports town better than Boston. And their mindset is such that it is such a good-ass mindset. It is, what have you done for me lately? It is knowing the too deep. It is knowing all the fans. Mm-hmm. It is that experience, just that, because we went to a Celtics game. We went to a Bruins game. We talked to a lot of Pats fans.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of showed me the light. I have respect for what Boston fans are. Hell, we watched the Pats game at the bar. So yeah, we experienced all 3 of the big 3. It was cool, man. I gotta say, I used to be a I'm rooting against Boston no matter who they're playing type of guy. I've changed.
No.
I will be rooting for them as long as they're not playing Houston and as long as it's in the best interest of what's here.
I it for years, and I'm with you. Obviously, you can hate that Boston wins everything in the last 20 years, but they have the best fans in sports.
It was insane.
There's no question.
It was insane. Coming up, two of the worst things that could have happened to the Texans on Sunday. They lost the game and they lost C.J. Stroud for a short time. However, that's not stopping the OG John Lopez from insisting that two very, very good things happened. I'll tell you what they are next.
866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans had two misses on Sunday. C.J. Stroud out for at least a week, and they lost the game, lost an opportunity. But John Lopez insists.
I'm insisting.
That two good things happened on Sunday. Explain yourself, my friend.
Yeah, the bizarro Jeff Van Gundy quote. Jeff Van Gundy likes to say, don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't ignore in defeat. Don't ignore in a humiliating loss what you maybe would ignore in a win. I don't know how it goes, but it's something along those lines. Two good things happened, and I'm convinced. I don't think you're convinced, but we can talk this out. We can talk this out with our listeners and you guys. Devin Singletary put it to bed. It's night. Are
you sure?
It's Avery at 9 o'clock.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's my final answer. It's Avery. What time should she go to bed? 7?
Probably about 2 now. Yeah, it's changing.
2 in the morning?
Changing a little bit, man.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
So it's my granddaughter at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sleeping like a baby.
Yeah.
Put it to bed. It's sleeping. See you in the morning. Devin Singletary is your starting running back. That much has happened. That much is clear even in the loss. And it was clear in the first half. I was really impressed. It was a 0-0 game. They were getting outplayed, but it's right there. And you have a chance to win. Maybe they come out in the second half. CJ starts working some of his magic because he had 64 rushing yards in the first half. That's big time. Like Dameon Pierce did nothing. Like I don't even know what he ended up with. But he did nothing. So I think if you're...
I think you got it right.
I think if you're looking at, silver linings, that's number one for me. We don't have to have this discussion anymore unless something bizarre happens.
Okay. I remember you said that.
I know.
Remember you said that.
We don't have to have this. We shouldn't have to have this discussion anymore. This whole... Are they going to go back to Dameon Pierce? Well, we thought about it. We thought that way going into the game, and they didn't go back to Dameon Pierce. They had 3 or 4 carries, and Devin Singletary, saved their ass. They were pinned deep. They were pinned on the 2-yard line, the 5-yard line, and the 8-yard line on Jets punts. And all 3 of those drives, they pushed out to the 20, 30-yard line before they had to punt because of Devin Singletary, because he was moving the sticks on the ground. So you got your running back the next 4 games. And by the way, if you still happen to think, and there's no way I could see the Texans thinking this way, well, maybe something will click for Dameon Pierce, you're crazy. I mean, there's only 4 games left. That's one silver lining.
We'll see.
They've got their running
I'm
back.
not gonna agree to that because I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Pierce. He can't die.
Yeah. I feel like they just...
I wouldn't be shocked if he got 20 carries this week.
Yeah, I feel like they dined on that hill of him being RB1.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he got 20 carries and Singletary got 3. I don't know what they do.
If he gets anywhere close to 15 carries, it's almost, and I'm saying almost, a fireable offense. What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Mark that.
They probably maybe that Pierce can come back from last year.
You mean when they had a different quarterback, a different line, and different coaches?
Yeah.
Back, that's what you're talking about?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
They like Pierce, man.
Different scheme.
They like Pierce.
So something else happened that you should not ignore, and I think we're not, but just for the sake of looking forward as these next 4 games, come up, especially Sunday against the Titans, this ain't over. It was a crushing defeat. It was an embarrassing defeat, but everybody that needed to lose lost. Just about everybody that needed to lose lost. You were right there. Had you won, you'd have been tied with the Jaguars for the division lead.
Yeah, and you would be at the very top of the standings. You'd be in good shape.
This ain't over. It ain't over till it's over. I watched the Yogi Berra documentary last night.
Oh, yeah?
Really good, by the way.
It's all right.
You'd like it. Did you see it?
I saw it. It's okay.
It was good. He's an interesting cat.
I like a 4. 4 out of 10.
Well, that's not all right in your book.
It's okay.
It was about a 7.5 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting cat. But it ain't over till it's over. Yeah, and it's not. So they actually caught a huge break there. And stating the obvious.
No, big time.
Yeah, but they caught a huge break. You can feel awful about
schedule's also laid out for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the teams that you need to you got one team that you need to pass, and the Titans twice, and even though they won last night and it was pretty impressive, how they did. They're not anything that you have to really worry about. If you think you're a better team, you are. I mean, we'll see now with the quarterback situation. That's big, but you're going to have a chance against them twice, Browns at home, and then the Colts.
I think this is DeMeco's moment, man. Mm-hmm. I truly think this is DeMeco's moment. This is his opportunity this Sunday. It's laid out for him, man. Like I think if you look at what the characteristics are of DeMeco Ryans, I think it's laid out perfect to be able to win this game.
You mentioned something.
Grind it out.
You mentioned something that I thought was really, not to give you too much credit here, but really insightful. He hasn't had a signature game. CJ's had a signature game, but that game where the entire NFL goes, damn, what a coaching job. He's a very good coach, and he might be great, we think. His culture is clearly a winning culture. His leadership, we know. We like his attitude. We like his style as a coach. He doesn't seem to get too high or too low. But has he had one of those games where you go, damn, damn, he coached his ass off.
This is the equivalent of CJ versus Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vrabel versus DeMeco Ryans. You're trying to implement some sort of, because make no mistake about it. I know I on the text line before I didn't even read this because it was so stupid, but I think it's topical now. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen to our one, even if you're saying stupid things. Mike Vrabel's been an average coach for Tennessee, and they haven't done much. Okay, he went to an AFC championship with Ryan Tannehill. He won the division again. They had the best record in the league when they had no business having the best record in the league. If Mike Vrabel had C.J. Stroud, we might be talking about a guy who's won a Super Bowl. Instead, he had to do it with Ryan Tannehill. I think acknowledging the gray area that Mike Vrabel's had to deal with is okay to do. Any coach in this league. There's not a single coach in the league, and I'm dead serious. There's not a single NFL coach that you could give me that I would rather have than DeMeco Ryans. I think he's awesome. I want to go through the growing pains with DeMeco Ryans, whether he succeeds or not on Sunday. But he's trying to establish some sort of identity, regardless of what you think the ceiling is, that's similar to what Mike Vrabel has in Tennessee, where they have quarterback issues, and he's such a good coach, they're not even able to tank. Like, the Patriots right now are tanking. They're that bad right now.
Yeah.
They've gotten that bad. Tennessee, it will not happen. Whether it seems lost or not, they'll find a way to win random-ass games that they have no point to do. This is DeMeco's opportunity right here. This is his chance, man. This is set up for him to where, much like CJ beat Joe Burrow, and we said, okay, CJ, looking at his peers, trying to climb up the ladder and get to the same level of them, CJ was able to do that with Burrow against Cincinnati. That's what this is for. This is for DeMeco, because he's doing it without CJ. It's not. We've had the discussion. Thank God for C.J. Stroud. Thank God for C.J. Stroud. For me, it's thank God for DeMeco. It always has been. I think DeMeco allows C.J. to do what C.J. does. I think it's thank God for DeMeco. But if you're talking about the most important person this year, there hasn't been a game that they've won where you can't point to C.J. and say, okay, that guy is the reason that we won this. This is the DeMeco opportunity. And I think he would rather not have it, but it's there for him, and it's against Vrabel. It's against a team in the division. It's against a team coming off a big dub. This is the opportunity to have the DeMeco dub.
Yeah, well, and also it's one of those opportunities where justify why you're there. Nobody is regretting it. We all love him. You put it out there perfectly. We all want to grow with him. We wouldn't trade him for anybody else. But has there been a moment yet? Because this is it. Has there been a moment yet where you go, DeMeco just coached circles around that dude, and they had no right winning that game. We've seen a lot of teams in the NFL, you see it all the time, where, a scheme or a game plan or whatever, spells the difference for a team that's undermanned. We see it all the time. He's never – part of it is he's kind of a victim of his own, good fortune, because he got C.J. Stroud, so he hasn't had an opportunity very much to kind of show his chops, so to speak, as a defensive coordinator. Well, this is it. And by the way, you're facing the Titans in Tennessee. They're going to be wearing the Love You Blue. You're facing DeAndre Hopkins, which, by the way, we all thought was not going to be that good. Boy, he is. Derrick Henry, how are you going to do that? This is a chance to really kind of put a stake in the ground for yourself.
I think it's also a good chance to evaluate the bit that we thought was a bit early on in the season, where we're at training camp and they have a refusal to name C.J. Stroud QB1.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of rolled our eyes at it. We said, okay, he's clearly QB1. It became abundantly clear a week and a half or 2 weeks before they made the announcement. But they were insistent we like Davis Mills. Davis Mills does this. Davis Mills is doing a good job. We'll see. Okay, because this is the Davis Mills opportunity, and teams around the league are winning with backup quarterbacks. So how much of a bit were you putting on when you were sitting there talking about how, Davis Mills, he does this and that well, and we like Davis Mills, and right now we don't know who our starting quarterback is. Let's see how much of a bit that was on Sunday when we see Mills go out there.
It was a bit, but Davis Mills had a part in that too. Like, he was playing pretty well. Even we were talking about it. CJ is going to be the starter, but Mills is doing some stuff, whether we saw it at training camp or preseason or whatever. So it's on them to kind of bring it forward.
This is going to be a very, very, very interesting game for a number of reasons. Now, John Mclain came in here today, and he basically told Lopez, you need to move on. Quit talking about the Oilers uniforms. It's all about the game. It's all about the opportunity. And I liked Mclain's mindset when he did it.
I don't think it was that sincere.
I liked Mclain's mindset when he did it, and I think it's a good mindset he has.
I think it was crawfishing. I don't think he wants that heat. He don't want that heat, that Twitter heat. That Oilers fans, Houston fans were giving him when we had this discussion earlier in the season. That's just me.
Yeah, so what?
Oh, well, sorry, John. Just my opinion. Just my opinion.
So you're still stuck on this uniform thing?
No, I'm not stuck on it. I just think it's a big part of the story. Anybody who doesn't,
hasn't the story
disagree.
evolved? Like there's two levels of evolved. First of all, it was a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be move on guy, but it was a long ass time ago. I think this mindset's the same reason why some people act like it's okay that the Astrodome. It's ridiculous. It should be gone. Yankee Stadium's gone. It should be gone. The other thing is, when y'all were so pissed about this, the Texans hadn't played a game yet.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they got to win this game and the desperation that's lined up, that it should push that to the back. This isn't some sort of circus show squad.
Well, no, that's the biggest part of the story is the Texans, and that's what we've been talking about. Texans, playoffs, C.J. Stroud, etc. But to think that that's not really important to a lot of people from a lot of different demographic ages is to me, now you don't do this, but to me it's silly. To me it's a big part of Houston, and it's a big part of, we know how the Texans feel about this. They tried to change the uniforms where that would be one of the predominant colors. So even if you want to get over the Oilers, let's not get over what that bleep Amy Adams Strunk did. Whether you want to get over the Oilers and it's old or not, they tried to change their colors to that, and Amy Adams said no. See, that's the biggest. She went to the NFL, I've heard. She went to the NFL to fight this. And so let's erase the whole old Oilers thing. Let's talk about what another NFL owner did to your team. To your team trying to get a new uniform that a lot of fans love, that has been a part of, the color has been a part of this city's history since well before the Oilers. Like, let's focus on that. Let me change the dynamic here. Let me change the perspective. Forget the Oilers, okay?
Okay.
That owner is trying to stick it to you for whatever reason. That's part of the story. And I can't help you if you don't think that's fitting to a lot of people.
Focused on the dub.
Because okay, see, no. I don't want
focused on the D'Amico game.
I don't want another NFL.
I'm focused on the D'Amico game.
I don't want another NFL owner telling my team what to do and what they can do. Forget the whole Oilers aspect of it.
That's the dub.
That's
baby.
what happened.
Let's go get the dub.
You're going to come around on this.
I'm not coming around.
I know
on
you are.
No, I'm focused on the game, man.
I know you are.
I got my eye on the prize. I want the D'Amico game, the D'Amico Davis game. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Hard-O football. Let's go out there. Let's gut it out. Ugly but beautiful. Let's get it. That's what I'm focused on. 100%. Coming up, headline showdown in the wild mindsets in the wildest of cities following Week 14. That's next.
Even after a
keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, headline showdown here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Also going to go through some of the emotions going on in the NFL. Before we do, though, let's get an update on the C.J. Stroud situation. Here's head coach DeMeco Ryans talking about that.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
There you go. Good
and
mindset.
that's comforting, to be honest.
That's cool.
It's real tempting to want to throw him back out there, want to get him back on the field, a lot on the line. But it's actually reassuring that it seems he's obviously going to say,
it's kind of connected, though.
Well, it is, but I'm saying it's tempting, like to get back out there.
If this for the Super Bowl, though, what do you think?
Well, Super Bowl, that's not a good example. Super Bowl, everybody's going to do everything they can. But just to get to the playoffs, a lot of teams are still tempted. Hell, Derek Carr. Like we've been talking about, there haven't been.
You want to talk about a liar?
No, I understand that, and you'll hear about that in the headlines.
Tore 3 tendons or whatever, and they didn't know about it.
No, I'm talking about he got back after 1 week after a concussion.
Oh yeah, he also said he tore like 20 bones in his body, and no one knew about it.
Yeah, I remember that. But like the vast majority of players that are put in concussion protocol don't come back the next week. The Saints have nothing to play for, and Derek Carr. Well, I guess
they're playing for a division.
Nothing to play for anymore.
They're still in the mix.
They lost to the Bucs. They're not in first place. The Bucs are in first place. They stink. I'll put it that way. And he came back.
They're tied for first.
3 teams are tied at 6 and 7.
6 and 7.
They're 6 and 7.
Yeah, so they're playing for a division.
Get the hell out of here. They're 6
and 7.
What do you think
they're doing?
Would you come back for a 6 and 7 team?
Yes, if I'm Derek Carr, why not?
Well, that's kind of my point. A lot of players are tempted, but they stink. They're not going anywhere. They're not doing anything.
They're in the same situation the Texans are in, except the game better.
Except they're 6 and 7, and they're bad. Yeah.
They're a win and a Texans loss away from being right there with them.
Okay.
We ain't looking down at nobody right now, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to be looking down at you just like I was last week, though, when I won the headline showdown.
Well, I think I've won 3 out of 4.
I don't know. I just know you haven't won the last one.
If you want to look backwards, I think I've won 3 out of 4.
Headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The biggest headlines judged by Figgy Fig, presented by myself and John Lopez. Texans fall to the Jets 30-6.
Go
ahead.
A washout, a drop out, and a knockout.
A washout, dropout, and a knockout. Okay.
Yeah, rain, drop out of the picture a little bit, and
a C.J. Stroud injury joke. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
No Texans passing, a New York assing.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Okay.
Easy choice. Bengals 34.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
Bengals 34, Colts 14.
Quit frowning about Browning.
Quit crowning about Browning.
No. Quit frowning about Browning.
Right. Yeah. I put a more crowded 7-6 mix. Is everyone 7-6 now?
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Dolphins 28, Titans 27.
Dolphins choke all night on the beach until the break of dawn. What song is that from? I remember that line.
It's what?
Isn't that Will Smith? Miami?
Yeah.
Dolphins choke all night on the beach till the break of dawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
A choke, a.k.a. a Samoan blowing.
Sex joke.
Blew the game. Samoan.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Okay, you hate Will Smith. Sorry, I sounded like Landry on that one.
He probably does hate Will Smith.
He probably does.
Browns 31, Jags 27.
We heard Myles Garrett say this. Joe Flacco is elite.
Fake injury, fake contender, Stefanski, job to remember.
What?
It's the exact same thing you did on your first one.
What, a washout, a dropout, and a knockout?
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Steelers 18, Patriots 21.
Like a Christmas Hallmark movie. A zappy story.
Boston, loss, win. Very simple.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Oh, God.
That's a pulse of the city, brother.
Oh, God.
Pulse of the city, brother.
What, did you hear mine? That was gold.
Bills 20, Chiefs 17.
Karen Mahomes would like to speak to the manager, please.
Karen Mahomes. I put offsides during the game, out of bounds after.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Y'all are coordinating this, right? You're just trying to get me.
No. What do you mean?
Like y'all talked before
So you
the
thought
show?
Karen was like the way to go?
Hey, let's try to poke the bear a little bit.
You thought Karen was there?
Karen Mahomes would like a word with the manager, please? And what was yours?
John.
No, just curious. What was yours?
Don't worry about what mine was.
I'm curious. What was yours?
Offsides during the game, out of bounds after. Because of what him and Andy Reid said.
I'm thinking of a headline. I'm trying to think what would look.
You don't have to explain yourself.
No, you don't have to explain
unless you want to.
You don't have to explain yourself.
Did you just kind of ask to talk to the manager?
Yeah,
No.
You just pulled the Patrick Mahomes, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I did.
Broncos 17, Chargers 0.
Broncos give Chargers the finger. Because of Herbert.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye, Brandon. Hello, climbing playoff standing.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Okay. Falcons fall to the Bucks 29-25.
Can't get rid of this guy soon enough.
Which one?
Ritter. Can't get rid of this guy soon enough.
The South Pillow fight continues.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Bears fall to the Lions 28-13.
Cowardly Lions are the Wizards of Nah, man.
Wizards of Nah, man. Frauds and Tigers and Bears, oh my.
Sound like y'all coordinated this one together.
Frauds and Tigers and Bears, oh my.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Saints 28, Panthers 6.
Just like brother. Old linemen hate Derek. You know he calls David Carr brother.
Gotcha. In the tank, even post Frank.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
5-5 right now. Heading to the final stretch. Ravens 37, Rams 31.
All right. Ravens take over best record, the number one seed.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens are what? Number one, Stunna. That song, number one, Stunna.
I got
Ravens are what? Number one, Stunna. I was having fun.
What? No matter how the victory, best in AFC.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Vikings 3, Raiders 0.
A final score more rare than a hot Minnesota woman.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
Baseball score, football game.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
That's probably smart.
Is it?
That's probably smart.
Is it?
I think so.
What was yours again?
Baseball score, football game.
Okay. That's creative.
49ers 28, Seahawks 16.
Players scuffle. Niners, the Super Bowl shuffle.
I just put best in the league. I'm making it simple. 49ers best in the league. I believe that's a good headline.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
2 left. I'm up 1. Headline showdown here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Cowboys 33, Eagles 13.
Dak channels his Johnson. How about them Cowboys? As in Jimmy.
Okay.
Dak channels his Johnson. How about them Cowboys?
Okay. Cal's legit, Johnny a bit.
Damn, these 2 good ones, man. I'm going to have to go with the OG on this one, though.
All right, well, then this one's going to decide it. Giants top the Packers 24-22.
Tommy Cutlets is the real veal. You know, veal cutlet? Tommy Cutlets is the real veal.
I put cutlets over rotten cheese. Play off the pack.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
All right.
There you go. Nice little dub for you, man.
Yeah.
Squeaked it out by 1. Good for you. So through 14 weeks, 16 teams have a winning record, 16 have a losing record, and the most polarizing cities, NFL cities, have different mindsets. This is sad, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So after the Jets win, Brandon Tierney of WFAN, who's just, it's been sad to watch him, honestly, this roller coaster of emotion he's been on. I don't know. Like, I thought this was done. Just listen to him after the Jets won this game.
Jets have a lot of winnable games coming up. I guess at the end of the day, I'm just a loser.
Please tell me you didn't write this down on your notepad.
I mean, I did. I listen.
Jesus.
They own the tiebreaker. I'm just going to give you a little 30-second thumbnail sketch. You can laugh all you want. They obviously have to win out to get to 9 wins.
No
Number
kidding.
1. Must. 1 loss done. They own the tiebreakers with Denver and the Texans now. So yesterday, I mean, number 1, you had to win, but now you have a tiebreak. But if they somehow beat Miami, the intrigue is there. I mean, if they beat Miami, we're sitting there Christmas Eve, so who knows what's going to happen?
Saying Rodgers is back or no?
No, even with Zach, they're going to beat him.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Zach Wilson is the bigger asset than anybody on that staff because the first time they finally took the handcuffs off this kid, he was exactly what I told you and everybody he would be, a star.
Dude.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Dude. That's awful.
So they're talking about winning out with Zach Wilson after, and by the way, they're still not, I mean, they're still well out of the picture now. I don't know. How can he do that?
I don't know. Brandon Tierney's losing his mind.
That's rough.
And the people in New York are sick of it, too. Yeah. Talking to them, they are disgusted with how much he's kind of insulted their intelligence throughout this whole thing. It's been hard to watch. I like BT, but, man, this is bad. Philadelphia. Have they lost hope? They've lost a couple games. They had a caller into Mark's and Ike Reese's show. His name's Chuck. Here's Chuck talking about a coach who took them to the Super Bowl last year. Before that, had them win a division that few people believed that they would win. This is a Philadelphia mindset right here.
Chuck from NR joins us. Chuck, how are you, buddy? What's going on?
Johnny Ice, what's going on, man? It's a sad day. I'm going to tell you why, right? Nick Sirianni, you think I really got faith in him? You know, a guy that plays for pity pack with his players and a guy that created the tush-push, which is an embarrassment to football, embarrassment to our city. We actually that garbage. That's the coach that we want to uplift, that guy right there. That's the coach we want to say, oh, he's a great coach because he's 10-1. I don't give a damn about that record. You throw that record out the window because the last 2 weeks he hasn't had his team prepared to come out and play football. This guy has no clue. He's an idiot.
Okay.
He's an idiot?
That's Philly, man. It's Philly, man. That's how they roll. That's how they roll. So we've heard from New York, Philly. Let's hear from Boston. This was Gary, the Uber driver, and this was crazy. Gary, been in Boston 15 years. He said that the win over the Steelers was a loss, and he is starving for something that we experience very rarely in most cities.
Name, sir?
Hi, Gary.
Gary is the man. You think that the Patriots shouldn't have won on Thursday, right?
No, they should have won.
They should not have won on Thursday.
That's awesome.
And what did you just say to me? Y'all need a what?
We need another parade here.
We need a parade?
4 years.
This guy.
It's been 4 years every other year. Hey, we love Texas.
Yeah.
All of us love Texas.
They're all feeling it. They love Texas, he said.
It's pretty wild how Boston fans, how smart they are. Like they're across the board. They're smart fans.
All over.
They get it. I mean, doesn't matter who you're talking to, male, female, child, adult. Like our guy at the Massaminos.
Yeah.
Dude was like, what, 26?
Yeah. He's all over, man.
He knew everything.
Even the lady who said she didn't like sports, she said, I don't have any time for the Patriots. They're losers.
Yeah, that's right.
That's our guy, Jack.
Yeah, Jack was awesome. We got to take care of him.
Yeah, we got to send him something.
Yeah.
So if the Texans do get in the playoffs, there's a good chance that they might avoid Al Michaels because NBC will not have Al Michaels back for the postseason this year, as they did last year for Chargers-Jaguars. This is per Andrew Marchand. Who else? Instead, NBC's #1 college football team, Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge, they'll be on the call for the second NBC wildcard playoff game. So Al Michaels, who acted like he was too cool to call that Jags-Chargers game last year, which was one of the most wild games of the last couple of years, they basically said, hey, bud, we know that you think you're too good for it anyway, so we're just going to let Ian Eagle's son and Todd Blackledge, they're going to call it because they're going to be happy to do it.
I don't care who you are, old or young, when a network does this to you, that's a message. Like they're not. I'm not saying like he's old.
Well, I mean, he's had a lot of messages that he's just kind of put his nose up to.
But this is the network, man. This isn't like you or me or some TV radio critic or something like that. The network's saying, nah, man, we're good. We're good. We're going to go with this other group. Like, that's not a good sign. And I'm glad, to be honest. I think the game will be more exciting, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's been a grumpy guy,
and bored.
Yeah, and bored.
You can be a lot of things. Don't be bored on the air.
Yeah, you're not enjoying yourself. So go ahead and figure it out, Al.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's going to have something to say about this too, isn't he? Actually.
Oh well, Al Michaels finds TMZ as much as a Kardashian.
I know.
He knows what restaurant to go to.
Yeah,
get his take out there.
He probably makes the call in. Hey, Al Michaels is at blah blah blah.
Yeah. Hey, Al Michaels is at Pump.
This kind of sounds like Al Michaels. No, man, I'm not Al, but he's here.
No, I promise you he's here. Yeah, he's got a lot to talk about. What do I want to say about Al Michaels? Well, he just got taken down from the playoff game.
Mm-hmm. That's a hell of a gig that some of those valets and waiters and all that get at some of these exclusive restaurants. All they have to do is call TMZ and they get a little something.
Yeah, and then you interview them and you put it out there. It sells for all kinds now.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being I always see TMZ and Al Michaels is on there. I'm like, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Are they chasing him like he's freaking Lindsay Lohan back in the day or something? And what are we doing here? What the hell is going on?
He's going to have something to say.
It's putting a bow on Week 14 here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. You might be one of the best to do it, but you're also nothing more than a total whiner. Plus, was Monday Night Football over the top with some of their stereotyping yesterday? We'll cuss and discuss next.
The Texans trip to
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. C.J. Stroud, he has a concussion. Looks like he's going to miss Sunday's game. Justin Herbert placed on injured reserve, which means his season is done. Let's be honest, the Chargers weren't going anywhere, but now Herbert joins Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow, Kenny Pickett, to name a few quarterbacks out for the season.
Pretty wild year. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, and you've talked about how it's not something that you should necessarily use as an excuse, but I think what we're going to end up seeing is even more. And we don't like it. I get it, but I also get why they protect quarterbacks so much. We're going to see even more emphasis. I'm talking about just in general. Like quarterbacks, they're just going to emphasize it even more.
I don't think they can do it any more than they already do.
Well, I mean, I thought the Zach Wilson hit low on the sack, was it Grenard? That I was a little surprised that wasn't called, just because it was right at the knees.
So what's going to happen, like when you talk about overreactions, like from season to season? I'm not saying C.J. Stroud's rookie season has been overreacted to, but when they start talking about quarterbacks and tiers, C.J. and Herbert are going to be in the same tier.
Oh yeah,
they're going to put C.J. Yeah. You're going to put C.J. and Herbert in that same tier. And I don't know. Justin Herbert needs a new coach. That's for damn sure. I mean,
I think he's going to get one.
You think?
I think he's going to get one.
I would think so, but Justin Herbert out for the season.
Did you see the Bill Belichick rumor to L.A.?
Well, that would be great for him.
Yeah,
he'd be good.
That would be wild. It'd
be cool.
Very weird to see.
Good for him.
I got the internet going nuts.
Patrick Mahomes still trending, and now he's sorry. But here's the other thing. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Not only is he sorry, and it was kind of clout chasing, as you like to say, bit or whatever. It was wild. They actually admitted that he did not point to the referee like you're supposed to.
Well, it's on video.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying I was I just landed. I got to the studio. I wasn't sure if it was on video or not. You know, we talked about it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and Andy Reid and everybody's like, yeah, we need to coach. They'd be more mad at the receiver, Tony, and the coaches and everything else. Like they're saying, yeah, sorry, we were wrong, our bad.
And now the Chiefs are being weird because there's like a not the Chiefs, but there's a certain portion of the fan base that is now putting a picture up of Tyreek Hill being offsides and saying that there's a double standard. Dude, like that you're still offsides.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't, like, you're offsides.
Yeah, doesn't matter at all.
Weird. It was a shame. I heard Show going off on it yesterday. He wasn't too happy about the reaction that Mahomes and Andy displayed. And that was before Mahomes went on with Carrington. Meanwhile,
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tommy DeVito.
God, I love this.
This guy is getting a lot of love right now, to the point where, I mean, his family's just embracing the Italian stereotypes like a mofo. They had a tailgate, which, by the way, looked delicious.
Dude.
Of cutlets,
Hundreds
pastas,
of cutlets.
and all this stuff.
Yeah.
He has his family up there. They're kissing each other on the cheek. They're doing all types of stuff. This was Joe Buck and Troy Aikman reacting to the DeVito family round of kisses.
And his agent, the agent may break the internet. What the heck's going on? They having kisses everywhere. Giants up 4.
So then you had Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. This was them reacting to the agent, in which the internet went nuts.
See, look at DeVito. Who is this guy he's talking to? Okay, look, whatever you need, I got you. I'll take.
Come on, Pay. That's his agent. Of course, that's his agent. Come on, Tommy DeVito's agent.
What's in the bag? What's in the bag? What's in the bag? I want to know what's in the bag.
Some cutlets for later. You know,
this is
it looks
bad.
like Mom. It looks like Johnny Fontaine from The Godfather.
There he is. See, he's in there.
Of course, he takes care of the DeVitos. The bag had tickets in it. There's a big bag of tickets.
Let's go.
The agent's name is Sean Stellato.
He was on today talking about Peyton Manning. He was on WFAN. I saw the quote. He said he must watch a little bit too much Goodfellas.
Thank you. You know where I'm going with this.
That was what he said. Where are you going with this?
You know
exactly. Are you going to snowflake on us?
No.
You're about to get Snowflake Lopez?
No. This is not Snowflake. This is just accurate depiction of what happens a lot.
Okay.
Like,
where are we going here, Fig?
if he were Asian,
okay,
and they started using all these references and movie references and all these little stereotypes and all that, they would be canceled by the end of the broadcast.
Okay.
Race car!
Right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. I've said it before. Like, for some reason, people can get away with jokes and snide comments about Italian Americans and Mexican Americans more than they can any other culture.
Well, I think the Italian thing's pretty obvious, and I don't want to speak for Italians, but I think the Italian thing's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
They embrace their stereotypes.
Well, they do.
Yeah. It seems like the loud, yes, all we do is
the
eat pasta.
fingers in the air.
Still live at home with our parents.
To be honest, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like, they made it where it looked super cool.
They're negative. They're like their stereotypes, like the negative, like they will embrace them. Like there's one of the best reality shows of all time is just embracing it. It's not exposing. They truly live that life. So I think the thing about Italians and like other stereotypes that you might get is they embrace it. Like they love it.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just saying you can get away with a lot more with certain groups than others, and it's just bizarre to me. Like, it's bizarre. Like, they're talking about Goodfellas. The man is an NFL agent. And,
Well, I mean, he's DeVito's agent, right?
That's an NFL agent.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get more clients, too. Because he's gold.
I mean,
he's gold on television.
Man, that tailgate, though, brother. How much did that cost?
I watched that video like 5 times.
How much did that run?
They had cutlets and chicken and pasta.
Dude, they could have run an Olive Garden for the day.
They really
they were rolling deep at that.
Yeah, I love this story. I love,
and they're not shying away.
And I love that.
Like the outfit, he's basically saying, "I thought I looked fresh."
No, he looked like someone who.
Oh, you can do it, huh?
Somebody from Goodfellas.
No,
go ahead, get it out.
No. Well, let me say what I'm going to say. It's not what you think it is. He looked like someone dressing up like an Italian mobster for Halloween. Pinstripes,
chains, all that,
chains, hat, all that stuff. And I also think this, and
I think it's wild though that they're buying in so much that they're wondering, do we have a quarterback?
Well, I mean, it's fair to wonder now. I don't know.
Really?
I mean, it'll play out.
They ain't got no other choice.
Yeah, it'll play out.
Unless you go back to Daniel Jones.
It's fun. It's relevant, all that.
Yeah, we'll find out. But I would be. But here's my other big point on this: the perfect city. Like there is like you pick a
Italian
city
or Boston. Isn't he from Boston?
I'm saying, but you pick a city for.
But is he from Boston? He's Boston Italian, isn't he?
I don't know, but
the agent.
No, Tommy DeVito.
I thought he was from like New Jersey.
He's from Jersey.
No,
but
he
the
is from
agent's
Jersey.
Boston, I think.
No, what I'm talking about, Tommy DeVito. Like if you pick like the perfect city,
he's from Ramsey, New Jersey.
The perfect city for Tommy DeVito to play in, it's New York City. Like you talk about just a perfect chain of events. He owns New York right now, and right now so does his agent. It's an awesome story, and he's played pretty damn well. He really has.
He's living up to it.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Peter King wrote about.
All right, I'm out.
According to Peter King, the league is considering going away from 8 international games. I mean, an international game for every team at least every 8 years to every 4 years.
Okay.
I like this. Why not?
That's cool.
Right?
Yeah, whatever.
And the cities are.
Good for you, Peter.
3 games in London, 2 in Germany, 1 each in Spain, Paris, Mexico City, and Brazil. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't take away from the game. You get up early, watch a game, and you move on. And it broadens everything. But that means it'll be playing internationally at least once every 4 years. I think that's awesome.
It's fine.
Why not?
Whatever.
Yeah.
You still read Peter King in the mornings?
No, I saw this on the. I mean, I read him occasionally, but I didn't read this morning.
I didn't know if you still did or not.
No, just once in a while.
Just wondering.
Got nothing to do.
Just checking.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I'll be honest, like I didn't completely understand this Shohei Ohtani deal. I guess it's 10 years, $700 million, but he's going to defer his money to where he's only making $2 million a year for however long. I don't like when does he get paid?
I think it starts in 2033.
So he's going to do a Bobby Bonilla contract on steroids, basically.
Yes,
where he gets $70 million a year or 68
after he retired, or late in his career or whatever, but maybe after he
So
retired.
basically, you can buy your salary on a credit card. Like on a very, 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 very low interest rate credit card, you can buy,
You're not buying anything. They're paying you. It's just basically like, it's a Bobby Bonilla
No, I'm
deal.
saying they got Shohei Ohtani on a credit card.
Well, on future credit, future earnings.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it
There's
is.
no
Future
interest.
earnings. Yeah.
Because they can still spend their free agency right now.
Yeah.
Build their team.
It's a great deal for the Dodgers.
But 10 years later.
No kidding.
It's a great deal for
But
the
this is a good deal for baseball. This is Mad Dog Russo. You know where this is going. Mad Dog Russo on Mad Dog Radio talking about this Shohei Ohtani contract.
So he is only going to take $2 million per year over the course of his 10-year contract. That is the luxury tax. The whole idea of that is to prevent hoarding of major league players. This is an absolute disgrace. Baseball cannot allow this. This is a joke. Why don't we just give the Dodgers every player? Give them Blake Snell, give them the Yamamoto, give them Ohtani, give them everybody so they can win some championships. I haven't won in 100 years. Why don't we give them everybody? I mean, this is why the sport's a joke. You can't take this seriously.
Here's the problem.
There you go.
Here's the problem. Baseball does allow it. It's in the rules. Like if your team wants to do it, do it.
Okay.
I mean, it does allow it.
Okay.
And the guy makes $50 million a year off the field, so why not?
So someone's saying there's 8% interest, so he's going to get interest on this too?
Now that I don't know. I haven't seen that myself, but if a listener says that, it must be true.
Well, no. Don't live by that, please.
No, this is a typical, if it was your team, you'd have no problem with it.
I disagree. I would think it was weird, and I don't think you're giving us enough credit for being able to not homer up all the time. I mean, we were saying
that
the
the
Astros.
about us.
Yeah. But the the Astros cheating scandal, we said they deserved the smoke they were getting.
We
and stuff.
did. I'm saying
if the
fans,
Astros did this with Ohtani, I would think it was weird as hell that this was allowed.
But fans would love it.
Yeah. So is this a new thing? You just wait. Is this the Bobby Bonilla influence or what?
I mean, how many Ohtanis are there going to be out there? Or can you just you want to be able to do that with every player? Because then all of a sudden you talk about being upside down on your payments, on your bills. Now, I think this is very unique to him. And
I think he was actually in this because he's getting his bread already anyway.
$50 million a year.
No, he doesn't give a damn because his endorsements, I bet he's making close to that.
If it was like somebody like a Carlos Correa or something, he want his money now.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. And the only worry is the Dodgers have a chance to be really, 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 really good.
Well, they're already really good. They get in the playoffs. But the good thing for baseball, if we're saying if it's bad for baseball, is that he's at least going to be on a team that is expected to be in the playoffs every year.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be buried like he's been in Los Angeles,
and that's what he
the
wants.
last couple of years.
The other part of this is I'm not even sure how much he can pitch.
No, I don't even think this is a pitching deal at this point.
I don't know. He's basically Lance McCullers. This is his second Tommy John, and he's got to come back, and we'll see.
Other people are throwing out theories. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen to our one that he can leave L.A. afterwards and not have to pay the income tax.
Oh, because he'll be earning the money in another state.
Yes. I don't know how that works.
Wow, that would be pretty sweet.
See, I don't know how that works or anything.
No,
but
that's where you earn your money.
So when the money really kick in, he might be over
in Texas, no income tax.
Yeah,
or
so
whatever.
that's another theory that I hear right there.
Shohei could be your neighbor.
Your neighbor.
I'm about to say, not mine.
Hey.
He ain't living over by NRG.
Yeah.
You don't know that.
There. That's Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the main keys to a big game on Sunday. What matters most? What doesn't? What's realistic? What's not? Let's go on next.
toll-free for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, on to Tennessee. Davis Mills game, DeMeco Ryans game, however you want to look at it. You got to win this game. And I know that it's not ideal, but it's not uncommon. Not in the NFL. It's not uncommon. Giants just won a game yesterday with their backup quarterback. Tennessee won a game yesterday with what? Oh, he was their backup quarterback. Okay, so this happens all the time. Now, is this something that you want to make a habit of? No. But it looks like it's going to be a short-term type of thing. But make no mistake about it. Excuses, whatever you want to say, this is not uncommon in the NFL, having to find a way to win a game with your backup quarterback. And that's the situation DeMeco Ryans finds himself in. Fortunately, he's taking on a Tennessee team that's going to be without their best player. They're coming off a very good win. It's a shorter week for them. But if you laid out like the potential opponents to be in this situation, okay, Tennessee's near the top of my list. They're near the top of my list. So ideal, no. Uncommon, no. On to Tennessee.
You don't want to make a living or rely on a playoff run with a backup quarterback, but you can win games. If he was, going to be the starting quarterback the rest of the way, you're like, okay, well, whatever. But just win this game, get CJ back. And go from there, yeah, absolutely.
One that nobody's talking about?
Yes.
Good God. ABC and the Houston Texans are lucky this game from Sunday did not get flexed to Monday night.
This upcoming one?
No. When we thought the Jets and Texans would be flexed.
Yeah.
Before the Giants and Packers went on their run and you had this DeVito mania and all that. Good God, the Texans are lucky they did not embarrass themselves like that on national TV.
Well, not only that.
I think ESPN lucky.
Yeah.
Because they had a good game, and they had, that New Jersey quarterback.
And the agent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, not only did the Texans get embarrassed, that would have been bad enough. But from a television perspective, you're like, this is ugly. This is nasty. Whereas now you got this budding star in New York, and you got his agent, breaking the internet and all that. No, it couldn't have worked out better for him. Not at all. No.
Then we have the other element on Sunday. Means more to some than others, I will agree. The Oilers uniforms being displayed on Sunday. John Mclain says he's over it. He's ready to move on. He's focused on the actual game. John Lopez, however, I think it's one of his big storylines. Explain this disagreement. I was shocked. Mclain has seen the light. I got to give him some credit.
No,
he has seen the light. I got to give him some credit that he's actually moved on from this. You, on the other hand, still in on it.
All right, so let's be very clear. He hasn't moved on.
This is an impression/Twitter reaction argument, or just like
no, it's not
old folk type of thing.
It's neither.
It's
of
like
those
one
things.
of those things.
No, it's neither.
One of those.
No, it's not.
Let's argue with Titans fans about this.
It's not.
Okay.
It's like, and the
you
reason,
want to do like since you're in this mindset, you want to do like a call in to Tennessee radio and just talk crap to each other about each other's cities?
No, that's boring and stupid. But what it is, it's about as much like it's not just older people. It's people who kind of understand. But the bigger story here is you got an opposing owner trying to control what you do. That is the bigger thing for me. Yes, it's going to stink seeing Oilers uniforms in Tennessee, but I understand as much as anybody, that's theirs. They agreed to that. Houston agreed to it. That's theirs. What really triggered me on this is not that they're wearing the uniforms. That's just kind of awkward and, it feels wrong and weird. What really got me is that Amy Adams Strunk is taking it to this extreme. Like she's her father's daughter. You've heard me say that before. She is trying to continue the gotcha, the stick it to you legacy that Bud Adams started. And she has no right doing that. She has a legal right, I guess, or not even illegal, it's rules. But I'm not even sure about that because she went to the NFL and tried to get the Texans, and successfully so far, I don't know if it's over or not, get them to change the dominant color on their new jersey that they're revealing in April and all that stuff. By the way, that's happening pretty soon here. And successfully she's done. That's what ticks me off. Like this lady that just can't get over, that Houston didn't like her daddy because he took her, he took the team, is still holding that grudge. Just let Houston be
That's
Houston.
cool, though, but why is that even a big deal at this point with what the Texans have in front? Because I actually understood it before you knew how relevant this game was going to be. It's just like so far in the back now, though.
It's not in the back because of what I just said. Like, we want to get new uniforms. Don't you tell me what we can and can't do.
I'm actually glad they're moving on from that a little bit. Like at this point, I want to see this era and what they do and how they handle business. That's where I'm at on this. And I think Mclain has seen the light. Again.
No, that's just not true.
Mclain has seen the light. That's what he said right here.
That's what he said, but it's not true.
Yeah, Mclain was right here. He's seen the light.
I think Mclain got a lot of heat. He kind of came off looking like a guy that was. I'm not saying he is, but looking like a guy.
He got a lot of heat from me.
He got a lot of heat from you. He got a lot of heat from people. Looking like a guy that still kind of prefers the Oilers / Titans, and he just doesn't want to deal with that, right? I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think it is. He's an objective guy, but he got that heat, and so I think now he's just like,
I just showed him the light.
I don't want to mess.
I just showed him the light.
I don't want to mess with that.
While he was talking to me, I just showed him the light right there.
Yeah.
See, like here, I'm trying to show you, so you can move on and actually focus on the big game we got instead of Amy Adams.
Well, why do you have to pick one thing?
What do you mean pick one thing? I don't want to pick one thing. I want to pick what's relevant.
No, I'm saying don't pick one thing.
This whole thing is for people who want to go online, get some attention, and talk crap about the Titans and the Oilers. And look, 50 people like that, like this. It sucks. Who cares?
I'm not doing any of that.
It's time to. Yeah, but you're one of the guys who likes the Astrodome still up. I'm starting to think that's the fake thing.
Oh, God.
I'm starting to think that's the fake thing. Because I think this is proportional to the mindset of why the Astrodome was able to stay up. Because one of your people, what's that guy's name? Ed Emmett?
Ed Emmett.
Yeah, Ed Emmett. I feel like his mindset is your mindset, and that's why, like, this is proportional to why that dome is still out there, despite the fact Yankee Stadium has been torn down and all that. That's what I think.
So you think I secretly really want the dome?
Yes.
Up?
Yes.
And you are delusional.
Yes.
I was like one of the first people in this city.
Yeah. Okay. And Mclain was one of the first ones to
say,
all about the
blow it up.
Okay.
Like you can go back and
I feel like you've come around.
I wrote about it in 06. I talked about it in 06 and 07.
Yeah, I know.
And there were a lot of people like, what are you, crazy?
Yeah.
And now everybody's like, blow it up.
Yeah.
So you're full of crap on that. And
I think it's proportional. I think you might not. It's just a proportional mindset.
What do you mean by proportional?
Just still want to talk about they're wearing the Oilers uniforms. They took the team. They were the Oilers the first year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I keep hearing this comparison about Browns Ravens. It's not the same. Like Baltimore left Cleveland and they were immediately the Ravens. Immediately.
Yeah.
They were the freaking Oilers their first year of Tennessee. So
and then they changed the name because they didn't want to be.
Yeah, I know. And then they changed it and they went back. But the point is, it was the Oilers the first year. They took the Oilers with them
because they didn't have a name yet. Had they had a name, they wouldn't have been.
Like the Ravens Browns comparison just doesn't hold up.
No, I agree with that.
The Ravens Browns thing is not the same. I'm tired of
really reaching. You talk about Stretch Armstrong.
No, I'm not worried about the uniforms.
You're going to pull a muscle.
It's a relevant ass game. It's a DeMeco Ryan signature game. I'm not worried about it.
You are a big old hardo.
It is okay. I'm just saying it's way on the back.
Let's
way
talk
on the back
football.
End. No, yes, it's way on the back end.
Here's the thing that boggles my mind about this. Why does it only have to be about the?
It doesn't.
The game?
It doesn't.
Because that's what you're kind of saying.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't only have to be. It's just I don't. It doesn't.
It's like I told Mclain. If I'm writing a column previewing Texans and Titans, I'm writing about the importance of C.J. Stroud.
Here's what bothers me.
Hold on. I'm writing about the importance of C.J. Stroud. I'm writing about the importance to the playoffs. I'm writing about, the history between these teams. I damn sure am not going to ignore one of the biggest biggest parts of the story, and that's the Amy Adams stuff.
Here's what I think, and I could be wrong about it. Here's what I think. I think the only reason that Titans fans care is because a certain portion of Texans and Texans fans and people in Houston care. They don't give a damn about Oilers uniforms.
I think that's true. I think they just want to stick it to the Texans. I don't think any of
these Texans players, they'll sit there and say they care because they think that's what they're supposed to say.
DeMeco said he cares.
These Titans players don't care either. So the only people that really care are the people here, and why?
And John
it's been
Lopez.
gone for a while. Yes,
there you go again.
Even off it.
This, however, is one of my favorite things I do.
Listen, I respect.
John Mclain is off it.
I respect. You are not. You're not letting this die. No, Landry's just not a romantic. That's Landry just likes to get down to.
I'm a romantic. It's relevant romance. I'm fine.
Get the rose petals.
They took the Oilers with them. Like they were literally the Oilers the first year. They took them.
But that's only.
This isn't like
you're parsing that.
But they did
because had they had a name when they left, they would have been using that name. They got away from the Oilers.
Ravens have a
they
name?
got away from the Oilers as soon as they could. Like they couldn't go. They couldn't get away from the Oilers.
Those
quick
colors
enough.
are pretty damn close-ish, though.
To what?
To the Oilers.
Well, yeah, because they're sticking it to the Houston fans, and specifically.
But the Titans, they were pretty similar-ish.
Specifically, they're sticking it to Cal and Hannah. And Amy Adams is doing.
I love it. It's personal for you.
Yeah,
it feels like it's personal for you, and I love it.
Yeah,
like I would say, I've been blown away since I arrived here that there is not a full out pure hatred for the Tennessee Titans. People have talked about so many other teams and franchises that they throw ahead of them, like the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I've seen the Utah Jazz.
It's the Colts. It's the Colts in this division. It's the Colts that have dominated.
It's the Titans now.
I don't know.
And this is a big part of it.
I don't know who it is.
You agreed with me when I brought that up about a month ago.
I think it's like if you could get a three-headed coin, I think it's a three-headed.
No, I think today
coin.
It's the Titans.
I think today it's the Jags.
Yeah,
I think it's the Colts forever. Like nobody's ever dominated you in the division the way the Colts once did.
Well, that's true.
So I think it's just.
Look at that, three people.
I think it's the Colts.
Closely, three different answers.
But see, I reached a point because I'm native to this place too. I reached a point of acceptance a long time ago about this because I just can't get myself worked up about it every time I see them. Because look, you got to separate the team from the city. Like I want the Oilers to belong to Houston, but they don't. They belong to the Adams family, which I resent. I'm on your side on it. But I can't get worked up about it because I had to accept it.
Accepted that too. I've accepted that. It's theirs.
I had to. It'll drive me crazy.
Amy Adams is the one that rekindled all this because she's just being.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
It's like when you brought that other example. Like Cleveland fans hate Baltimore.
From the word
the Ravens,
go.
Like they hate and will forever. It won't die down because they in the middle of the night took their team and bounced and had to sit there without football like it was here.
But they've also dominated them ever since they left.
Yeah, that too.
like they they're part of their irrelevancy.
I'm just talking fans. Like fans. Like yes, the Colts have been the team that's been in kind of in your way a bit, but that goes over like just domination of winning. This is like. We would sit here. The Oilers was ours, and we lost the team. We didn't have a team for years. But I will say, it does appear that it has died down from the early part of the year, and maybe it picks up when you see those uniforms.
It's only Tuesday.
Those uniforms, but it does. I just feel like, but I love it, man. You stay on.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's a prevailing storyline for me. But I was mentioning in our text thread ahead of the show, like if they lose this game, or God forbid they get blown out the way they did against the Jets. I am going to feel a way about them getting beat up against a team wearing Oilers jerseys. I'm not much more concerned about the fact that their playoff hopes seem to be dying.
So basically what you're saying is Davis Mills has a legendary opportunity here.
It'd be pretty deep. It'd be pretty deep. It'd be a pretty big deal to beat the team wearing the Oilers uniforms and saving your playoff chances when C.J. Stroud is going to miss a game. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. That's the voice you're hearing is Brandon Scott. He is in the building as Clint is still taking care of business at home with his number one team as the new little one is in, and they're getting things right, holding it down. And so Brandon Scott is in the building with us. Tyler Milner, he is, of course, running things back there on the other side in the building. So, yes, it is a little live. Little Drive is live action happening right now.
Pretty damn live up in here.
The top-ranked show in the city.
There you go, Lair. There you go. It's a lot to get to, and we were just talking about in the crosstalk, the Titans and that game yesterday as they go in and beat the Miami Dolphins, and it did help that Tyreek Hill was absent quarters 2 and 3 with an injury, but then he returned and kind of changed things, but they were still able to overcome multiple self-inflicted wound turnovers and still win the game. And this is the opponent for the Texans next week, the Tennessee Titans, who they have to play. And I'm just, man, the last 8 hours plus fellas, has just shown how quickly things in the NFL can change.
Yeah.
I mean, how quickly things in the NFL can change. Like, we were talking last week, and maybe we, the three of us, and many people in the Drive family participating, had kind of different thoughts about where the Texans were, but we all agreed, like, these are contenders, and they are a playoff team. And when you look at what was in front of them, you know, the Jets, 2 against the Titans, a home game against the Browns, and then the Colts. And then when you look closer, you're looking at Gardner Minshew, you're looking at Joe Flacco or DTR,
yeah.
You're looking at Bill Levis, you know, you're looking at Zach Wilson. Like, you're looking at that, and it's just like, yeah, like
the arrow's pointed up.
They got 7 wins.
I thought they could win the division. I thought they were in contention for the AFC South.
Trevor got injured. Was like, you're like, yeah, they can get 10. They can get to 10. They can win 3 of those. But man, as we sit here on Tuesday at 2:02:29, it feels a ton different right now for the Texans. And I would have said yes. Last week, they were going to make the play. Hell, I would have said at 11:59. Nope. I would have said in the second half, the kickoff in the second half against the Jets, that this team is going to make the playoffs easy. And now the turn of events that has occurred, where I don't think C.J. Stroud is going to play. Nico Collins may not play. Davis Mills or Case Keenum are going to have to step in, go on the road against a team that clearly isn't packing it in against the Titans, who I think in terms of what the Texans will put out there Sunday and what the Titans will put out there Sunday, the Titans may have the more talented team on the field on Sunday.
On Sunday, yeah.
On Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday, which is all that matters. Yep.
And then after that, it's Cleveland here, and hopefully Stroud is able to return then, and he's healthy. Right, road game against Indy, who already came in here and beat you. Like, now, I don't know about you fellas and Tyler. I know you bet and everything. Like, at this point, when you look at the situation, and now here comes Buffalo as they're moving up the deal, and now Jake Browning, even though you have a tiebreaker over him, Jake Browning is playing a lot better. A lot better. This thing has flipped in a major way, and like now, I definitely don't feel as certain that this team will make the playoffs. And actually, boy, depending on the Stroud injury, it could feel even further away if he's got to miss multiple games. Like that is.
Which way would you lean right now if I pressed you on it? Just right now.
Gun to head, heart, or scrotum, place I don't want to get shot.
With all the information you have right now, which way would you lean? Because I'm struggling with this myself. I'm with you, and we can break down everything.
713-572-4610. Which way would you lean right now?
Which way would you lean?
I'll lean yes. In my mind, I will lean, because in my mind is like, can you get to 10? And I think if CJ is back after just missing 1 week, and they play the Colts, the Titans again here, the Colts on the road, can they get to 10 if CJ
so you're
just
telling me there's
misses
a chance?
I'll lean like 51-49 towards yes, but I don't feel great about it.
Yeah, no, I don't feel great about it either, man. I probably lean just because I feel like the odds are against them, man. You got too many teams that got the exact same record. The head-to-head tiebreaker scenarios are wild and crazy, and so it's hard to predict where you're going to fall along those lines. Man, I felt a lot better about it, let's call it 4 or 5 days ago, when I still felt pretty good about the Texans' chances of winning the division.
Yes.
Because I'm going to be honest, man, this whole wild card thing, I'm keeping up with it, but it's been nerve-wracking. Like trying to, okay, so who owns the tiebreaker over this team that owns the tiebreaker over that team that owns the tiebreaker over that team? Like, nah, go out there. Trevor Lawrence is injured. They have a chance to lose this game on Sunday, this being last week, looking ahead. They did lose that game. Okay, all you got to do is go in there and take care.
Caught me off guard.
Oh yeah,
Jets one caught me.
You just got to go in there and take care of business against the Jets, and you good. You in a position now where you're tied in the division, right? That would have tied the division. And look, instead of just saying, "Hey, we're running in place, everybody get to run it back next week," now you taking advantage of an opportunity with the Jaguars losing, with everybody. Obviously, the Titans won last night, but on Sunday, all the AFC South teams lost, and you were the one that was actually supposed to win. Yeah. So, I mean, when we talk about how quickly it can change,
I mean,
look at all the things that have changed just since our Thursday show at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Richie. Like, I thought that the Texans were a team that could go on the road, win a playoff game if necessary, on the road, could win this division. And now the information that I didn't have at the time was, okay, I didn't know that they were going to go on the road and get embarrassed by the New York Jets. Didn't know that.
Didn't know they were capable of that game.
Didn't realize that.
Against that team this late.
Also didn't know that C.J. Stroud was going to get concussed in the game.
And that's a big key.
Didn't have that on my bingo card. Nico Collins going out in the first quarter. Didn't have that on my bingo card. And then last night, another thing. Didn't realize that the Titans were capable of overcoming a 2-touchdown deficit against a Miami team, on the road against a Miami team.
While making repeat mistakes themselves.
Oh, my God.
Like fumbling
for
no reason.
The special teams errors, that pick six earlier in the game that was on a screen pass to a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like all the different ways where it seemed like they were trying to give Miami this game.
They had a punt late where the game was tied that he muffed.
And they still go out there and win it with 4.5 minutes left, down 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
So I didn't know that the Titans had that in their bag. You add that to all the other information that I just put out there that I didn't know 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah, things change a lot real quick.
It has shifted really quick. So I lean towards that they can still. I think the three of them are the guys at the top with CJ and Bobby Slowick and DeMeco and this. Like I feel like if they get CJ back, they can claw maybe winning 3 or 4. I don't feel great about Sunday. And last night's performance with the Titans, I was maybe potentially thinking maybe the Titans are maybe kind of close to saying, hey, man, let's get through this thing.
Yeah.
But that's not a team that we watched last night that was saying, let's get through this thing.
No, they're fired up.
There's a team. And now, and then I think they're looking at themselves saying, hey, we just got 8 losses. If we win out, we know we beat the Texans twice. We stopped them right in front of us. And then if we can win out and get hot and get to 9-8, we feel like maybe we put ourselves. So they are still playing really, really hard. And Will Levis has definitely come on. There's a thing that we can see, and I think CJ showed us a lot of this last week. Bryce Young has shown us this throughout the season. CJ, like when you look at these quarterbacks, if you just have one weapon, like one passing threat, it changes the whole game. And now CJ, to me, as we have learned now that the season has come, he's got every bit of 2 at least with Tank Dell and Nico Collins, and that was really shown Sunday. And then we watched him have kind of the Bryce Young type of talent around him. And
once Nico went down,
and then it looked like what it was, 91 yards passing there. Like it looked rough. And you see Will Levis, just what DeAndre Hopkins just does for him and the rest of that offense, just having that passing threat. Because I stand on it. I don't think that Will Levis is better than Bryce Young. But I mean, that just having a target helps.
He got some stones on him too, man. I give him that.
He gets himself good and emotional,
man. And he doesn't feel like he blinks or like he scares really, man. Like he threw that pick 6, and I'm like, okay, this game's over with. But he kept. Look, it's interesting how the Tim Kelly offense ultimately has become chuck it up there to Hopkins. Like, throw the ball to DeAndre Hopkins or to whichever guy they leave uncovered once they double DeAndre Hopkins. Yeah,
but when you
that's the offense.
He has 2 major weapons. He's got Henry and he's got Hopkins, and like linebackers have to play a certain way because Derrick Henry is there. The pass rush has to slow up because Derrick Henry is there. Hell, he's hitting Derrick Henry out of the backfield because of DeAndre Hopkins. Like, it is just crazy to see what just a threat will do for you. And also, when I see him, when I watch him, he's an emotional cat.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm kind of nasty, but the thought that came to my mind was, this guy's aggressive in the bedroom. Like, he feels like he has one speed.
Why are you thinking about his bedroom tendencies?
When I saw him,
yeah, it looks like he goes 0 to 100 real
He seems
quick.
like there's no hey, let's slow down, man. Let's play a little Marvin Gaye. Let's play a little A little.
I would not guess he's got Marvin Gaye in his bag.
Little John Mayer. Like, he seems like he is one speed.
He's ready for business time.
Boom, fast, quick, hurt, let's go.
Like you don't want to do too much foreplay.
Or like he takes love making like it's also fitness or exercise.
Like
it's a rep.
A guy that gets that amped. You know, like you look at the demeanor of a Jalen Hurts. It's a fella that looks like he takes his time.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying he seems like a guy.
He lights some candles.
Yes.
He's got the Chardonnay on ice.
He's got the right bag of chips there.
I don't know about chips, but he's taking his time.
The right bag of chips.
If you know what I mean. He's taking his time.
What kind of aphrodisiac is the right bag of chips?
I'll tell you, man. You get you some. I think some.
This sounds very specific by you.
Those hot Cheetos.
Oh,
the hard ones. Yeah,
this fool said the right bag of chips.
You can't eat something spicy whenever you're about to be doing some stuff.
Spicing the thing up. Yeah, some hot chips.
No, that spice sticks to your tongue, dude.
Some good chips, baby. Some good hot.
Someone's gonna end up hurting.
Right there. But I just think
this comes from a very specific memory.
He seems measured. Yeah, it does. He seems measured.
Guilty.
Will seems aggressive. Will seems like he's going in. Bang. Let's go.
It's business time.
Oh boy.
You seen how big my arms are?
That's right, baby. So, big one, man. This thing has shifted, man. That game Sunday is a completely different game than, as you said, we thought when we left the air Friday, and even when the second half kickoff against the Jets happened Friday. The Titans look like a different team, and the Texans look like one.
I'll speak for myself. I feel like at least I was, as of last week, just marking those Titans games down as dubs. The way I normally do with the Jaguars, how I never take them seriously, even though I probably should more often. I feel like that's exactly what I was doing with the Titans once we got to this point in the season. And it was not just because of the Titans per se, it was because of where the Texans were. Both of them, right? The Titans were not impressive, couldn't really get things going, and the Texans were on the rise. I figured, okay, those should be 2 dubs. Similar to what I did with the Jets. I'm like, okay, they're not going to go on the road and lose to the Jets. And now I got to look at the Titans differently. But based off of the Texans showing that they're capable of getting blown out on the road to the Jets, and that the Titans are capable of going on the road and beating the Miami Dolphins down 2 scores, down 2 touchdowns with 4 minutes left, shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, you got to feel a lot differently about both teams.
How did they win that game?
Man.
Like, it's just even more.
Chuck it up
Thursday, I think it was, I don't know if it was you, Tyler, but it was you, and I know listeners out there were like, Miami is the team that scares me in the AFC.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
That was like Miami is the team that scares me in the AFC. The Titans,
and they still kind of do.
The Titans walked in there, had 2 fumbles late. Like,
that game was on crack.
And I mean, I'm talking about gave them the ball in the red zone.
Yeah.
And led to 14 points. And as you said, they kicked off the game throwing a pick six to
a fat guy.
A defensive. I think you could just say that nicer. To a big athletic.
Are you supposed to throw pick sixes to guys built like that?
Just like a guy who was giving everything he got. That Seller fellow was giving everything he had. All right, and he got in the end zone. All right, I don't call Jalen Carter a fat guy that scored that touchdown against the Cowboys.
He's a fat guy.
All right, man.
He's not fat. Well, he's big.
It's big. Mean. Damn it. But no, I mean, I just to the point where it was like the Texans. I mean, for the Texans, that's the team that scares me. Is the Dolphins? They're the ones who scare me. And I mean, the Titans walked in there with Will Levis. And you know who he's throwing it to every time.
Yeah, no mystery.
It was.
No mystery. They like to run a lot of trick plays. Tim Kelly likes to get in his bag and run a lot of trick plays. But at the end of the day, it's an offense. Get a ball to Hopkins. Get a ball to Derrick Henry. You know where the ball is going every time.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing they can do about it.
Tim looked disheveled multiple times on the sideline in that catcher's position that he tends to move towards, and they still won that game.
They did,
which is wild. So. You know, I'm not saying the Texans can't win the game Sunday, but as we sit here on Tuesday, I don't feel great. Because you're right. I said they're going to win the Jets game. They're going to at the very least, split with the Titans. All right, and that puts you at 9. And then you got the Browns and the Colts, and I feel like they get one of those in 10, I believe. It will get you in the AFC with their tiebreaker.
Playoffs.
I watched the entire game through the mindset because obviously the Texans game had already happened. Right, been a day earlier. I watched the entire game with the mentality of how does this team match up against the Texans, and even when they're less than 5 minutes to go in the game, 4.5 minutes left to go in the game, and I felt like the Titans were about to lose by 2 scores. Even then, I felt like, you know what, I don't really love how the Texans match up against this team. Like, they've played really scrappy. They shot themselves in the foot, did a lot of boneheaded stuff, and cost them the game. But, man, they matched up pretty well against the Dolphins. I don't like how they match up against the Texans based off of this and based off of how the Texans ended up matching up against the Jets just the day before. And now, 4 minutes later, like 4 minutes after that, after they come back and win the game, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we got to have a conversation.
Yeah, this is.
It's not a good feeling.
So it's just crazy, man. 48 hours, how things have changed with this playoff race and with the Texans.
DeAndre Hopkins, he was available in the offseason?
Yeah, he was. And to the person, listen, I'm not going to deal with lies. First off, to 2 texts. One, Brandon, you got to remember, Ron used to be 400 pounds.
I don't think that's accurate.
No, I was 329. Okay, and you're not going to give me that extra pound. Okay, I was 329. Okay, so you can kiss off. All right, I was not 400. I was a good, portly 329. And to the second one, these are lies. Ronnie, it's Ron. You told us that the Texans didn't need Hopkins. That is a bold-faced lie.
We'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
What I have said is the Texans don't have enough in the wide receiver room. And I was dead wrong about that, along with most everybody else.
Yeah.
But I damn sure was once saying, they need to add to the receiver room. They need to.
And they say no.
That's right.
I just want to point this out. Robert Woods got a contract, 2 years, the guaranteed money, $10 million. DeAndre Hopkins got a contract, 2 years, the guaranteed money, $11 million.
Oh, my God. You don't understand the leadership that Robert Woods
do. Y'all's math. Oh, I understand.
You don't understand.
I understand math.
You don't understand.
Basic math. Addition and subtraction.
He certainly loses the hair battle. Coming up. Stop, Tyler. I can just see it in your eyes. There's some disappointment at least for me, in one of our own. And I'll let you actually be the judge of it. Tyler did something. And I'll let you be the judge of it. Is it fair to be disappointed in Tyler, or do you give him the okay for this? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Even after a tough 30-6 loss, Coach D'Amico isn't talking about burning the tape.
We'll still go back watching intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So
For the hardwood drama, you'll love Odyssey's newest podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we got some breaking news here. Tyler, what is the latest that you're hearing?
This is coming from Aaron Wilson reporting for KPRC2. Sources say that Texans Blake Cashman and Tavierre Thomas should miss at least with strained hamstrings. Nico Collins, who we saw get injured in that Jets game as well, his status is still being determined as C.J. Stroud remains in NFL concussion protocol. Again, that's coming from Aaron Wilson, KPRC2.
Wow, okay, so Blake Cashman and Tavierre Thomas to miss at least a week or two. Those hamstrings have been killers for the Texans this year. They've had some important pieces out because of the hamstrings, and then as he said, the two big ones there as well. Blake Cashman's a really big one too, honestly.
But your best coverage linebacker.
But two guys that I think potentially can make the Pro Bowl, Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud. Their status is still up. C.J. remains in concussion protocol, as I've said. I think we've said it on the show. We don't believe he'll play on Sunday. And then Nico Collins, his status is still to be determined. Remember, he's already missed a game and had an issue with the calf, and he left after the third play of the game, and I just don't ever even remember seeing him.
No, that was it.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. As like I mean, there are times you could probably argue that Blake Cashman has been, at least at times in games, the best defensive player on the team.
Yeah, I wouldn't even argue
in games.
it.
There's a couple of games.
Yeah, I would state it as a matter of fact.
You think he's been the best? Like, you think
consistently,
all season long, consistently? Blake
I think as of late, it's been Christian Harris because he's come along and been really good. I know he gave up that
Stingley
touchdown.
And Will.
I was going to about just linebackers.
I'm just talking about it. Like to me,
defensive player. Yeah,
I think there are times that's why I said you could argue there have been moments throughout that he has been. Yes. He's a leading tackler, and he's been an AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Yep.
He has made big plays there and has been, as you were going to say, the most consistent linebacker throughout.
And I want to say that week that he was AFC Defensive Player of the Week was like a different week from the one where he had like 19 or 20 tackles in the game. Like that was a different game.
Yeah, different game. Yeah. I think he had a pick. And I feel like it was Jacksonville.
Well, yeah. He picked off Trevor Lawrence for sure.
So that's a tough one. Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, multiple weeks, and the Tavier Thomas thing. Yeah, he hasn't been playing much, but now, like the thought is they at least trusted him to play the bulk of the season, and the fear now is we see it. The Texans, along with the rest of the NFL, but the Texans have been hit with injuries everywhere, including in the secondary. And the thought is they're an injury away from what? Because there's no Shaq Griffin on this team anymore, and now Tavier Thomas could miss multiple games here, and now you're crossing your fingers that nothing happens in that secondary, especially corner wise, to either Dez King or the two guys outside, Nelson and Stingley Jr. So
any of them, because if something happens to them, what has been the plan in the past? For Dez King to bump out outside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
And now, and if Dez King were to bump out outside, now that would be where Tavier would go. But now look at that. So a lot here to look at here injury-wise, but those are big things. Once again, if you're just jumping in, Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, two guys who have been starters for this team. Blake Cashman, the best linebacker on this team, leading tackler on this team, will be out at least a week or two with strained hamstrings. Nico Collins, his status is still being determined. C.J. Stroud remains in concussion protocol, so that's the latest there. Coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, you will hear from original Texan Seth Payne. He will join us, so stay tuned for that. I want to see, because I felt disappointed in Tyler for this, because I look at Tyler, and
Clint's not even here, and I'm getting disappointed in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Because, I really mean it.
Yeah.
And I just want to see how you feel about it. 713-572-4610. Brandon, the Drive family. So we were talking yesterday, and Tyler disclosed to me that, I didn't watch the Jets-Texans game live. So I watched it later. I didn't watch it live, so I'm thinking, oh, man, really had, something big. What were you doing?
I was playing some golf.
So you
it's a beautiful day in Houston as opposed to up there in Jersey.
Yeah.
So you said, yeah, I'm gonna play around the golf.
Great photo you posted, by the way. It looked like a time.
I saw Bobcat. We can get to that later.
It's still, instead of watching one of the biggest games of the season for the Texans. I know you watched it. You watched it in full later on. Mm-hmm. I am really shocked you chose golf.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often.
Over the Texans in the middle of a playoff hunt.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often. I mean, this is the first game all year I didn't watch live. I listened live, if that's worth anything to you, of course, on the free Odyssey app.
That is worth something to me as the guy who runs our digital operation over here. I appreciate that.
Yes, yeah. I was plugged in one way, but I was out on the golf course enjoying the beautiful weather with a buddy, drinking some beers. And it was nice, man. But, yeah, I always have a speaker with me for some tunes when I'm golfing. But this time I had the Odyssey app going, listening to Vandermeer and our guy Andre Ware call the game. And I watched the game later on.
I'll allow it. He had the Odyssey app. Oh, he had the app.
Just because of that?
Yeah, he had the Odyssey app on. We're good, Tyler.
I yelled a 4-letter word out on that golf course when I heard Nico Collins go down.
When did you know you were playing Sunday? When did that decision come about?
On my birthday. One of the buddies I was with asked me if I wanted to play.
So this is last week.
Yeah.
I am caught off guard by that.
It's not a common thing for me, man.
Yeah, no, I think this is a perfect example of when people say
you're psycho T.
No, but see, when people say, hey, even sports fans in Houston, there's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things about Houston that are appealing. Sometimes the weather is ideal, especially this time of year.
It was beautiful.
Because that cold, so you can go outside and just be outside. This is what they're talking about when they say, hey, we love our sports, But we got some other things that we can do. We got some other things in our bag, and
Yeah,
we can catch up.
H-Town has a lot to offer, you know.
We can catch up, man.
That was a top 3 beautiful day so far this year in the city.
How many Sundays do you get to golf on a beautiful? How many beautiful Sundays do you get to golf as an opportunity?
Not many, not during football season, you know.
Yeah.
So they were the Texans were on the road. I took advantage and listened to Vandy tickle my ears.
Last 2 texts. Okay, that's a pass then, and you ain't so H-Town.
Yeah, whatever, buddy.
Wow. Okay. So if somebody came to you today was like, hey, let's go play at such and such course on Sunday. Got a tee time that's going to land right in the middle of it's going to start right around the same time.
No. Not this Sunday.
So you're
no.
not. So it's
Titans is a different deal. And knowing they're going to be wearing those Oiler uniforms, I want to lay my eyes on that and fuel my hatred.
So I'm getting down to the bottom of this.
And he played last week.
We're getting down to the bottom of this.
A little sore.
You just assumed they were going to beat the Jets. And you're
not necessarily. I mean, like many people, I did think
like,
they were.
This is one I don't got to go watch.
That's not how I was treating it. I recorded it. I knew I'd come back to it. I knew I'd be listening live. But it was a beautiful day, and friend asked me to go drink some beer and hit some golf balls, you know?
I like it. I'm actually here for it. Not disappointed one bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed. I am. It's one of the biggest games of the season. And
That's fine.
Went to go play golf. Play Saturday.
Yeah, no,
who is this guy?
He couldn't catch any passes.
This guy just doesn't.
He couldn't rush the passer.
This guy doesn't give a damn. Clearly, your friend doesn't give a damn about the Texans.
He's not a big football guy. Yeah, he's not. He's one of my few friends.
Do you not hang out with? You don't get a chance to hang out with him a lot.
No, that's first time ever we've really ever hung out, just me and him.
It's the first time ever.
Mm-hmm. We've recently become like good friends. We became friends through the ladies in our lives.
Yeah, I think it's good.
He's a great guy.
Go outside, touch some grass, man.
Yeah,
everything ain't about football. Everything ain't about sports. I'm with you, man.
I saw a bobcat, man, just roaming around the fairway in the middle of the day. It was
that's a better story. I saw a bobcat. It's better than I watched the Texans get drove in New Jersey.
I thought they were more nocturnal, but this guy was just strutting around the fairway.
Seth Payne coming up.
Terrifying.
Someone text in. Sometimes you got to go outside. It's not like he turned down tickets to the game.
Wow. Clint might be proud of me because I wasn't inside playing video games.
I don't think Clint would be proud of you. All right, coming up, Seth Payne will get his thoughts on the state of the Texans coming up next.
Texans' trip to East Rutherford wasn't just bad, it was ugly. The good guys couldn't get anything going, and Nico Collins, Blake Cashman, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud all left the game injured. Thankfully, this squad is battled. They'll have a chance to bounce back again Sunday against the Titans.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, fellas out there, if you're listening and you are
to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
These people are really on your side, Tyler. And I think the explanation that Brandon gave on the other side about the way that Houstonians kind of operate and think, and with all the amazing things to do in the city, that I think that is probably why the response is.
Love our sports and love the outdoors.
Yes.
Facts.
Good.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting to me. Like Tyler is as hard a sports fan, and it's particularly for I know that would go play golf during a humongous game for the Texans and skip it, and then watch it later. But skip it.
That's why he recorded it.
I just that caught me off guard. But many of your Houstonians texting in completely agree. Find it interesting.
I love the people, and the people love me, man.
Our guy, Seth Payne, you can catch him every single morning right here on Sports Radio 610, 6 a.m., 10 a.m. Him and Sean Pendergast hold it down. Seth, we appreciate you, man. Good to hear from you, man. As we missed you last week, it's good to hear from you this week. How you doing?
I'm good. I finally got my voice almost 90% back. So if I make it through this interview, I feel like it's a really good sign.
There we go.
If it starts to go at all, I'm bailing, though.
Yeah, I was worried about you for a minute. I ain't gonna lie, Seth. I was
checking out my temporary partial disability and everything. I thought I was gonna have to take serious time off from work.
Yeah, but hey, you're good. Hang in there, man. Get that thing right. But listen, I know you watched this game on Sunday, and I just there's a lot that happened. 30 in the second half.
Yeah.
To that Jets team, I just didn't think that I couldn't have ever envisioned that. What the hell happened defensively?
I honestly, it was a combination of a couple things, and I know DeMeco is, the biggest things DeMeco has hammered has been one, the breakdowns, and two, that the playmakers need to, and I think that there's an element of, all right, how good are the playmakers versus Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, the Conklin, that tight end. Should they be expected to always make some of the plays that could have been made in the second half of that game? I don't know, because I think part of it is that Zach Wilson actually just played out of his mind a little bit, and that's where I go to the breakdowns when I'm okay. I'll give up some of the really nice throws and catches. Like Garrett Wilson is a really good receiver. There's a reason he was Rookie of the Year on a bad football team, and I'm okay with that. It's the guys running free. It's the guys just completely untouched for 10 yards before they got hit. That's where. Oh, and then it's the defensive line letting Zach Wilson out of the pocket. I think there was a general lack of respect for the Jets, and it's that same thing that happens all the time. Every week in the NFL, some team kind of sleeps on another team. And while that does happen in the NFL, I think it's important for the Texans as a team to know and understand, listen, everybody's been patting you guys on the back and telling you what a great job you're doing. Well, you are a 500 football team. Let's have a reality check here. You're not actually a good football team yet. So, let's maybe can it on a little bit of the self-congratulation all the time and the golly gee, isn't it awesome how good we are? No, you're not that good. Robert Woods basically said as much, so he agrees with me, and it leads me to believe that DeMeco has said maybe, in gentler and kinder terms, listen, you guys got to get your heads out of your asses and go out there and play football, because this is a team you're playing this week in the Tennessee Titans who don't tend to take games off. No matter what their issues are, Vrabel gets these guys up and ready for games like this.
That's interesting, Seth. You played 10 years and you've covered the game and watched a lot of football. You don't view the Texans as a good football team?
I look at them as a 7-6 football team. Is that good? Is that an awesome football team? I feel like that's like the definition. That's the definition of mediocre, is it not?
Mid. It's pretty mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the middle. If they lose this game, they'll be a 500 football team. So they're not bad. They're not good. They're just right there in the golly, what a nice fella zone. You know, they got khaki pants on and a nice button-up blue cotton shirt, and they'll never get laid. That's who they are.
Man, a reality check for me, Seth, because I definitely went into the Jets game eating the cheese, feeling like they were going to win that game, and they were in prime position really to take over the division given what happened to Trevor Lawrence. So a huge reality check for me in terms of how I view this team. I had to change it a lot. But you mentioned the breakdowns on defense. So I want to ask you, is it breakdowns, or are they philosophically opposed to covering running backs out of the backfield? Like why can't they cover running backs in the passing game?
I think part of it is, you know, you see times there where they're playing conservatively. They're trying to avoid the back-breaking play. And again, some of that comes down to the scheme that you play versus Zach Wilson. I think they're just, you know, maybe DeMeco himself didn't quite respect Zach Wilson, and understandably so. But the problem is you ended up giving up the highest passer rating Zach Wilson's ever had. And you did it well, like 7 inches of rain fell throughout the course of the game. That's the danger there. So when it comes down to really genuinely scouting and being prepared for your opponent, I think that's where they got into trouble. Because, look, you can play conservatively, you can play soft, you can play the sticks and all those things, but at the same time, you got to have your eyes on the threats in front of you. And there were just too many times guys were caught sleeping. You know, on that Randall Cobb crosser, Denzel Perryman.
People to score. Of all people.
Yeah, exactly. Jets fans thought that was hilarious. Like, Denzel Perryman is sitting there, and he's a veteran player. He's a smart player. He's sitting there with his eyes glued in the backfield with zero awareness of what's coming on either side of him. Like, all he's got to do at that point is jab. All he's got to do is jab Randall Cobb. It's at 4 yards. The ball isn't in the air. All he's got to do is disrupt that route. But he doesn't do it. Like, and it was those things multiplied time and time again in that game where it just felt like these guys were out to lunch. They were sleeping. It was and it wasn't even that cold. It was a miserable rainy day. And I know that to a man they would deny that the weather affected them. Man, you just let Zach Wilson throw for 300 yards, the highest passer rating he's ever had. I would go ahead and use either the weather or drugs as an excuse. Right. The last thing I would want to do is admit that outplayed by those guys. Take the excuse.
Heroin.
Yeah. Claim alcoholism or something. I don't know. Anything except that.
Yeah. K2 outbreak.
Yeah, those are the words. Seth Payne here with us. You catch him every morning right here on Sports Radio 610, 6 a.m., 10 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast. Like, listening to you, Seth, I'm curious. It sounds like to you this feels like more of a player issue in terms of the game Sunday than a coaching issue. Like it's because I think we're getting a lot of coaches catching some heat, but for you it seems like you're just really surprised the approach the players had and the mindset going into the game.
Well, it's hard because, you know, it's what Nick Saban always calls rat poison when players start believing all the nice things that people are saying about them. It's really, really hard as a coach. Like, that's the point where, you know, I think it was Bear Bryant who said, you know, you got to hug him when everybody else is kicking him and kick him when everybody else is hugging him. There's a little bit of that at play. And I'm guessing DeMeco spent the whole week showing highlight reels of Zach Wilson, showing how dangerous he could be, you know, showing Garrett Wilson highlights, like really trying to impress to those guys that this is an actual threat. But it's really, really hard when everybody else is telling those guys how awesome they are. Well, meanwhile, you know, they're 7-5. It's hard. And like these kinds of things happen. I think the flip side of it is that this team has shown an ability to rebound from games like the Carolina game. I think they'll come out a much different, a more motivated. And I don't even want to say, I don't know if more, it's the appropriate level of fear. Greg Popovich always talks about the appropriate level of fear. Like, you want to be confident, cocky, all those things, but you also got to have enough respect for the opponent to fear getting your ass beat. And I think they lost a little bit of that fear of getting their butt beat. Look, on offense, especially given the state of affairs with injuries right now, they'll do just fine getting their butt beat on their own. On defense, they don't have that excuse. Like they bear responsibility for not being prepared to play that game.
Well, don't look now. They just lost Blake Cashman for at least a week, potentially 2 weeks with his hamstring issues. So that will hurt this defense even more from what we saw on Sunday against the Jets.
Especially since they don't cover running backs out of the backfield. If you see Breece Hall, cover him.
Why not?
It's easy to.
And they're really bad tacklers to begin with too. So like you add that on to letting a running back. And it's not like Derrick Henry can't catch passes.
Oh, no, we saw him do it last night.
Yeah. So like you give that guy a head of steam. Well, 7 defenders flail themselves at him. I'm glad, honestly. I think it was the appropriate amount of embarrassment that maybe they needed that could only sustain them through the rest of the season, because they did. Like that defense, they came out. The Jets came out and scored touchdowns on 3 of the first 4 drives of the second half.
Nuts.
And then they scored on 6 of the 7 drives in that half. The field goals after the Texans went for it on 4th down don't necessarily as much, but it was just a complete 100% non-effort by the Texans defense in the second half of that game to one of the worst offenses in the league. It should be one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to those guys on defense. And I've been there. Look, I've had my share of embarrassing performances on football fields, in bedrooms, wherever. You got to figure out a way to come back from it. And I think they will.
Yeah. Now how you start, how you finish.
Yep. All right, Seth Payne.
Wait, I unplugged my earphones. I can't hear you. Hold on a second.
We're just sending you.
All right, I'm back.
There you go. There you go, Seth. We appreciate you joining us, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
Damn, he grabbed his headphones for that.
I literally got off an appointment with my cardiologist to talk to you guys, and I don't think it's going to be a better appointment when I get back on with it. So thanks a lot, Texans defense.
You're right. You should do that every time now. Now he's really going to get a gauge on it. All right, Seth Payne.
How's your stress level, Mr. Payne? Not great. Not great, Dr. Singh.
Breece Hall! Breece Hall, damn it! Breece Hall! That's all he's yelling at him. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on these injuries, some good and some bad. And the Rockets, how about it, man? They're playing well again. 10 straight at home. We'll talk to you about that coming up next on The Drive.
Let's go, Rockets.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property,
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
I could turn my mic on up in this piece. Boy, I'm struggling today, man.
Mine picked you up.
Here we go. Big 3 at 3. That is Brandon Scott. You here as Clint Stoerner is out, taking care of his newborn. And so we will hold it down as we have this week, as Clint will get back soon here with the Drive. But top story here thus far, and that is a small, normally on Tuesdays, a day off for the Texans. We don't get a lot of news, but there is some news injury-wise, both good and bad. Let's start with the bad here first. The Texans, this is the latest, Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, this according to Aaron Wilson, they are set to miss at least a week or two with strained hamstrings. The hamstring bug gets the Texans again, as this has been an injury that has claimed several guys on this team for stretches. But Tavier Thomas and Blake Cashman, the big one there, as they're going to miss at least a week, maybe two. So that is the Titans game, and then that Browns game is maybe up in the air for those two. And then Nico Collins, his status is still being determined. C.J. Stroud remains in concussion protocol. So they haven't ruled out those last two guys, which C.J., to me, I would be absolutely floored if he played. Nico, to the point, I wouldn't say floored, but I'd be surprised right now, being that he already had a calf issue, and we never, ever saw him back in the game at all. And then we do know these two will be out. Blake Cashman, the big one. Blake Cashman, I think there's an argument that he's been the most consistent defensive player for this team, has made plays as his team's leading tackler, can cover. And I don't know how much better he would have done, but I know what has pissed you off all week since that Jets game is the refusal of covering running backs out of the backfield.
The refusal or inability, whichever one it is.
Yes, it seemed like a little bit of both at times, or just blown coverage and missed assignments. Him not being out there, but that is a key one there, Blake Cashman not being available for them at least a week, maybe two.
Yeah, the only silver lining or the only hope that I'm holding out from this report is that Nico Collins could go. Because I'm with you on C.J. Stroud. I don't think that he's going to play. I don't think it'd be wise for him to play. It'd be the biggest shocker of all if he found himself out there on Sunday. So I don't think C.J. Stroud is playing. I've kind of accepted that it's going to be Davis Mills on Sunday. But I have not come to accept just yet that Nico Collins won't be ready to go. It's not looking great based off of what we've seen. He didn't come back in that game.
I feel better about that than C.J.
Yeah, I feel a lot better about that than C.J. and the fact that he's not included in this report in the same way that Blake Cashman and Tavier Thomas are. Like, already ready to report on Tuesday that Blake Cashman and Tavier Thomas are not going to play on Sunday and is not willing to go that far just yet on Nico Collins. So that's the glass half full. That's the positive part. But, man, Blake Cashman, your best coverage linebacker, I think you're going to end up needing it because they've got guys that they trust to throw the ball to out of the backfield in Spears and Derrick Henry. So I think you could use a guy like Blake Cashman, a cerebral guy as well. Now, Denzel Perryman sets the tone for you, I think, in a lot of ways. Physically, I saw a texter mention that. I agree with that point. But Blake Cashman, I feel like, has just shown you a more well-rounded 2023 version of linebacker play, if I will, or if you will. So I think that's a major loss. And then with Tavier Thomas, I know he gets a hard time on this show and had a really rough game. Who was it, against the Jags, I believe it was?
Yeah.
But man, you are now just an injury away from relying on Kadar Holman or D'Angelo Ross or somebody who probably for good reason you have not yet had to rely as much on. So none of that is ideal.
Yeah, not at all. We'll see what happens here. We do know those two, Tavier Thomas and Blake Cashman, will be out. We'll this week the injury report's going to be really, really big for those other two. Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud. We'll see about that. The good news, though, also been reported that Keami Fairbairn will, from his strained quad injury this week, per league sources, has made a sound recovery and is set to return from IR this week. He has made 18 of 19 field goals before the injury occurred to his quad, but Fairbairn will be back this week, and I think a lot of people are ready for that, as Matt Amendola blew an extra point in this game and has had some other field goals where you think maybe the Texans would have had different outcomes.
Thank
you. And especially in the game against the Jags, to have him back in the fold, that is big news. Like, you don't really know how much you really miss a kicker until you ain't got the kicker you used to have.
Yeah, Kaimi is a way better option. Couldn't get healthy quick enough for me. But I appreciate you, Amendola, for kicking that field goal against the Bengals. You got that game winner against the Bengals. I will never forget. I will celebrate it. I will give you your flowers, but it is time for you to hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, he'll kick for somebody else soon.
Yeah. For as much grief as the Texans offense or the Texans defense got for giving up 30 points in that game in the second half of that game against the Jets, it's because of the offense and because of Amendola that 7 points would have won the game.
Yeah.
Like, I get that they scored 30 and we should be giving them grief for it, but a lot of it was extra. 23 of it was extra.
Especially when you see Greg Zuerlein drilling 50-plus yarders in that what we've been hearing all week, poor conditions. He's just drilling them, and Matt's struggling with the extra points.
Somebody's got a kicker who didn't play football in college. He just played soccer, and he hit a 60-yarder on Sunday. I'm trying to remember who that was.
Not just that. It's Cowboys. Not just that.
Was it Cowboys? Yeah.
And he's been hitting them all season long.
Get your foot placement right.
Yeah, so that's good news out of this. So Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, they will be down at least a week, maybe two. C.J. Stroud still in concussion protocol. Nico Collins, his status is still being determined.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, a big one last night. The Rockets, they get 10 straight at home. They win their 10th in a row.
Let's go, Rockets.
Not a high-scoring affair, 93-82. Looked like a low college game or a high-octane college game being played last night. But they went over the Spurs. And listen, the Rockets, they've won 10 in a row at home. Hell, the Spurs have lost 17 in a row.
Franchise record?
Over 17.
Oh, my God.
Love to see
What is Greg Popovich, a.k.a. Sean Connery, doing?
Man, whatever it is, I hope you keep doing it.
Telling the fans in San Antonio what to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, with all of this, what do you need this for? What are you doing this for?
And he sounded so dejected after the game, just like he's like, I just don't know what to do when you're not hitting shots, when you can't hit shots. I mean, they were
travel 17 in a row.
No, they were. Guess what do you think? What do you think their 3-point percentage was in this loss to the Rockets last night? What do you think they shot from three?
It felt like 17.
Less.
12.
12%. They went 5 for 41 from three yesterday.
And they put them up
last night.
In this new NBA, they're going to put them up.
5 for 41.
Wemby had a double-double, didn't he? 18 and 14.
Well, yeah, he should be a walking double-double. He's 9 feet tall.
But, I mean, listen, the Rockets keep them losing. You know, you don't want to be the one to break that up. But 17 in a row as they play well. The star of the game was Tari Eason. Defensively, that's a guy you always know, but then he goes and gets you a double-double, 18 and 14 in this game. Alfie continues what he does, 15 and 9 and 4 assists in this game. So those two, and Eason was big. And like we were talking about before the show, Tari Eason just feels like a guy that's always on winning teams. That's a 3 that can switch up and play the 2 and can defend his ass off, a 3-and-D guy. And when
a winning basketball player.
When this team takes the step where they're competing, which I believe is coming, he will be a really good, like, glue guy type of dude on this team. that just does everything and does everything needed. And this was big to see him shine last night.
When the Rockets hired Ime Udoka as their head coach, Adam Spillane, my co-host on the H-Town Hoops podcast, y'all check that out. Odyssey Original, you can get it wherever you get your podcast. When they first hired Ime Udoka, he and I asked each other, who do you feel like are the most Ime Udoka type players that are already on the team? We didn't know what they were going to do in free agency yet. Because I'd probably say Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet are very much Ime Udoka type players.
Got him.
But before they went and got those guys, we were like, of the incumbent Rockets that Ime Udoka is going to inherit, who is the most Ime Udoka type player on the team? And Tari Eason was that guy. Just gritty, willing to do whatever it takes to win, will score, will defend, will rebound.
Will defend.
It's just willing to do whatever it takes to win, as cliche as that sounds. Like, he embodies that. So, yeah, Tari Eason, a winning basketball player, no matter if the basketball team is winning or not.
Yeah, big for them to get that last night. They continue to win at home. They got Memphis in a couple of days at home, another bad basketball team.
Yeah, that's tomorrow night.
They should, tomorrow night. They should take care of business there as well and get themselves again. They're I think 11-9 right now on a little streak here after getting their first road win against the world champion Nuggets. Listen, there's some good. They got the win, man. But this Jalen Green, man, it's.
You haven't done the thing that I've done already.
No, I haven't.
It's
hard.
You got to do what I did.
That son of a gun. He will suck me in twice a week.
Nah.
Like, he will suck me in twice a week. Where you're right. I mean, you just got to. Last night, man, 7 points, and that's the worst part. Is 7 points, 2 of 10. But the thing is, if he don't score, and we've seen players like that in the league. If he don't score, he's not filling up anything else. Like, he's not going to affect the game, by getting his teammates better shots with assists, by going off and getting, anything close to double-digit boards or steals or anything defensively.
Way more talented, but kind of the anti-Tari Eason. Like, Tari Eason scored 18 points and all that. Like, he had a double-double. But
if he don't score 18, he'll affect the game
exactly.
in another way.
He'll have winning plays and have an imprint on the game that doesn't necessarily have to show up in the stat sheet. With Jalen Green, you can pretty much just go to the stat sheet and go look at the box score, and that'll tell you what kind of game he had. Like, it will tell you what kind of game he had. He's either lighting it up or he ain't.
And Udoka's not scared. He benched him in this game. We've watched him do it late in the game. He benched him for Tari Eason. He's benched him. Aaron Holiday when he went off the other day off the bench with those 22.
It was Jeff Green that Jabari Smith was benched for Jeff Green, but either way, I'm thinking about earlier in the season. But he holds these guys accountable.
He has set him down. Like, he only played 24 minutes last night. He will sit him down.
I'll tell you the disappointing part about it for me with Jalen Green, because I've come to accept that, man, he has a chance to be one of the highest level role players that you'll ever find. Like, he can be one of the best role players, supporting cast players.
You know what I told you? I said, would you push the button right now? Would you push the button if I said he's going to be decent?
Yeah, see, and I said yes at the time. I'll say that actually I think he's already sort of in that realm of player. Like D'Angelo Russell.
He's a little bit – D'Angelo's more consistent.
Yeah, D'Angelo's more consistent, and Jalen is more talented. So I would take the talent and the sporadic 25, 30-point game, yes. And if I could just accept it. Like, Don't try to sell me or me try to sell you on it being more than what it is. If I just know, hey, this is what it is, I'll take that. I'll take what he is right now. But, yeah, to your point, would I like for him to just be a more consistent player, if not as skilled and talented? Yeah, sure. But look, you think about last night. Jalen Green last year, and this is different from last night, when he's not scoring, when that shot's not falling because he's an inconsistent shooter,
absolutely.
At least he can get to the foul line because of the athleticism. If he forces the issue, nobody can stay in front of him. If he attacks the basket, if he's aggressive, he's going to make trips to the foul line. And you saw from year 1 to year 2, his foul shots increased. That's not as consistent this year. Like, Jeff Green had 12 points to Jalen Green 7. What's the difference? Both guys only hit 2 shots from the field. Both guys only hit 1 3. But Jeff Green went to the free throw line 7 times. He was 7 of 7 from the free throw line. Jalen Green, one trip to the free throw line or 2 free throw shots.
Because when he's not scoring, I mean, it's almost useless right now to have him on the floor.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't do anything else to help the team consistently right now. When he's scoring, I mean, all that other stuff maybe picks up a little bit more. But better defender and more consistent player.
Better defender, better rebounder, all of it.
All right, coming up. We're not quite ready to turn the page on that game yesterday. And this is one we got to discuss. What were you more shocked by? 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch, you can join the conversation as well. What were you more shocked by? How bad the offense was on Sunday, 135 total yards of offense, not being able to get anything going except for on the one drive, or that this defense gave up 30 points in the second half and that the Jets scored on 6 of 7 drives in the second half? Which was you more shocked by? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, everybody out there, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. These deals are, we good. I'm telling you, man.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Let's jump into this because Sunday's game was a lot to process. And I told you I was floored off my ass from that outcome. Did not see that at all coming. I didn't see the Texans losing. I damn sure didn't see the Texans getting absolutely blown out of the building in the second half of that game. And them looking as bad as that was easily their worst game they played all year. And this is where I wanted to go with people. And I see some people texting in 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch. Hello. What was more shocking to you? The offensive performance and how bad it was, or the defense just giving up 30-second half points and just letting Zach Wilson and the Jets just march down the field? Even the time you stopped them, it was a fumble on a play that was a chunk play or 15-something yard run.
Yep.
That yes, they made a play.
Yeah.
But you had still given up points. And they were en route to score again.
Yeah, you desperately needed that turnover or that takeaway.
Yeah,
desperately needed it.
What was more shocking? I think the defense is probably the answer.
Yeah, it's easily the defense for me, man. I went into this game. What did I say last week? I said as long as the defense does its job, as long as the defense holds up its end of the bargain, the Texans should win this game.
I didn't think they would score 10 points.
I thought that as long as the defense plays on brand for the way that they've been playing, which, look, they haven't been a great defense. They've had that bend but don't break kind of feel to them. But as long as they didn't break, they'd be good. Because, for one, the Jets' offense had been horrible. It had been horrible leading up to that game. And the Texans' defense had been serviceable. I do think, as a kind of a side note, that Derek Stingley Jr. having the 4 picks over the course of 3 games, 4 picks in 3 games, was somewhat of a masking of how bad this Texans pass defense is. Like, we don't really talk about it a lot, but if you go look at the rankings and just kind of pay attention to how they give up chunk plays, we do talk about that, about them giving up chunk plays a lot, even when they win.
The Jacksonville game was a tough one.
Oh, man, when they win, when they lose, it's a thing. They give up chunk plays. They bend but often don't break. In this game, they bent and they broke, and to me, that was the most shocking part. Like, and I said this earlier in the show, We can talk about how anemic this offense was, how bad the Texans offense was in this game, and it obviously was.
Yeah, I was surprised how bad it was. But no, when you look at, you can at least come up with good explanations.
Oh, I got explanations. Yeah, they lost Nico Collins in the first quarter. Tank Dell didn't play. The weather wasn't ideal. The running game is not very good, so you can see why they don't have as much confidence in it as maybe they should have in that kind of weather condition. You can explain all of that.
Get first downs, but
why is it that the Texans defense does not cover running backs out of the backfield? Why is it that they could not get pressure on Zach Wilson until it seemed like it was too late? I know Jonathan Grenard ended up getting 2 sacks, but it felt like Zach Wilson either had plenty of time or he was able to get outside the pocket. Why is it that the Texans won't commit to setting the edge? Like, why are they not more fundamentally sound defensively is a relevant question and a more surprising outcome for me in that game.
Yeah, the defense is that was they made Zach Wilson look like something he has not shown consistently at all in his time in the NFL. And that was the other part. You talked about it. It seemed like Nathaniel Hackett, we have to say it, outdueled DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke. He seemed to be ahead of like 2 steps ahead of them.
What's the argument against that?
Game. No, it's just tough to hear.
Yeah,
arguing against it's just tough to hear or really say, to be real.
Yeah, truth hurts.
That's Nathaniel over there.
Hits me in the chest. Because that was the matchup I was like.
There was not they hadn't hit 13 points or something for weeks. 17
they had
sacks.
Scored 13 total points, I believe, 3 weeks combined.
Yeah, 17 sacks in 3 weeks.
There was not a more laughable matchup to me than the Nathaniel Hackett versus DeMeco Ryans. They had 3 touchdowns over their last 6 games. 3 touchdowns over their last 6 games. The folks that cover them out there were calling them offensively challenged, lost in the quarterback abyss, and fighting the perception of dysfunction. That's what you went out there and lost to. A team that's lost in the quarterback abyss all of a sudden had a quarterback that looked pretty damn good on Sunday. A team that is offensively challenged all of a sudden can put up 30 and a half against you. And all they needed was 7. They put up 30 on you. That was more surprising to me. And maybe it shouldn't have been. Maybe it should not have surprised me that this defense could perform like this against Zach Wilson, considering what we've seen them do in the past. Like I said, there are some things.
I think it should surprise.
There are some things that have masked the fact that they give up plays. But it surprises me nonetheless.
So you think at 713-572-4610, you can check in. Because sometimes we get ourselves a little, as fans, 1 weekitis, where like 1 week becomes the biggest thing. Do you think there is a problem with the Texans defense, or this was just, as Seth said earlier, not taking the Jets serious? Do you think there's deeper issues?
Yeah, no, outside of when they take the ball away, and I'll give them credit, they make some pretty good plays on the ball here and there.
Stop teams from scoring in the red zone. Like they give up more.
Well, no, but I'm talking about more so specifically their pass defense. This is a good run defense. If I'm going to give them credit for anything, DeMeco Ryans specifically, they came in here, DeMeco Ryans and company, came in here and turned one of the worst rushing defenses that we've seen over the last several years, not just last year, but over a combination of years. And all of a sudden, it's a top 10 run defense. I'll give them credit for that. They do pretty decent against the run when I've grown accustomed to them being terrible against the run.
Yes.
But with that, in 2023, offenses like to pass the ball. Like the NFL is about passing the ball, and they don't defend the pass very well. Their linebackers are not very good in coverage. We've seen their safeties give up some big plays, and we'll acknowledge their health at safety has been hit tremendously between Jimmy Ward missing as many games as he has and their backups being out for the season, and then Jalen Petrie taking a little step back as a safety. Like, I think that they're just not as good as a pass defense as maybe some of the plays that they've made on the ball might suggest. And so maybe it shouldn't have surprised me as much as it did, but I thought they were a lot better than giving up 30 to the Jets in one half.
For me, I don't know that it is a problem. I think they are.
It's not good.
I think they are. Yeah, listen, they're top.
It's not.
They're top 10 in terms of points, at least walking into the game. They were 9 in terms of in points allowed. They're top 10 in points allowed. Okay, you talked about the bend but don't break. They give up yards,
I give them credit for that.
But they hold team points now, which is what really matters the most. I don't know. It's a problem. I think they are just really young and inconsistent, and they're going to have ebbs and flows more than you would want. They're going to have a game like they had last week where they can shut down at times and get huge stops and plays and hold a team to like the Denver Broncos down. And then they'll have lapses like they have against they had against the Panthers and Desmond Ridder and what we saw Sunday. So I don't know if I think there is a overwhelming problem. I do think with how young they are, we will see ups and downs from this defense. All right, coming up, every team that's in the situation that the Houston Texans are in has a blame guy. Because the Goldens are not going to get the blame. I hope this person for the Texans knows that he is the blame guy. We'll discuss that next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that most of us take for granted on a nightly basis. But those of you that are out there,
pullover by UGG. Coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 17th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we're talking about it here, just in the last segment, what was more shocking? The defense just giving up 30 in the second half, or this offense as rough as it is? And I think the answer is the defense, clearly. As that was to me, I was caught off guard by that, especially with some of the especially when you look at the injury situation that the Texans had on the offense and how bad the Jets had played before. But
everything about it was problematic. Everything about it, the offense, the defense, there was no, and we're going to talk about this, but no one is blameless. But most shocking, going back to the last segment, most shocking for sure that the defense would give up that type of yardage and points to an offense that had been so bad.
Yeah, from the text line, and I've heard, and Seth kind of alluded to this, said the problem with the Texans defense is their heads swell up. They've shown us who they are. They didn't take the Falcons, Panthers, and now the Jets serious. Now, see, like that's one where I disagree.
Yeah, I don't get that.
This is why this one is so different than like the Falcons and the Panthers game. Right, the Falcons and the Panthers game, that at the end were able to give up drives. They gave up drives to get winning field goals. But those games, the defense played well. They didn't give up 30 in the half.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the Panthers went 15-12.
Well, but also
15-13.
Yeah, 15-13. But also, I don't understand even that mentality. I would love to actually ask Seth about this because I feel like football, just the type of sport, the type of game that it is, even if you do feel yourself to be the superior team, like if you feel like your opponent is less than you, I don't feel like football is the type of game where you go in and like sleeping on a team because you can't really afford to sleep on anybody or you'll get knocked out. Like you can literally go out there on a football field and get knocked on your tail, get your bell rung. So to me, I feel like if a football team feels like they're better than the other football team that they're about to face, the intensity should be even greater. It should go up. You should be seeing red. You should be savage out there. Like you should be like looking like the doggone Tasmanian devil or something. Like I don't understand how a team thinks they're better than another and then they're going to take them lightly.
Well, yeah,
like I don't get that at all.
And it was 0-0 at the half, and then they just let it up after the game. Like, no, I mean, I think they're young and they're going to make mistakes in a lot of spaces. They're going to go up, and then Zach Wilson just got him some confidence, and the offense didn't do anything, which helped too. Speaking of that. The offense not doing anything. I want to try something here. 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch. If I were to say to you, what was the absolute number one thing that frustrated you about the game offensively, from an offensive perspective? Slowick, Stroud, the offensive line, the receivers. What would you say was the number one thing that frustrated you? 713-572-4610. I will tell you what I have seen and what I've heard a lot of is, to me, what I've seen is the blame has fallen on Bobby Slowick. That the game plan and the situation that it has fallen on Bobby Slowick. And listen, he is
Dang it, Bobby.
He is the architect of the offense. He is the one calling the plays, and damn sure he should get his level of blame. But I'm going to tell you what, I hope that he understands that he is going to be the guy that gets the blame when things go bad. Like he is, because CJ.
You're saying fair or unfair?
Fair or unfair.
Whether it's fair or unfair.
Like Bobby Slowick is not going to get the excuses or explanations, however you want to say it, like CJ's getting. He got what we saw a lot of the bad weather.
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
The injuries that happened, the offensive line. Like what I've seen, we brought up Bobby Slowick. I've seen many people talk about.
Larry went in on Bobby.
Yeah, but he's not alone. I've seen a lot of people yesterday texting him Bobby Slowick, and it's not the first time. every time the offense underperforms, it always slides back to Larry mythically made up Dameon Pierce touching the ball a lot in his 4 carries.
Hold on, so
he's running the ball.
He did have a series. I feel like those 4 carries did come in a series.
4. That's 4. That's ball 4 times.
They might be 3 more than Larry is willing to allow.
So I mean, I just like everybody, like when you have a player that is a franchise savior like a C.J. Stroud, which he appears to be that dude. Somebody's going to have to take bullets when the offense doesn't play well.
Not the franchise savior himself?
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what, and I'm telling you right now, Brandon, Tyler, Clint, if you're at home, everybody's listening. Like, this is where people are going to be mad at me over the years and going to call me a hater, because when you show me that you should be at a certain level, and I think C.J. Stroud over the next couple of years is going to show me that he should be at a certain level, I'm going to place blame, and I'm going to place it at his feet, because he's the one that is the most talented and the best. But I know overall, anytime the offense performs bad, it's going to be on Bob Slowick. And I hope he does. I hope he understands that and knows that he's
the offensive
coordinator. He is the one that's going to take those shots. And for me, listen, I think he should get as much to do with this thing as CJ, because he should get those excuses. Hell, he should get weather. He should get the having to completely flip the game plan when Nico Collins goes out and the receivers unable to get separation. He should get a quarterback that he has had at 13 games, and it appeared that Sunday was the most off he has ever looked. I mean, for God's sakes, he threw a ball behind him out of bounds.
Dang it, Bobby.
At what point, that
looked like a miscommunication. He hit a dude in the helmet, I think. hit a lineman in the helmet with a ball.
I'm just saying, but Bobby's not gonna get that. Someone texted in when the offense is good, Stroud is the reason. When it's bad, it's Slowick. Logic from irrational fans. And it's okay. I think that. But just think about the times that it's been bad. Like it is, like the Cardinal game. I remember that one afterwards.
What's up, Bird gang?
Slowick threw 3 interceptions. Slowick did.
Yeah, no, he threw them.
But Stroud threw 3 interceptions at the end of that game. And it was that second half he got too conservative. Sure. He got too conservative. I just hope Big Hat Bobby knows, like, he is the fall guy. He is that dude.
Dang it, Bobby. That's exactly what we don't want.
Hey, look, great power comes great responsibility. And honestly, I think some of this comes down to more so a popularity contest. I mean, think Ryan's.
He ain't going to get him either.
Well, he comes in here with way more of a reputation and way more like
and his love.
Fan love and everything like that. He played here. People here know him and all of that. C.J. Stroud is the savior. He is the quarterback, and we've seen, and it's easier to see the player out there perform and be elite than it is to parse out whether the play calling is elite. But we knew about C.J. Stroud coming in, saw him at Ohio State. He's the number 2 overall pick. Bobby Slowick is basically the only confidence and the reason for appreciating Bobby Slowick is because DeMeco Ryans told you to. DeMeco Ryans came here and brought Bobby Slowick with him.
Oh, that's not fair.
No, I'm saying he's also a hand-picked Mike Shanahan / Kyle Shanahan disciple. Like hand-picked. People don't realize how connected this guy is, but his dad coached in the league, coached with Shanahan. He is a protege, if you will. So the reason why Bobby Slowick has any kind of trust is because of the people who have vouched for him. DeMeco Ryans, the Shanahans, the Shanahan-Kubiak system, San Francisco 49ers. So he's the one that we know the least about, trust the least. He's going to get the most blame or have the most sort of, I think, the quickest trigger, if you will, or the one that you're quickest to jump off the bandwagon, because you're going to ride with DeMeco, you're going to ride with C.J. Stroud, but you might not ride with Bobby Slowick in the same way. But when it comes to this game and this moment, what we're talking about, you call the plays for an offense that can't score more than 6 points or can't put up more than 130 or however many yards it was that they put up, no, you should be getting the blame.
Absolutely.
You absolutely should be getting the blame. So whether it's fall guy, whether it's
He should get some.
This perception that it's that he's getting a little bit too much of it. No, man, you shoulder the blame for when, hey, despite the fact that your defense gave up 30, like I said before, 7 would have won the game because your offense couldn't score more than that.
Fair. Absolutely fair. How much blame do you think CJ's grabbing onto this?
No, well, yesterday they didn't want to talk about it at all. It was like, hey, man, you saw all the passes that they dropped. You saw that weather. You saw all of them guys that they lost. Bobby Sloyd can't call a good game.
But all of that affected Bobby. Is what I'm saying. All of those things that affected CJ also affected Bobby. But it's just what's going to happen. And like when you said that, like I think, and that's the part is, yeah. At first we were thought to trust that Bobby was good because DeMeco brought him here, and then we watched Bobby do stuff, and we watched Bobby run offense, and we watched Bobby somehow navigate, still having a high octane at times offense with no offensive line, having to try to protect that. That Steeler game was like next level in him calling the games. And he's also, like Stroud and like DeMeco, a first-year guy, as you said it, who's also learning on the job too.
Yeah, he deserves some grace for that.
But to me,
deserves some grace.
To me, like I don't know how many people agree with this statement. Tyler probably won't. You probably won't. But I'm not going to say it's on the same level. But because CJ's out on the field, but the complete difference of what we're seeing offense overall, not just last week's 6 points, but the complete difference from this offense overall, I think he has been extremely important. It's not just that CJ, to me, is dragging him to look good. I've seen coordinators that have been in that situation.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I think he has been as not as, but close to as impactful.
He's been fine. Can he scheme up
right there? Oh,
he's been fine. No, he's been fine. He's fine. Can he scheme up a run game, especially in a cold weather, rainy game? Can you scheme up a run game in a cold weather, rainy game against a defense that honestly didn't defend the run as well? And in a game when your run game was 4.5 yards per carry. He's been fine. He's been fine. Like Seth said, stop giving all these guys flowers for 500 football.
He's been fine. Coordinator, Bobby, I think you have done a fantastic
okay, fine. You've done a fantastic job. Can you scheme up a run game, please? Scheme us up a run game.
It ain't all going to be great.
No, scheme us up a run game. Please.
It ain't all going to be great. He has been fantastic with these parts.
Thank you for being fantastic. But scheme us up a run game, dog.
Scheme up that run game. Please. Coming up, there is we got to have this discussion because it doesn't look like CJ's going to be the quarterback Sunday. But for some reason, there is a debate on who it should be when there really shouldn't be a debate. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair. Congratulations.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get it, baby. I love the passion from the Drive family. Talking to a few people on the text line who continue to use their old tired, dumb excuses of why they believe I believe things.
Hold on, show.
Yes, guys, I was not born in Houston. To be honest with you, half y'all asses weren't either.
I think we only have one host who was.
No, there's only two people who are on the air regularly in terms of our 6 to 6, our shows. There's only two people that are from Houston. And I work with them too.
Yep.
But all of the other ones have been here, and their thoughts and their opinions because they were born in Connecticut or anywhere else. Yes. Yeah, I think Bobby Slowick is going to be the fall guy. He is going to be the guy that takes – you do it every time they have a bad offensive performance. It's never CJ. And I understand it. That's what happens when you have great, great players that the fans are in love with. It's got to come hell or high water. You got to be Josh Allen for that not to be the case. Remember before he was nasty? It wasn't never Deshaun's fault. It was always that idiot Bill O'Brien, which may be true.
I'm not going to let it take my.
But it was never for. What never for? Like it happens. But I'm just saying, like the truth.
But you know what? It does make sense to be less patient with the more replaceable guy. Like when Deshaun was here and before all of the crazy stuff happened, it felt like Deshaun was much, much, much more difficult to replace and find another like him than, say, a Bill O'Brien or Tim Kelly. Fast forward to now with C.J. Stroud. It feels like it's way, way, way more difficult to replace or find another dude like C.J. Stroud, whereas it feels like they're just making Bobby Slowicks. Like it feels like the Shanahans are just churning out dudes, either Slowicks or dudes like that.
Some of them.
So
they've turned out that guy who ran roughshod over the Texans on Sunday at Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Traded out the guy who was the previous guy with the Jets that had Zach first.
Yeah, but
Panthers
again, you can find them. Good or bad, you can find them. It feels like. It's like, hey, we could just, if we decide that we're not satisfied with Bobby Slowick, like we can pick apart CJ's game as much as we want to. At the end of the day, you still want C.J. Stroud to be your quarterback. You'd still rather have him than not. Whereas with Bobby Slowick, if he's not getting it done even just a little bit, the feeling is, hey, I could find another, or, hey, he could ride C.J. Stroud's coattails to another job, and we're going to be looking for another anyway. Like, Bobby Slowick feels much more so like the guy that's here for the short term, and I think he's been fine. But he feels like the guy that's been that is here much more for the short term than everybody else, than DeMeco Ryans or C.J. Stroud. He's been fine.
That's fine. I'm not gonna let it.
What's wrong with being
Tyler,
fine?
You know, you heard me. He set me
What's
off
wrong with
the
it?
break with that. Fine.
What's wrong with being fine?
I'm not gonna do it because we'll stay here. We're gonna stay here. We're not gonna say because I do want to get to this conversation.
It's like when your wife tells you, "Yeah, I'm fine."
He's fine.
Like I'm fine.
It's cool.
I mean,
no,
right. I'm not gonna. I almost got sucked right into it.
It's fine.
All right, listen.
Okay.
This was DeMeco yesterday because I need to play something so I don't just turn this car into the man, the disrespect, the disrespect for Big Hat Bobby just being fine here.
Hold on,
All right, this was DeMeco. This is DeMeco about the quarterback situation. This is DeMeco talking about the quarterback situation. Never mind the 30 you put up against the Steelers with those tackles. Anyway, this was him talking about Case, Davis Mills, what happens if CJ ain't able to go.
We'll see with our quarterback position, like Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
All right, listen, and I'm seeing it on the text line, like my man texted in just a minute ago. There should not be a doubt who starts the next game. Start the person who gives you the best chance to win. Don't be an idiot. Case should start.
Go Cougs, that's my guy.
Listen, to you all, in the words of what Brandon said yesterday, and I've said prior, I'm just fair. I'm just being fair for what I see. Many of you think that I am the king of the Davis Mills hate train. Not. I just simply sat there and told you that dude is not going to be the starting quarterback that's going to run through these AFC quarterbacks that we are seeing. Now, you found the dude it looks like now it's 7, but that dude's not running a playoff run through the young quarterbacks in the AFC. He's not going anywhere. He's not a starting quarterback in the league. I'm just being fair. That seemed to piss some people off for some reason.
Truth hurts. Truth can be really painful.
And so I don't hate Davis Mills, but I think Davis Mills is a really good backup.
It's fine.
I can go with fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's a fine backup.
He's fine.
He's a fine backup. But there shouldn't be a discussion. It's not just there should be a discussion about based on how they are approaching it, and they have shown you they've approached it, and Davis Mills is much better. Much better.
Much better?
Much better. Right now, just physically especially physically, much better than Case Keenum.
He's got like 10 cases, got like 10 years on him.
Sure, I'm just saying. I mean, and in terms of talent and physical talent, he is much better. And they tell you that. They've shown you. CJ has come out in the last 2 games, and it wasn't Case. They was throwing in. It was Davis.
Yeah. Yeah, Case has been inactive.
Davis
has been inactive more often than not.
Case Keenum has had a very good impact on this team. He is a player coach that just in case something happens to CJ and
Nice.
Davis, that he rolls in. Just in case.
I didn't do that one
I
on
see
purpose.
what
you did.
I didn't do that on purpose. My thing is, like, come on, man. Logically, people, you know that. Case Keenum has thrown 90 passes in the last 3 seasons, and I gave him an extra because it's really 89. So, like, he hadn't been a viable dude, like, for real, since that Minnesota miracle. And I know I wasn't living here. That was like 2017, something like that. Like, he's been a part of this offense.
When was the last time Joe Flacco was good?
I don't know.
But then all of a sudden he was.
Sunday.
Before that, Joe Flacco Sunday. Before that, Joe had some games when he played for the Jets where he did something. He played. He had played. He's thrown 89 passes in the last 3 combined seasons. Like, dude, Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl. Like, Joe Flacco he's got a year.
10 years ago.
Like, let's calm down. Like, clearly, not only do they clearly see, and y'all trust DeMeco, not only do they clearly see, he is the best. Like, so my thing is, it's not even who should be. Because, I mean, and like, some of you are going to text it, oh, okay, come on, you don't really believe it. You're really football, you don't really believe it. Why, though? Why? Like, what is it about it? Like, what is it right now?
See, you're gonna. This is where.
What is it that makes you think that Case gives you the best?
This is where your disconnect to the local feel and the local tenor is going to rear its head, and you're gonna get more people on the text line talking about, "Oh, you're just from Kansas City, Ron. You don't know Houston."
Sure,
they're gonna hit you with that. And I don't think that that's fair for the most part, but I do think when it comes to this conversation, that's exactly what's happening. Like, this is pretty simple. Case Keenum, people in Houston have seen Case Keenum at best. They saw it when he was in college. They saw it early in his NFL career when I wouldn't say he was at his best, but he showed early on as a rookie
that he did at least belong in the league on some level playing for the Texans when he first got here.
Yep.
And then after that, I think because of his local connection, both from U of H and as an early Texan or as a Texan early in his career, when he left here and had way more success than anybody probably predicted him having in the NFL, some people took a level or a measure of pride in that and joy in that, and so have seen Case Keenum last a lot longer than people probably were expecting him to in the league, and feel a connection to Case Keenum that obviously they cannot based off of what Davis Mills did in his first 2 years in the NFL. Like, Texans fans, the highs with Davis Mills are not really that high, and the lows are pretty low. Whereas with Case, the lows ain't necessarily quite as low, and the highs are pretty damn good. So I think it's more of a sentimental thing. It's not.
No, sure,
I don't think it's a rational football thought, because we're just talking about football. I don't think either guy gives you a great chance to win. Like, to me, we're talking about like a wash
that's
here.
Fair.
I don't think Davis gives you a great chance to win, even though he's won before in Tennessee. I don't think that Case gives you a great chance to win. These are less than ideal options.
I like what I'm seeing it from some people saying. Basically saying, I would much prefer watching the game if Case is in it.
I feel that. I can understand that.
Okay, sure. Like
Case is easier because of all the things that I just mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the deal. Is because you feel like he's easier to root for.
Yeah. Davis feels like 2021 and 2022.
Like, honestly,
and who wants to feel that way?
Yes, but football-wise, and when it comes to, hey, man, we desperately need to win a game to get to stay in this playoff race, I'll ask you, who do you think gives this team the best chance to win?
Out of the two, yeah, I'd go Davis Mills.
Yes, and someone's telling me to put the pipe down. Well, here, I'll put it down as soon as DeMeco puts it down.
Yeah,
DeMeco. That's what.
Yeah,
DeMeco's
I mean,
done.
if you have a pipe, then all year the depth chart is listed in order: C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, Case Keenum.
They brought him in and they let him throw a ball cold to Nico Collins against the Denver Broncos. That turned.
You can disagree with Ron all you want.
I'm just, it's just
the facts are facts.
Now listen, I knew that's the part that's like I just want you to admit the emotional part of it is why.
Yeah.
That you want to see him, but I'm thinking you want to win football games.
Yeah, people
you
are
want to try
rooting.
your best to win football games.
Yeah, but you also want to feel connected to your team. And I feel like that connection was somewhat ruined by the way things went with Davis Mills over the. Not all Davis Mills' fault, I don't think. Like, I don't necessarily think he should have even been in that position. But also, he's just. I mean, he is not a starting caliber quarterback, and he was put in that position all year to be that. So I think people resent him for it a little bit, and it's probably a little bit unfair to him. But Davis Mills is the better option, I think, slightly, but also clearly. I think it's slight, but also clear.
Yeah, like listen, I'm not sitting there saying that you feel great about your chances of winning because Davis is in there, but like you can see what the reason why they have Case on the roster.
Davis Mills got benched for Kyle Allen, and then when they put him back, when they realized Kyle Allen was somehow even worse, they ran a 2-quarterback system with Davis Mills and Jeff Driscoll. Like, Davis Mills conjures up memories of Driscoll.
Jeff.
Yeah, of the Driscoll Cats.
But you can't give. I mean, you're not ready to give him a new chance in a new system.
You're
not ready to give him a new chance in a new system. And that's the other part is it's about this is an important game. It's about winning it. Someone texting, Case knows the offense better than anybody. But I don't know if Case can throw it 35 yards.
That's the issue. And I think he can, but I feel like the further he throws it, the more likely anybody might be able to catch it. You know what I mean? Like, the farther he throws
have some air under it,
the more fair game it is. And I love Case.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the NFL players that are still playing that were born in the 80s. Shout out to you.
Somebody said, we're not going to win the game anyway, so I'd rather watch Case.
Now, that I could get with. I understand.
Yeah, I just
that part I actually agree with.
Because to me, that's what I want to get to. To me, there are going to be some that argue it. But let's just be honest. You all trust DeMeco, and you trust your eyes. Davis Mills at the quarterback position is going to give you a better chance. I don't want to do the who should it be, Davis I want to know why in the world you all are just like, give me Case. It's because
we've already accepted that the Texans are going to lose this game, and we want to have fun.
I'm not accepting that.
We want to enjoy the game.
I'm not accepting that.
We want to enjoy the game.
Oh, no, hell no.
And if they're going to lose, you rather go down swinging with somebody that you trust.
Davis can't throw it 10. Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
We saw him do it this year and get a first down.
He threw it 12 to Nico.
Hell of a play.
It's funny how people totally forget that Indianapolis game to end the year last year.
Oh, yeah.
He was fantastic.
We're trying to forget.
And I wish he had not been. I didn't want him to be. I know a lot of people are celebrating that, but people totally forget
this just says this. Like, all right, let's think of this through. Yeah, this offensive line. Case.
By the way,
perfect match.
Didn't Davis Mills beat Tennessee on the road last year?
Yeah, I
believe he did.
I don't even care if he won or not. I know what you said. I don't care if he won or not. I know he played.
I think Josh Dobbs was their quarterback.
He played football though. He's thrown more than 89 passes in the last 3 NFL seasons.
Yeah, and he did what they want to do Sunday. Go to Nashville and win. He did last season.
I think Ron is looking at this the wrong way though. All it means is that Case is rested. That arm's ready to go.
That arm's ready to go, man. I thought you were really going to bring something.
Yeah, man. Hey, he's rested.
You're looking at this the wrong way. All right. I want to hear from the people. All right, you said that. I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Why do you honestly feel that Case gives this team the best chance to win? Do you honestly feel that? And to give him this credit. And Davis Mills, I mean, Case Keenum, he's been injured twice this year. He hasn't played.
You know what it's like getting into your mid-30s, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it's rough.
But he's got on the injury list, and he hasn't played. I mean, let's calm down. The text line, you would understand the disconnect is real. Listen, I'm telling you, to you all, nobody was harder on Davis Mills than I was. But, I mean, I ain't going to sit here and say that Case Keenum, right? Well, he gives you the best chance to win. I guess someone texted in that, you know, the Davis is not that bad. The Texans were horrible the past 2 years, and Mills didn't get a fair shake. I like him as a solid backup. Come on. I would agree with that.
And I would add.
I don't want him playing starter.
Hey, I would add, if he ain't get a fair shake the last 2 years, his shake on Sunday going to be so unfair.
It's going to be worse.
Because whereas the last 2 years he had at least Brandon Cooks. At least last year he had Dameon Pierce as part of his run game, and it was the good Dameon Pierce. It was the good Dameon Pierce. Now he's got the ineffective run game, the offensive coordinator who's still trying to figure out how to scheme up a run game, and his top weapon is Bob.
And now he does have a better coordinator that I think schemes up offense overall better, which I think will help. And I think the system is probably better and more helpful to him. And it looks like they'll have a full week.
I'm sure he's delighted about that.
Yes,
throwing to Bob in this newfound system.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, at least there is better. But to me, like you got to put Case in that. Like someone texting Ron, who has won more games, Case or Mills?
Yeah, Case has had a more successful NFL career.
Like, listen, Dan Marino has won more games than Davis Mills. Davis Mills gives them a better chance to win tomorrow than Dan Marino.
Now we've got an interesting conversation. 713-572-4610.
Dan 60.
Davis Mills, Case Keenum, or Dan Marino, if you could call him out of retirement.
He's in that commercial right now, too, where he, like, suits up. And he's got, like, the glasses, the bifocals on.
I saw him on the field yesterday. Dan's moving. I mean, he's 60.
Hey, if Dan could give me 3 snaps, I'd take them.
Like, it's just
three legit snaps.
I just want you to be. I just want to be honest. Let's hear from people here. Sean, your thoughts, because I just don't really believe football wise there's a real argument of the two. Why is it that you need to see Case over Davis Mills if it comes to that Sunday?
Well, y'all just made a lot of my points for me, and thanks for getting me on. Davis Mills the last 2 years, he hasn't looked like a good quarterback, and he had a good running game to take pressure off of him in the pass game. This dude can't hit a pass past 10 yards. I know you guys want to mention his 12-yard pass to Nico earlier in the year.
Because that's a pass past 10 yards.
He had one good pass. Go look back at his last 2 years of tape. He is inaccurate. He's throwing people, on out of bounds plays by the sidelines. He's just throwing them out of bounds, not giving the receiver a chance. On deep plays, he's overthrowing his receivers all the time. Keenum has actually been able to throw the ball downfield successfully in his career, where Davis Mills has not. It's all dink and dunk with Davis, and he doesn't have the run game to support him now.
I love your thoughts, Sean.
Go Cougs, that's my guy.
How much tape do you have of Case last year?
Of course, Case. We don't have tape of Case last year, but I'm saying he's been more successful throughout his career pushing the ball down the field. Is that true or not?
Yes, he's thrown it 89 times in the last 3 seasons.
Fresh.
And do we know? You say we don't have tape of him right now based off last year, but we have tape of Davis Mills. But we have tape of Davis Mills, and we know what Davis Mills. We have a little bit still of an unknown right now of how Keenum can perform on a football field, and I'd rather take the unknown than the known garbage I've seen Davis Mills provide.
Real quick. What's your feeling about DeMeco Ryans? You trust DeMeco Ryans?
I trust DeMeco. If he puts Davis Mills out there, so be it. I get that he's going to have him out there. I know Case isn't going to start, but I think Davis Mills is going to have a short leash.
Appreciate the call. I'm just saying, if you trust DeMeco Ryans with everything you just said, and yes, Case Keenum threw 7 passes last year. If you trust DeMeco 2 years ago, 10, he had a big March of 72 passes in 2021.
Fresh.
But if you trust DeMeco, he and his coaching staff, who we are saying it, and I agree, is a major piece of why they've won as many games this year as they won the previous two.
You know who I want to hear from?
You would have to say, all right, man. Well, hell, if he says it, then that's what they're evaluating. Like, they're not even dressing Case.
I want to hear from the build a statue for Lovie Smith. Thank Lovie Smith for winning the game last year crowd. Like,
Will
everybody
not do that because I will get very angry.
Oh, I get angry every time I hear it. But I do want to hear from those people, because those should be the same people that are singing Davis Mills' praises.
Yeah.
Like, you can say whatever you want about Lovie Smith. He certainly played his role in them winning that game. But if you are of the mind being happy about the Texans winning that game, you should feel pretty damn comfortable about Davis Mills being your backup quarterback, because he played a hell of a game in that. And it's more recent than what we've seen from Case. I know the Minneapolis Miracle happened
in 2017,
and Case is going to be able to live off of it for the rest of his damn life. I understand that, and credit to him. Like, shout out to him for making that happen. Case has done far more with less, and I think he deserves credit for that. I think a lot of people take pride in that, especially since he comes from here. But you've got a very recent example and a very recent receipt of Davis Mills actually playing some winning football, even if overall he ain't been good.
Henry, let's your thought. What's your thoughts? Mills, why is it that if you don't, however you select, why is it you think it is Case Keenum that people want to see?
Oh no, we don't need. Like I said, I love Case to death, but there's no way I would put Case in. We need to go with Mills. I think Case is in there, not as someone to put into the game. He's there as a mentor for both Mills and CJ as he waits to build his retirement from the NFL so he can get out in a couple years and come back and coach.
Yeah.
I don't think he even wants to be on the field right now because he's been hit too many times. He don't want to go retire and be injured and suffer the rest of his life when he can get in there and let Mills go in there. Mills has performed when he has to. You put him under the worst conditions, and nobody's going to do. Last week, when we were in the middle of rain, no weapons or nothing. Our superstar quarterback, the elite guy, CJ, couldn't do anything, and you put him off because Mills can't do anything. That don't make no sense to me.
Appreciate the call, Henry. That's a great point. Like you got to put him in. You're not putting him into what he was playing with when he had the Minnesota Vikings.
No,
you're not putting him in that situation. No, you put him in that situation in which the even conversation is about because C.J. Stroud couldn't stay on the field.
Yep.
He's gotten hurt twice this year, and he hasn't played.
Case Keenum is Josh McCown in 2020.
Yes!
When the Texans signed Josh McCown, now I don't think that they've got this ulterior motive of actually hiring Case Keenum to become their head coach.
I was about to say, is Case coming for DeMeco's job?
And notice Case didn't do a 30-minute press conference when he got signed the way that Josh McCown did. But it is of a similar vein. I think Case is of a similar vein when Josh McCown was the emergency quarterback on this team.
Yeah, we'll finish it out. Why? Like, this is not an argument to me, football-wise. You tell me what the hell it is. Why you need to see Case. And it is crazy what has happened in the last 48 hours in the field of the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans' trip to East Rutherford wasn't just bad, it was ugly. The good guys couldn't get anything going, and Nico Collins, Blake
Charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I'm sorry, Tyler. We hadn't jumped in. We said it, man. Like for me, I don't want to do the who should start? We know who's going to start. Like, you're a Houston guy. You like Case Keenum.
I got to meet him at that event this year. Good dude.
6'1", you got him. Do you feel like they have a better chance to win with Case in the game?
No, 100% no. No.
I've seen the Joe Flacco comparison a lot of times, guys. And I just want to say, like, Joe started 4 games last season. Like last season, he threw almost 200 balls last season.
Yeah, but I would even still point that out as an outlier and unlikely. Like, that's what's so cool about the story, is that Joe Flacco somehow off his couch has been able to do this. But I wouldn't, like, that's one of those don't try this ish at home type of things to me.
Sure, but even when you make the comparison, like, the amount of game time that he has gotten in the period here recently is even far more than what Case is. So I don't get it. I'll hang one more time. My man Brian, we appreciate you. You've been waiting a while. Tell me what it is, because I just don't think it's football-wise at all. I don't know if there's an argument of it. What is it that is the reason you want to see Case?
I want to see Case Keenum because like you said, because of Joe Flacco, and I think it comes down to football IQ. With Davis Mills, just like y'all are talking about, I have PTSD from him last year.
There it is.
I was rocking with him all season last year, and I just got PTSD. So I'm trying to rock with. I'm hoping for a Joe Flacco moment with Case Keenum this Sunday.
There you go. Hope for that.
That's it, though. The key word. What was my man's name? Brian.
Because they football. Yeah.
The key word in Brian's call was hope.
Hope. Yep.
Davis Mills
and he's got PTSD from last year.
And because of the PTSD, the Davis Mills PTSD that is, Davis Mills does not give you hope. Case Keenum, at the very least, does give you hope. And with either quarterback, so let's just say you prefer Case, but this is the case with either quarterback, right?
Stop.
All right, I ran into that.
Nice.
Yeah, I ran into
don't
that
encourage.
One. But look,
No,
but this is how it is with either quarterback. It's not like either one's got a long leash. So if Case goes out there and he is bad, you pull him. Same thing I think is going to be the case with Davis Mills if he goes out there and he's bad. You pull him and you put Case in there. Like, neither guy gives you enough confidence, has enough equity built up to be like, hey, we're just going with this guy no matter what. Sink or swim. This is the guy. Nah, they go out there. Offense can't move the ball. Throws not accurate. Whatever the case may be. I did it again. You pull a guy.
Killing it, bro.
One in there.
Get another one in there.
Shut up, man.
Whatever the case is on Sunday, okay? I just want the Texans to perform.
Really, Ron? I think each drive is going to be a case-by-case basis.
Oh! No matter what the case is, we can all agree we want the Texans to get a dub in Nashville.
Please stop.
Ron doesn't understand the quarterback controversy.
No.
So he put the drive on the case.
That's the best one yet. I'm not sure what the case is here when we're talking quarterback for this Houston Texans team, but I want to see Davis Mills under center on Sunday, you know?
You think I can go to practice tomorrow so I can case out who the next quarterback might be for the Texans?
Dude, yours are so much better than mine.
Text line. It's Case. Case closed.
How many cases do you think the Texans equipment manager is going to be bringing this week?
I'm going to be honest with you. Tyler, you got to pick it up.
I know, I'm struggling.
I love the effort.
B. Scott's got it on
I appreciate the effort.
I just want you to stop.
That one was bad.
I just want you to please stop. Can we please just put my glasses back on because I've let you all get that out of your system.
Whatever the case is on how you feel I performed, I gave it my best.
I think after the way Davis Mills performed over this fan base is a head case.
Woo! Dude, Beast got his killing.
I don't know if that one is politically correct, but I'm going to go with it
No, it's
anyway.
fine. That's fine. It's figurative.
I'm in prayer that you please stop.
I hate it when you put your hand on your head and you take your glasses off.
See, we have a little fun during the segment, and then Ron becomes a basket case over here, man. I just can't. I don't.
Dude's on fire.
From our boss, Park. I think we should case this conversation for later and move on.
Oh, my wife's chiming in on it.
There you go, Court.
This is a case where we all realized that Ron didn't like it, and so all of us started just kind of piling on.
No one else said case. No one else. Just please stop it. And I'm not reading the text line anymore. I do want to move on. Okay? So I'm glad you've gotten this out of your system.
Okay,
That's the case, and let's move.
Yeah, case closed. No more pleading our cases.
I just don't even. I just can't even. I'm just not even allowed to be great here. I really am. I'm just not allowed to be great. This. I feel like.
Why don't you take your takes and put them in a case and ship them back to Kansas City, Ron?
This is how CJ and Bobby felt. Calling plays and being behind the up. They just weren't given the chance to be great.
In that case, we'll give you the chance. There we go.
All right. The last 48. It has been crazy to me, and I wonder how many people are in this same space. It has been crazy to me how my thought process has completely shifted and changed based off what's happened in the last 48 hours in the NFL, and I mean in particular with the Texans.
And it's not recency bias. No. It is just like things that change.
We talked about Thursday. We had the conversation where, yo, man, I think this team's. Yeah, they're a contender. What kind of contender are they? They are a playoff team. Like I thought they're a playoff team. They got 5 to go. Can they get 3 wins to get to 10? Hell yeah, with that schedule. They can get to 10. Man, as we sit here today, after what happened Sunday with the Texans in New York and how bad that was, and it got bad to worse with the injury to obviously C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins, which now your top 3 offensive threats are out of the game. And you're obviously your franchise quarterback.
And mind you, we haven't heard more on Dalton Schultz at all.
No, hadn't heard anything
that's
on
just
him.
kind of quiet on that front.
Yeah, he's missed the last 2 games with yet another hamstring. Right. Now, hell, we found out today Blake Cashman's out for this week or next. And then we go and watch this Tennessee team last night, and I'm telling you, I had at the very least that they would split with this Titans team. And this Titans team who tried openly appeared to try to lose the game on the road to Miami. And they still won. They still won. Turnovers in the fourth quarter that set up the Dolphins inside in the red zone. And they still managed to win the game.
Yeah.
And that team clearly is not just shutting it down. They are playing for real. Like we talked about it. If you ask me right now, I would have said Friday, hell, Sunday at kickoff, I would have said I'm about 70%, 75% sure that the Houston Texans will make the playoffs. If you ask me now, after seeing and understanding everything that happened and the games they have coming up and the pieces they may be without, I am at 51%. Just giving them the edge, and the Blake Cashman thing isn't helping. Like I have a belief hopefully they can get CJ back the final 3 games of the season, and maybe they can get in that way. But it has completely shifted since Sunday.
Yeah, and going into Sunday's game, for me, I thought, hey, why not pick the Texans to win out? They probably weren't going to ever win out. Like, I don't think that was necessarily like the most realistic thought.
The Jets game. I
didn't think that was the most realistic thought for them to win out. But you figure, okay, Jets, there's a dub. And, hey, that Tennessee twice in 3 weeks, you figure you'll at least split that. So, hey, okay, Jets, Tennessee twice, Cleveland, and Indianapolis. You're talking about 5 games. You're expecting to win, at least 3 of them. Jets split with Tennessee, and then, you're hoping that, Indianapolis got you the last time, maybe you can get them.
Yeah.
And you really want that Cleveland game for obvious reasons. So you figure, okay, we're going to win 3 of these last 5. The most optimistic view is we can win this thing out. We can go and win out. Now it's like, oh, you're in fear of losing out. Like, I think winning out and losing out, if you were to ask which one is more likely, now losing out, it feels more likely. That feels more likely. I don't think they're going to do either. I don't think they're going to win out or lose out.
What's your feel now? Because I'm assuming it's changed in the last 48 hours since Sunday, watching this Tennessee Titan team who clearly is packing it in.
I think they're going to lose this game on the road against Tennessee, and I want to regroup after that. See, CJ Stroud comes back. So hopefully Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz are back, and they're closer to whole when they come back home and host Cleveland. So, yeah, I'm not feeling very good about this matchup based off of what I saw last night from the Titans and what I saw the day before from the Texans. I can't feel as confident as I did the week before. And the information is that CJ's not going to be out there.
It's CJ, like you said, hopefully it's one.
And you saw what it looked like when he was out there. Yeah. That still wasn't great.
That's the other part. You saw what it looked like when he was out there and there was no Tank and Nico.
Right.
Which is a potential possibility.
Yeah.
Even when he comes back. We know it's going to be no Tank.
They were throwing deep balls to Xavier Hutchinson game. And that's no disrespect to Xavier Hutchinson, but that's a far cry from where you were. There's a reason why that dude only had 4 targets leading up to that game. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not ideal, man. It doesn't feel great.
I've just had to completely shut the text line down. I'm just stop with the CASE stuff. Coming up, injury notes here with the Texans. Some good and some bad. We'll go over that with you. And for a season that has had so many injuries and so many injuries be a major part of this NFL season, Texans included, another quarterback is out for the season, another starter. We'll let you know the latest on that and who that is coming up next right here on The Drive.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road.
Get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
All right, it's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, B-Skeezy, the Dilf, and T-Mill, Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is, one, Clint, if you're looking, you're wondering, where's Clint? Clint is still out as they just brought a new baby girl into the world, and he is handling things with his wife, and his family. So he is out. And Brandon Scott, you catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com and catch him on In the Loop. He also is a contributor to this show on Wednesdays with the Texans Report. So he's all over the station in a voice that you know very, very well.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here. That's right.
No, you don't. There is some news here on the injury front, and tomorrow's going to be a big one. You know it's an injury thing on Tuesday when they're off and you start to hear things. Some good and some bad. I'll start with the good. It looks like you're going to get your kicker back. Fairbairn looks like he is going to return off of IR with the strained quad. It looks like his recovery is going well, and he will come back. If you remember, it's kind of been up and down with Matt Amendola, which is not surprised. You bring a guy off the street, he's clearly not going to be as good as your regular kicker. And Fairbairn, 18 of 19 when it comes to field goals this year, and he's playing pretty well. He looks like he will be back. That'll be I think welcome after Matt Amendola struggled with the extra point last week, and a guy that just flat out, I mean, it's no just facts over feelings. I mean, realness. He has never made a field goal over 50 yards, and that has hurt the Texans in some of these games. So
hit the crossbar in a game where you could have beat the Jags head to head, could have at least tied it up and gone to overtime, but close but no cigar.
Yeah, so he is Fairbairn is back, and as I've said, he's one of those guys. There's a punter situation as well earlier this year. You don't realize how big of a deal they are until they ain't there. Yep. And it comes to the end of the game when you need him. So he will be back. But the other news, Blake Cashman, this team's leading tackler. I would say overall this team's best linebacker, and I think a case to be made that he's been the overall most consistent defensive player they've had. He, as well as Tavier Thomas, are set to miss at least a week or two with a strained hamstring. So both of them potentially are going to be out this week. No, they're going to be out this week, potentially even longer. The two big ones there, C.J. Stroud, he remains in the concussion protocol right now. Not a surprise there. And Nico Collins, his status is still being determined. So I think the big ones there are, at least they're not coming out and saying Nico already here on Tuesday is out, but they are saying Blake Cashman is out, and that to me, for the Texans, whose linebacking core is, I think at times you could say when healthy, maybe the place you need growth the most there, and has struggled the most throughout the season. Big deal to not be able to have him there.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take a shot at Jake Hansen, but
is that who it's going to be, right?
Yeah, no, I could see the difference in the drop-off from Blake Cashman to Jake Hansen. It's just, it does not look the same. Now, you hope for the best with Jake Hansen out there because they're going to need him. Like, they're going to need him, and if you root for the Texans, you are rooting for Jake Hansen to do his best Blake Cashman impression that he can, but it's hard to feel confident in that. Of course, you got Neville Hewitt as some depth as well. He's played a lot of football, but there's a reason why those guys are not playing defensive snaps over Blake Cashman or over a young linebacking core that they like a lot but has struggled a lot in coverage. Yeah, no, Blake Cashman has been, at the very least, if not your most consistent defensive player this year. I'd say he's in the top 2 or 3, and I don't think it's 3. So it's somewhere in there, between him and Jonathan Grenard. I feel like those are guys that
because they've been out there.
Yeah, they've been out there. They've been productive. Those are guys that you don't feel like you can really afford to lose on. By the way, a leaky defense, to be sure. Like, good against the run, don't give up a lot of points, which is what everything comes down to. They bend but don't break. but they give up plays. And when you give up plays, you make yourself susceptible to definitely giving up points, as we saw in the second half against the Jets. So this doesn't feel great, but you hope that whatever linebacker depth that you got can make the difference negligible.
And you also don't love it as well when it looks like this is a week you want your linebackers. This is a week that you need your linebackers, and you want to have it, all the ones that you can. Hell, somebody might get injured in this game when you look at, the Titans are going to go downhill and run the ball with Derrick Henry. They got a young quarterback. They're going to run the ball with Derrick Henry, and I know this is a new team, but they have had great success against the Houston Texans with the formula of just giving the ball to Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
So to have your leading tackler and your best linebacker potentially out of the game, and I see some people talk about no way he's been better than Perryman. I think so.
That's such a weird sentiment. Such a weird sentiment.
I don't
like
even know
Perryman's been fine, but he's a liability. Yeah,
but I agree with you.
He's fine.
Yeah, but
he's a liability in coverage,
and he consistently finds his way at coverage.
I don't feel like that is his fault.
No, I know, but it consistently and
even though he does have to cover somebody,
who he consistently finds himself in coverage with is one that gets me. Like I keep seeing Tyler Boyd drop that ball in the end zone for the Bengals, but understanding that he was on a two-way go with Denzel Perryman, which is not going to work.
We don't like that.
No, and I think he was the one in coverage. I think Seth was talking about it earlier. He was the one in coverage with Randall Cobb coming across the field on the touchdown play.
I do like having Perryman in a game that I feel like physicality is going to be at a premium, and you're going to need to. You're talking about handing the ball off to Derrick Henry. Even DeAndre Hopkins catching the ball over the middle. I saw a play against the Dolphins last night where a dude comes up, I think it was number 21 for the Dolphins, comes up and pops DeAndre Hopkins by as hard as you can. And it was the Dolphins defender who was hurt. Like DeAndre got up, I think shook the tackle off, might have gained a couple of more yards. He was fine. It was the defender who was hurt. like this is a physical football team.
Yeah, it is. And I think one to watch, though, as we're talking about the loss of Blake Cashman this week, is Spears. Spears out of the backfield. They do a lot of stuff with him. He's probably their third playmaker. They do a lot of stuff with him, so he is one to watch as well. So Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, they're going to at least miss this week, maybe more. And then C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins. Tomorrow's going to be big. The next couple of days is going to be big on the injury report. To hear the latest, we'll hear from DeMeco. I'd imagine we probably won't hear from C.J. tomorrow.
No.
We'll see. No. Probably not, as he normally speaks on Wednesday, but maybe we get more information there as they move to this all-important game against the Nashville Titans.
5 o'clock fire.
It's got a ring to it, man.
Davis Mills podium day.
Oh, hell yeah.
Are we going to run that live on the show?
Hell yeah.
I was going to take care of the ball.
I'm sorry, man. Like maybe we need to talk about that.
Not throw interception.
713-572-4610. If Davis Mills hits the podium, CJ without a run, we run that. We run that show, that segment for you. We do it. Does Davis Mills get a full press conference on the drive?
I was trying to go in there with a good game plan, and try and give the Titans the ball,
And then people say I mean today.
Would y'all prefer we make cuts for y'all and play them as relevant and make our own editorial decisions there, or do y'all want to hear it live the way we normally do it?
God, Davis.
Hey, Domingo's really got us ready for this game, and we're going to go out there.
It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year injury-wise to big, major stars in the league and the NFL. And, I mean, especially the quarterbacks have been drilled. I mean, I don't even know if I want to go through and try to mention them all. There are so many that have gone down. If you look at it, I mean, you start looking at some of these, the quarterbacks that are playing in games. We got Tommy DeVito playing last night. The Raiders, they got Aiden O'Connell. Bailey Zappe's playing. Joe Flacco's been dug up. He's playing.
Josh Dobbs is out there playing for 2 teams.
Davis Mills is going to play Sunday. Yeah, you're right. Josh Dobbs played for multiple teams. The quarterback situation, Zach Wilson and whoever else they all are playing over there, Tim Boyle. I mean, it's just quarterbacks have gone down all over. And there's the latest.
Mitch Trubisky got out there.
Mitch is out here going. They had a Thursday night football game set between Bailey Zappi and Mitch Trubisky, and they had to go through that. Bagent,
you remember Tyson Bagent?
He had a run as he was hurt. Yeah, it's just been crazy. The latest is Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert will miss the season, thus firing Brandon Staley. And my belief. Justin Herbert's going to miss the rest of the season.
That's the first thing I said last night. I was like, well,
they should let him go right now.
They should let him go right now.
My favorite part.
By the way, he's having season-ending finger surgery.
Oh, my favorite part of learning this news earlier in the day was the side quote from Brandon Staley saying that they were looking out for Justin Herbert's long-term health and future. I was like, who the hell is we?
Sure, BS.
Because you's going to be out of there.
Yeah,
who is we?
I mean, if they bring him back again, my man is 24-23 with that team, with that talent. 24-23, no playoff wins, and only 1 game as an appearance. But he is out for the season, so he'll miss the final 4 weeks of the season. And Nick Eason, I believe, is going to be the starter coming up.
Ooh, that's what they're doing?
Yeah, Nick Eason, he's going to be the starter for them. And I'm sure Keenan Allen is fired up about the rest of the way. So
can't wait.
The Chargers, that is a sleeping giant team if they get the hire right. And I don't think that's Bill Belichick, but that is a sleeping team right there. But he is out for the year. Finger. He had been playing with a fracture finger in his left hand. It has been giving him problems all year, and now he got both of them. So he is out. I wonder if Kellen Moore will survive there. Remember, he left Dallas and went there 1 year.
They have to hire an offensive coach, right? I don't subscribe to that thought that, hey, you've got to hire an offensive coach. Don't believe in defensive coaches. I know a lot of people that do.
Just stay away from Slowick.
But given the way it's gone for Justin Herbert, and the only coaches I believe he's had have been defensive coaches, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And given where it's at right now, they've already paid him, just how tenuous it is, how much of a failure they are or disappointment they are in his time. It feels like to save him and to save sort of this window and this run, they've got to hire an offensive coach.
Yeah, Anthony Lynn was the coach who came in. He was a running backs coach. He was
that's
an
right.
Coach, but he only had him for a short period. But he's up out of here. So that is the latest there. With him, they will be without their quarterback. Another top quarterback going down in the season.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big story coming out of Sunday, and if you missed it yesterday, I had to had a little rant there, express myself with the situation. But Patrick Mahomes, he was on 610 Sports Radio in Kansas City. Carrington Harrison, the drive there, he was on, and he apologized. He apologized. Now, Andy Reid didn't. Andy Reid did that Kadarius Toney didn't look over, but now there's so much video footage saying that he actually did look over, but really didn't get an answer. Just did it as a routine. But this is what Patrick Mahomes had to say.
Hey, obviously, Frog here.
Okay. Obviously, you don't want to react that way. I mean, I care, man. I love it. I love this game, and I love my teammates. I want to go there and put everything on the line to win. But obviously, you can't do that. Can't be that way towards officials or really anybody in life. He also went on to say he really felt bad about how he handled things with Josh Allen. He just walked up.
I'm sorry, Josh.
He walked up to Josh Allen to talk to him about a play like Josh Allen gave a damn.
That was chicken bleep.
All right,
that was chicken bleep.
What's your feel now on Mahomes in this situation, and the Chiefs in this situation, and how they handle it? They come back and apologize the next day.
Yeah, no, they're clowns for this. They're clowns. We can accept the apology, whatever. Like, the damage has already been done. they're going to be able to get past it just because they're excellent. They're great at what they do, and so they're going to get credit for that. But just isolated in this moment, the fact that they would go to such great lengths to make these sort of excuses, and they're supposed to be the ultimate competitors, and I'm not questioning their competitive nature. I think that's part of what got them here. Maybe a little bit of, might be a little spoiled brat going on here with Patrick Mahomes.
Might be.
And so I don't think that you're all of a sudden not that. I think that this is ever be something that people think about when they think about their personalities.
Oh, I know Tyler. This is going to be the
excellent,
first thing you think of. I think it's going to be one of the first because Tyler is. I don't know what kind of fan he is of Mahomes, but I know the Chiefs are a team that are in the AFC, and you want to see get knocked down with your Texans.
Sure.
You want to see get knocked down, and they have already kind of played a villain thing. They've been more of a natural villain because they have won, and then there have been some, as you see with the villain things, perception that they are getting calls. But now they've brought this into the table to where now they're just petulant children. Not all of them, but Mahomes and Reed, the leaders, are petulant kids, and they'll never forget this.
I said, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
And they shouldn't be let off the hook for this. They did this to themselves.
With Pat, aside from the Super Bowls, the MVP, all the accolades, watching that Netflix series, that quarterback Netflix series that he was in, I'd never thought more highly of him. Again, aside from the obvious stuff, right?
You are a big Mahomes fan.
I reached a point of, man, like this dude, I was like, man, that is that dude. Go find a dude like that. Everybody that ain't got a quarterback, forget whether he can be as talented as Mahomes. Go get somebody that's got that kind of moxie, that kind of attitude, that kind of approach. I loved everything about it.
The wrong mother effer.
Man, this kind of went the other way for me.
Yeah, no, it did. And listen, this is a clear to me mistake that he made, and he will live it. But I mean, for me, I don't think he's forever, but he will be to many. I think he will be.
I think we're going to know it's in there, though. I think you're going to have to always have the caveat of somewhere deep down inside.
I think this is how Tyler imagined Steph Curry.
No, I've never liked Steph Curry. I've always thought he was pretty much on the turd list.
But I think Steph has this in him. But he ain't shown it like this.
This is worse.
This is the first time Mahomes has done something that, like, where I'm with you. I'm like, man, that's some crybaby stuff. But I've always liked Mahomes a lot.
Yeah, and
this was loud and wrong. Mm-hmm. He was loud and wrong, and nothing is worse than that.
It was. I'm sorry. It was pathetic, and you're gonna give the apology, but
really sorry.
They ain't gonna shake that one loose, and they shouldn't. Coming up,
you want some ketchup?
Interesting conversation about the struggles of the offense, and I would like for the people to participate. YouTube, Twitch, text line 713-572-4610. If you had to blame one thing on why the offense was so bad on Sunday, what would it be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair, congratulations. All the studies out there show that the most
New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sunday's game, what was it that you felt like offensively was the problem? What was the issue? What do you think? Who do you think grabs the blame from Sunday? What do you think was to blame? Yeah, I see a lot of people who have a few things here on YouTube. No consistency in the run game. The weather. My favorite one. Couple of Bobby Slowicks.
It was raining.
It was raining. Offensive line. Slowick never made adjustments from throwing deep and mid-range balls.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To go short instead with slants, digs, screens.
Where was it? Where was it, Slow?
The short game.
Where was the short game, the quick game? Clint Stoerner, who I'm sitting in for, mentions it all the time. Where's the easy money at? It was always some mo and not some for show. Where was it at?
Piss poor blocking.
Wasn't good. Oh, man, poor Michael Dieter. I bet he hopes he never sees Quentin Williams a day in his life.
He's sitting there hoping Jeffrey Simmons doesn't strap it up.
Oh, man, not even in passing does he want to see guys like that. Yeah. Michael Dieter, stand-up dude, but that just was not – that was not a fair fight.
He's hoping not to have to see Jeffrey Simmons twice in the next week. Here comes Buck week of the season as well. So
good on it.
Good on it.
Good on it.
You know what I've seen a lot when we say blame, and we've seen blame, I've seen a lot, especially immediately after showing in-game adjustments, is Bobby Slowick. And my thought is, yeah, he deserves. You're the offensive coordinator. You're the play caller. You designed and came up with the game plan that week, and your offense comes out with 6 points. You deserve to get criticized and have issues with it.
Got to answer for it.
You do. But, like, to me, I don't even put mine in there. I want to see where you and Tyler go on this. If you were to place, like, hey, these two elements were 1 and 2 on this thing could have been better if those two were better. If those two, like you placing the bulk of the blame, who are you going to? Slowick, I think, is one.
The bulk of the blame in this game, I think, is I would have to start with the lack of weaponry.
So that's first.
But I don't think that that's good enough. I don't think that lack of weaponry is a good enough excuse. So if I'm going to go on a person, okay, so if I go circumstances, I'd go lack of weaponry. Yep. But if I got to nail down who's the person I'm going to put the blame, I'm going to start with Bobby Slowick, yes.
Bobby Slowick, and then who else?
C.J. Stroud.
You would go Slowick and Stroud.
Yeah.
Tyler, if you had to look at it, who would it be? Slowick?
They are most responsible for the offensive output.
I mean, I got to go exactly the same, Slowick
and Stroud. Which I think is fair. I think equally in this game, both of them are rookies at what they do, first year at what they do. I think both of them had to deal with the weapons, the weather, the poor blocking, right? I feel like those two should get a pretty healthy amount of the blame, and that is the case. The quarterback who controls, who touches the ball and makes the decisions, and then the play caller.
Yep.
I just don't think it will ever be equal to that for most people. And I think, and we've seen it in these poor performances from the offense this year, that CJ, to a lot of the fans, will slide off and not get as much of the arrows, and that the arrows will be directed mostly at Bobby. And every time we've seen that, and I hope Bobby knows that, Bobby is going to be the blame guy as long as CJ here. CJ is he's a franchise savior. He is the dude, and he is the dude that you love, and for good reason, right? but he's gonna be the guy that gets the praise and not get as, at least right now, not get as many bullets. And I think the bullets will shoot to Bobby Slowick. And I personally feel like, as you two just said, I think it should be those two, 1-2. Yeah. 1-2. It should be in a similar vein. And I just hope Bobby knows the rest of the way that won't be the case. That won't be the case. But I think those two are the two biggest elements. And I understand, as people say, the drop passes, and those were elements as well. The offensive line, those were elements as well. But I don't think it's – because to me, what it feels like with the fan base, Brandon and Tyler, it feels like Bobby Slowick, skip over, and then the line and the receivers. That's what it feels like coming out of that game.
Yeah. So I already said that I'd put it on Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud because they're the leaders of the offense. So I'm not going to renege on that. But I would say this. I didn't watch the game, and I watched it twice. I didn't, from watching the game, feel like, hey, man, they've really got, you know what the Texans could really use to help them in this game? A different quarterback. They need another quarterback, or like I felt like their quarterback could play better, especially since I've seen him play better. But I didn't feel like, from watching the game, man, they got the Texans got a real quarterback issue here. Like, he wasn't good enough. The offense scored 6 points. He didn't have that many passing yards. Like, he wasn't good enough. But I didn't watch the game feeling like the Texans got a real quarterback issue today. I did feel like they had a game plan issue. I did feel like they had a personnel issue in terms of both up front, not being physical enough, blocking up front, the mismatch with the interior, not just Michael Dieter. Name anybody on the interior of that offensive line, whether it be Shaq Mason, Michael Dieter, or Juice Scruggs, was no match for Quinnen Williams, even when they were double-teaming my man. So I thought that was an issue. And then Noah Brown dropping one pass. Another one hits him in the face mask. Xavier Hutchinson's got a 31-yard reception that gets called back because of an offensive pass interference. Like, I thought they had a serious personnel issue. I did not watch the game feeling like, man, if they just had a better quarterback, this would be better. I did watch it feeling like, man, do they throw to the running backs? Man, do they have any kind of quick game? Yeah, no, I see Brevin Jordan getting a few targets. Could we get a couple more of those? Like, oh, how is it that the longest, best passing plays went to the fullback and the backup tight end? Andrew Beck and Brevin Jordan, like I wanted to see more of that.
And I watched it, which I think what you said is fair, but I also watched it thinking that there was an execution issue as well. I didn't think the quarterback executed as well as we've seen him. I don't think he read things as well as we've seen him. I mean, he put the ball in harm's way where he clearly didn't see things where there were picks. I wonder, like in particular, you talked about the drive where he hit Brevin Jordan a long pass. He had a touchdown that he missed to the tight end right there. That was in the scene.
That's fine.
So I just I just thought it was. The point I'm making is I think it's both. I think it was both. I came away from it like you did. Like, yeah, they didn't have the greatest game plan, and they didn't have the greatest adjustments in the second half. But I also didn't think they execution, where I think that falls on the quarterback. Yes, there are drops and things of that nature, but there were moments they just didn't have a chance. They couldn't get first downs. They couldn't do anything, and I think it was all over. I'm not convinced that they maybe tried to put together a quick game that just wasn't executed. Yeah. So I think both of them have been really, 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 really good this year, and I would give CJ more of, like, hey, he's on the field, he's having to do things, and there have been moments where plenty of moments where he's just done things that wasn't drawn up and that he made plays that weren't there. But I think both of them have been really, 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 really good. As someone just texted, he couldn't execute Ron in all caps. He was running for his life and throwing under duress. Well, I mean, I would say that the coordinator also probably had a difficulty trying to get a game plan going when there was nothing that could be done at times.
Bobby.
Like, there was no plays at times that could be called to have anything executed. All right.
Show me some hot routes or something, man. Let me get something.
I bet you they were out there.
Give me some slants.
I bet you they were out there.
I didn't see them.
I know you did.
I didn't see them. I didn't see them worth a damn.
You better catch that all 22. Coming up, all right, we got to look at the
the big problem in the game on Sunday, and hope that isn't going to be something that translates the rest of the 4 weeks moving forward. And that is this defense. They gave up 30 second-half points. 30.5 points to Zach Wilson and the New York Jets. Is that a thing, a bad game, or is this something that the Texans are going to struggle with the rest of the way with this defense? We'll discuss that.
diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes? Don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as Clint is out. Him and his lovely wife are taking care of their newborn, and Brandon Scott's in the building as he always is here. And we've had a good time today, a fun show today. And as we were talking here, as we were talking here, I'm not people texting in. I'm not convinced that Bobby Slowick is the whiz kid that everybody keeps saying he is. I'm telling you, I know where this is going to go. And I know how this is going to be the next couple of years because I don't, and I don't think you do, and I don't think Tyler does, and I don't believe Clint does, but I damn sure don't. And it seems like the bullets kind of come to me a little bit more like I'm Bobby Slowick, to be honest. Sure, that's a good one. But I know what is going to happen, right? Like, I know, like, he couldn't execute because he was running for his life. Well, I mean, those same things I think could be to be given to us as a factor why Bobby Slowick struggled. And but I don't think I think the execution and the play calling to me are on even playing field. And I know what is going to happen over the next several years, Lord willing, and I'm here. And I know some of you are praying nightly that is not what that occurs. But no, I'm never going to let him off the hook when he doesn't deserve. Like, if he has poor performances, especially C.J. Stroud, who is showing us, if he ain't elite like you believe he is, on track to being that, on track to having higher expectations, on track to that. When there are poor performances, I'm not gonna jump him and move to other spaces. Actually, I have higher expectations to that, and it's gonna piss many of you off. And it's going, and that's fine. And I'll be able to take those bullets. But he's starting to get to a spot where you have higher expectations for him, and it's got to be better. And Bobby does too. I just think, to me, in this game, I think they both equally are the ones you say, hey, you guys are the leaders of the offense. It cannot look like that. Like, it cannot look like that. And I don't think we'll consistently see that. And I do think, as I said kind of yesterday, I think it's fair, even with both of them growing into their roles. This is the first time both of them have put themselves in those roles. I get it. And there's going to be something there. Ron, QBs can't execute without receivers getting open, dropping balls, poor blocking, no running game. LOL, you're just a hater. And I would say, what do you think the offensive coordinator has to work with in those situations?
Dang it, Bobby. But see, the offensive coordinator's job is different. It is the offensive coordinator's job to plan and to make a plan to work around those things, to say, okay, like, this is one criticism that I agree with after the game. Bobby Slowick seemed to call a game as if he did still have a full deck. Like you're talking about all the things that he had to deal with, not having his weapons, having an offensive line that couldn't block, and the weather conditions and all of that. He seemed to call a game as if those things were not the case, as if that wasn't true. And that would be my Bobby Slowick criticism, is like, hey, why are you calling a game as if Tank Dell is out there, as if Nico Collins is out there, as if you have C.J. Stroud performing in NRG Stadium and not the outdoor conditions that are presented to you at MetLife? Like, it felt like, from watching the game, that Bobby Slowick did not account for the circumstances being much different than they normally are for them. So that would be the criticism.
And I think that's a very fair criticism.
Yeah.
I also think it's a very fair criticism that C.J. Stroud didn't read things and see things the way he normally does.
Not throughout the entire game. No, he did not. He did not.
Right, and to where they ended up there. But I'm prepared. I know it, that every time they have a bad game, and it's happened this year, like the bulk of the bullets are going to go to Bob. I hope he knows.
I think about the drive killers. I think about the moments where, and it's not Michael Dieter's fault, but I think about the moments where the interior offensive line is just no match for Quinnen Williams.
What do you think they do with that? Like what was that? Like, how was that ever going to, like, how are they going to fix that? Like, what were they ever going to do to fix that one?
The immediate answer would be just, hey, put Juice Scruggs over there at center, but then now you've got an issue at guard.
Because Michael's going to play guard.
Right. So it's like, okay, what are you actually solving exactly? I think that's a relevant question. Like, is there an answer to this issue?
I think it's very fair for you to say in this game that Bobby Slowick, there at some point should have been an approach very similar to the Steeler game, which I thought he was masterful, getting the ball out real quick and not allowing the guys up front to impact the game in the way they did.
Or even like I
think that's fair.
The Jets are bringing 6. You can match it. You got 6 people in protection. You got 5 offensive linemen and a running back there to pick up the blitz. They bring 6, and it doesn't look like all 6 guys know exactly what to do. I don't know exactly whose fault that is. Is that Bobby Slowick, DeMeco Ryans? Is that the offense? Say it's a selection of all of them. I think they're all responsible for it.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
Those to me were like the drive killers. The not knowing who to pick up in blitz pickup, not knowing what to do in blitz pickup, not being able to execute when CJ did make the right or make the right read or the right throw. I think there were plenty of moments and plays to be had that were not had because either they were not prepared or were not good enough.
Yeah. Text line offensive coordinator's job is to work around that. He needs to make plans with personnel in mind that he has available. And I think the quarterback, the great quarterback, is also his job to work around it. And from the text line, and this right here is, I believe, how many fans think and will be thinking moving forward. CJ has been the reason they have won despite the talent and despite the subpar play calling of Slowick. CJ had to even tell him to call plays that required more downfield passing. It is the reason that he was leading the league in passing. What are you watching, Ron?
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
Subpar. That's what I'm saying.
He's been fine.
Yeah.
He's been fine.
Subpar.
Just ignore B. Scott, Ron.
Listen, he has his opinion, and my opinion is that Bobby Slowick has damn near been as important to why this team's offense has played the way it has as C.J. Stroud.
No, but I think the texter actually brings up an interesting point to which I would blame both C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick for, which is I think that they've leaned way too – and I said this yesterday.
That's the point you're making down the field.
They have leaned way too much into this. C.J. Stroud throws the ball downfield just as good as anybody in the league, and we're going to be aggressive. We're going to – like they talked a lot about controlled aggressiveness or controlled aggression. I would have liked to have seen some calculated aggression yesterday,
yes,
or on Sunday. I feel like the aggression has been controlled at times, but wasn't nearly as calculated as it needed to be. Like, why are you throwing it so deep so often, and these are your options and these are the conditions? But I would blame Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud for that, because I think Bobby Slowick leans into that because of the type of player that he has at quarterback.
But I also think, as we know ball, like every time they go downfield, it is not always that is what the play call is. Like at some points, it is the quarterback making the decision.
Yeah, no,
but I also do think what you're saying is very accurate. Is they're pushing this bad boy down. They're trying to set up big plays. And I don't think Bobby has a problem with it. But on those routes where they went downfield, there are also short routes.
Yeah.
That people are making the decision to make. So what I'm saying is, now you're going to believe what you want to as a fan. I'm not going to believe that every time they throw the ball down the field, it is because Bobby has called that specific play for him to do that, and that it is not really CJ's decision to make the throw, but that it is just Bobby's. And I'm not going to also say that Bobby, like every time CJ, it's because of Bobby drew it up. Like I don't know. You can see plays that are drawn up or not. The drive you're talking about, Beck, that's drawn up.
Yep.
You can see that is schemed up.
And then you can see some of the plays he's made to Tank. That's dude making a play down the field. So, all right, before we get out of here, coming up behind us, it is the Players Show. Desmond King, he will join Indy Kalu and Drew Doherty next, right behind us. So, Texans Huddle Players Show coming up real quick. Both of you, do you think the Texans defensively have a problem, or this was just really one game against the Jets?
No, I think they have a problem. I think they have a big –
You think a problem that could hurt, that potentially will hurt them?
They've got a big play problem. They give away chunk plays. They're not very good in the passing game. They are stingy against the run. But, yeah, they have a big play problem. They have issues when quarterbacks are playing at their best, whether it's a good quarterback or not. But when a quarterback is on his A game, whether it be Baker Mayfield, who they beat, but carved them up, or Bryce Young, Zach Wilson, Desmond Ridder, when a quarterback is on, this defense has its issues.
Yeah. You think it's a problem, or you think it's just?
Yes, I think you give up 30 second-half points to anybody, much less the damn New York Jets.
Not just a game, huh?
You've got a problem. Yeah.
I just think they're inconsistent, man. I think they're young and inconsistent, and I think we may see the game Sunday where they come up with a performance where you're like, how in the hell did they give up 30 points in the second half to Zach Wilson? They just, I think.